also. So if in case you are not able to join it through Zoom, please watch us there.
Yes, so just a sec. Going live in few seconds. Yes, now we are live on the social media also.
Thank you, Dr. Satish, and welcoming all, one and all, on the third day of World Pharma Brand Managers Day 2023. You have, if you have seen the last 2 days, they were immersing, a lot of learning and a lot of inciting were done. But yes, today we are going to host a battery of expert speakers who would be speaking on various topics and doing an inciting exercise on patient videos. The theme is patient centricity today. So let's start this learners party for one and all. Let's have a video. So let's start this learners party. Why we chose this theme? The answers has been given in the last 2 days. Patient centricity is the frontier that pharma should move ahead with. Healthcare industry should move ahead with, keeping patients in mind also along with your doctors. And that is one of the reasons why we chose patient centricity as the theme. And not only talks, there are going to be a lot of videos, lot of experts talking about those videos, that what patient really wants in his journey. So the why, who, and what about this event is going to come in the next video. Yeah, thank you, Satish. And the video went a bit slow. Sorry for that. Let us move ahead as we celebrate this event every year. To commemorate, this event is commemorated in the memory of Professor Chitam Mitra and Professor Tarun Gupta. And to start with, we have Dr. Sanjay Mitra also with us, his son. So let us do the inauguration and lamp lighting for the day. Yeah, Dr. Satish, can we have the video of lamp light? Thank you so much. And then here we formally start the event. Before starting the event, I would just like to read out the disclaimer from my side, from our platform side. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Thank you. All the opinions, views, feedbacks, data, images, videos, interviews, or any other material shown during this event is purely for the learning and academic purposes of the subject pharma brand management. None of the views or opinions expressed by the speakers in live mode or as recording are to be considered as endorsement of any brand either. This event is a non-commercial, purely academic event. The content recording on any part of this event cannot be used for any commercial purposes. Moving ahead, we will start the day with the Dr. Sanjay Mitra speaking on prescription data and patient centricity, how we are going to connect those dots. Welcome, Dr. Sanjay Mitra. Let me just in few minutes introduce about him, a few lines just. An MBA in marketing, PhD in management sciences. Sanjay has specialized in niche subject known as application of prescription research in strategic pharmaceutical marketing. He is the founder and managing director of Strategic Marketing Solutions and Research Center, SMSRC Private Limited. He is a passionate member of the knowledge industry and has remained associated with various academic institutes, continuously sharing his experience as a visiting faculty regularly at NMIMS University, Mumbai, teaching marketing analytics to Pharma MBA, executive MBA students. Welcome, Dr. Sanjay, and I hand over to you to take us through this subject where we correlate prescription data with patient centricity.
Thank you, Dr. Shruti and Pharma State for arranging this program. I hope everybody can see my slides now. I will just make it full screen.
Yes.
Yeah, it's full screen now.
Yes.
Yeah. So once again, a very good morning and happy Sankranti to all. And participants from Bangladesh, welcome to this session. Now, let me start trying to define what is patient centricity that I perceive. Patient centricity is a strategic approach that helps the doctor to prescribe the medicine or the drugs and formulations to the patient with a greater ease over and above the efficacy of the medicine. Let me try to explain this with a simple example. Say we have a very good antibiotic, very efficacious for the pediatric patients. Now, if I take that antibiotic to the doctor with a package which is not very, child-friendly, and also the taste is very bitter, even if the product is very efficacious, I don't know whether the doctors will be able to prescribe to his or her patient. At the same time, another brand of same formulation, similar molecule, goes to the same doctor, and it is very tasty, and the packaging, everything looks quite interesting for the patient, that means the children. Obviously, that brand is likely to get more number of prescriptions from the doctor than the previous one. So patient centricity is not something new that we have found out in recent times. It has been there, and through prescription data, we have tracked many brands, many companies, therapy areas where we have seen a particular therapy has done better post their approach to patient centricity. Now, because we are talking about patient centricity today with greater emphasis, that should not be considered that now onwards the approach should be only patient centricity and we should start forgetting the doctors. In healthcare delivery system in this subcontinent and even globally, doctors are the fulcrum. So whatever they prescribe is for the patient. And I believe, this is my personal perception, that doctors are more patient-centric than the industry as a whole. Simply because if the good doctor and not so good doctor, the differentiating factor with same level of knowledge and wisdom will be how the doctor takes care of patient's placebo effect and consoles the patient when he or she is treating that particular patient. Like many a times we visit doctors and we find that I am not personally very happy. At the same time, we go to another doctor and we find that that doctor, whatever he has said, is very soothing to my mind, and I try to follow his advice more passionately. Now that is definitely example of patient centricity. Now with this, let me start the presentation. So Professor, our homage to Professor Chitto Mitra, my father, founder of MRB in 1969, the first independent market research organization in India. And also he was a full professor of marketing at IIM Calcutta during mid-70s till 1983. And then finally in 1977, when he was still a professor of marketing at IIM Calcutta, he started this concept of prescription research in India with just 8 doctors. And since then, and along with, of course, the legendary Professor Tarun Gupta, who was heading marketing at Glaxo in those days. And both of them together tried to understand the behavioral sciences of doctors' prescribing behavior to help the pharmaceutical formulation marketing companies develop strategies for building the brand character. Let us share a few basics that I have learned since my childhood days from Professor Chitto Mitra. He used to define business of pharmaceuticals is the business of prescription generation. I think this remains valid even today, and this will remain valid for the next generation as well, as far as the subcontinent is concerned. His definition of marketing is aspiration fulfillment, just 2 words. More I think, more I realize the value of this definition. The task of marketing is to fulfill the aspiration of the user. And when we define the user, the art and science of segmenting the user will make the product more successful or less successful. And he also used to define positioning as the way I want you to perceive me, not the way you perceive me. So the task of positioning is in the hand of the marketeer and not on the receiver. My offering, my service, my brand, the brand. To achieve these goals, it is essential to periodically study and understand the behavior of the service user and continuously try to offer the service to match the aspirations of the user to create a place for the brand in the mind of the service user. So the brand doesn't reside anywhere other than the mind of the user. So that's the space that we need to create effectively in the mind of the service user. Referring to the pharma context, the primary objective of the doctor is to provide relief to the patient. Whatever may be the knowledge of the doctor and qualification and all that, we know in India, there are many rural areas, even in urban areas, less qualified doctor or not formally qualified prescribers, medical practitioners, provides relief to his or her patients continuously and very effectively. So the purpose of the doctor is to convert that disease to ease, delete that dis before the ease, and get the patient into ease state. RX is the tool to deliver this task. The doctor, whatever he or she writes on the prescription, that acts as a tool to delete that this before the ease, and the patient once gets that ease, he or she is happy and the purpose is served. The strength of the pharma brand depends on the level of conviction of the prescribers, which gets reflected in the prescription of the doctor. So a prescription is the reflection, like a mirror, of what the doctor was thinking at that particular point of time while giving relief to the patient. Therefore, periodical and systematic study of the doctor's prescription behavior helps in understanding what the doctors are looking for or aspiring for while offering healthcare to their patients. It helps pharma companies to offer continuously augmented service to doctors for better patient outcomes through increasing patient compliance. This word patient compliance is directly related to patient centricity. The objective of the patient centricity is to achieve greater patient compliance. If the patient compliance is less, even if the doctor's prescription is correct for the disease, technically, it might not provide good quality of ease from the disease state. And improve disease management. So it's a progressive science. Every day one tries to do it better than the previous day. So this is all about, as I understand, for patient centricity. Now the objective of this presentation, we would like to cover a few live examples, which has happened way back in 1980s, and it is still continuing. And let's see how prescription data reflects those reality when the particular company has taken this patient centricity approach while trying to build their brand. One of the best examples that I can think of is definitely asthma management, then and today. When I refer to that past, I'm referring to 2011, but it started since 1988 or mid-80s. So even those days, industry was patient-centric. And now 2022. As per SMSRC strategic prescription research data, as we call short form, SPR data analytics, amongst chest specialists, the key doctor segment for this disease management, which is asthma, during 2010 or 11, out of 100 asthma prescriptions collected on our panel, oral asthma therapy, which includes solids and liquids, featured in 70% RX as against inhalation, which is dry powder inhalation, and metered dose inhalation put together, were only on 30% prescription. If I go back 2003 or around 2002, when I had the first opportunity to interact with this company, the percentage was even lower. At that time, it was 20% for inhalation therapy and 80% for DPI, MDI put together. At present, when we are in 2022 and 2023, orals are 60% and inhalation, DPI, MDI put together is 40%. Apparently, it appears there is a shift only by 10%, but this is within our methodology where we collect same number of prescriptions from same set of doctors over a period of time. So within a static universe, this 10% shift is a massive shift. And the total asthma market has grown by 57 to 60% over the last 12 years within this same methodology. That means in reality, the asthma market in terms of sales, not value, unit sales, it must have grown by at least 4 to 5 times during this last 12 years. So the point that we need to discuss in the next few slides, how did this change from oral to inhalation therapy got initiated? The journey began during the late 1980s and still continuing. So let's see 2 examples. Of course, when I talk about asthma management in the country, I have to talk about the leader company, Cipla, not for any other purpose, just to explain the case study. Cipla launched Asthalin dry powder inhalation, DPI, in 1988, around 1988. I was thinking that it was launched slightly earlier, but anyways, the published data shows that it was launched in 1988, and appointed paramedics. They didn't launch and immediately appointed paramedics outside the chest specialist chamber. They launched it, they took it to the chest specialists who are the best segment for treating asthma, but chest specialists were not able to prescribe Asthalin simply because it was not working. Why it was not working? Because when the patients were given this prescription, they were gulping this medicine, and they were not able to really use the medicine and make it effective in their lungs. So therefore, the challenge was how to make the patient use the medicine effectively, scientifically. So that is why, and it was impossible for the chest specialist to spend time to teach every single patient how to take it and how to make it effective. So to facilitate that, this company appointed paramedics sitting outside the chamber of the chest specialist. And whenever a chest specialist used to prescribe this drug, the doctor used to say, while going, please meet this particular person and he will explain how to use this therapy. And Cipla also similarly at that time invented this dry powder inhalation. They launched the MDI, but MDI was not working because patients were not accepting. And even if they were trying to take it, they had a lot of issues, like a lot of taboos, that this is the last resort, it should not be taken. Then normally patients at that point of time were used to swallow capsules. So therefore they formed the DPI capsules, which were similar like oral capsules, and patented this device, invented this device where the capsule has to be put and simply pull and suck the medicine, and patient will feel that instead of swallowing a capsule, they are inhaling the capsule dry powder. Though technically dry powder was not medically the best, MDI was better, but still during the initial days in our country, if I remember correctly, the dry powder inhalation was much ahead of MDI, though today it has changed. So that is how Cipla started educating the patient one by one in all chest specialist or renowned chest specialist chamber. And that is how the shift from oral treatment of asthma started moving towards DPI and MDI. Despite the fact that scientifically metered dose inhalation is more suitable than DPI, during the initial years, DPI became more popular than MDI in India due to Cipla's patient education and assistance. As a result of this patient-centric activities, Cipla not only helped the doctors to treat their patients better, at the same time ensured greater patient compliance. So I'm sure those who are attending this session would appreciate that patient centricity started way back in 1980s. Even recently, let's give a recent example. Just last year it has happened. Cipla launched 𝑠yncrobit. This is the photograph of the brand, and 𝑠yncrobit is a technology which they have launched in almost for all the leading brands of asthma inhalation. It's a breath actuated inhaler which helps overcome the coordination issues associated with the regular MDIs. Those who are aware will know that MDI, you need to coordinate, or you need to use a pacer or something like that to get the medicine effectively inhaled. The simplicity of steps and usage makes it easy to use, and the design adds to the portability as well. So this is yet another example of recent patient-centric approach, and prescription data reflects that these 𝑠yncrobit type of therapies or medicines in asthma is getting great momentum and getting acceptance by the doctor and the patients. Why doctors are prescribing this? Because this becomes very simple and easy for the patient to use, and the efficacy of the medicine improves. Outcome, asthma management becoming increasingly more scientific, oral to inhalation through innovative patient-centric marketing strategies. As a consequence of business outcome, the marketeer continues to maintain an undisputed leadership status in asthma therapy. To be more precise, a couple of years back, the market share of this company in, if you can keep the microphone mute, please. There is a lot of background noise. Dr. Swati.
Done, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So earlier, the market share of this company in inhalation market used to be around 60 to 65%. When I'm talking to you at this point of time, the market share has further increased to 72% out of 100 prescriptions of asthma. So look at this. India, we say that it's highly cluttered market, highly competitive. Even in this field, so many leading companies has made so many entries and experimented. There are existing competition, but still the leader continues to innovate and remain patient-centric to help the doctors to prescribe certain therapies which will help the patient to take and consume it much easier. next case, if we try to recollect DPP4, the next speaker, Sanjeev, will correct me if I miss out any important point. But this is what I experienced in 2005 when Januvia was launched by MSD. And that was one of the early start of DPP4 in our market. Let's see how it becomes patient-centric. Today, when we look at these data, out of 100 prescriptions of anti-diabetic by therapy areas, DPP4 alone gets 22%. Then SGLT2 and combinations with DPP4 and others, they get 9%. And the newer combination of DPP4 SGLT2, which has just started its initiation, that gets another 3%. So we can say that 22 plus 3, 25% goes to DPP4 over a period of time from almost zero base. And then we have classified rest of the therapies of OAD as conventional OAD, which used to be 100% before 2005, other than insulin, I'm at 90%. And now that has shrunk to 56%. When I'm saying that conventional therapies have shrunk to 56%, that doesn't mean that it is not growing. Even conventional therapies in our country is continuously progressing, particularly the leading molecules like glimepiride, metformin and all. Insulin remains at 10% to 11% level throughout last 6 years. Diabetes is a progressive disease and has been growing rapidly. We all know we don't need to share any data to prove that at what rate diabetes is growing, both in terms of units and value. DPP4 was launched in 2005 in India. It developed in developed countries, as I was told. I don't study the developed countries' prescription behavior, so I don't have any data, but as I was told, DPP4 is mostly at that time used as the first-line therapy. The conventional therapies are pretty less there, recommended as twice a daily dose. At that time of introduction of DPP4, the challenge was how to offer DPP4. Approximate price was 40 rupees per tablet, as against the leading conventional therapy glimepiride, 8 rupees or less than 8 rupees per tablet. The cost of conventional therapies were pretty less. So therefore, the challenge was how can we replace 5 times more higher price therapy with an 1/5 price therapy, which is being used by every diabetologist and every doctor who uses this therapy. How to convince the doctor and the patient to adopt this relatively more effective DPP4 therapy despite high cost. So patient centricity can also address the affordability factor. This is a case study which talks about that. So the most interesting thing, initially and even today, DPP4 in India is once a day. Look at these numbers. Overall SPR, all specialty put together, 85 to 86% is once a day. BD dose is only 16%. And amongst diabetologists, the key segment, it is even higher, more than 90% are once a day. Whereas internationally, as I was told, that it is BD, twice a day, and first-line therapy. So this directly hints at that DPP4 in our country is not considered as a first-line therapy, at least during the start and even today, largely. Though there are some occasions when one would see that DPP4 has become first-line therapy after so many years. So the story is DPP4 used as add-on therapy. Out of total Rx of DPP4 as 100, 71% Rx are co-Rxed with conventional therapy. So if you pick up randomly any prescription of DPP4, we will definitely find, and in diabetologists, it is 85%. So we will definitely find there are other conventional therapies as well. So it's an add-on. So how this has happened? What was the strategy behind this to make the patient consider this as an affordable therapy, which was unaffordable and the price was 5 times? Globally, DPP4 is prescribed as the first-line therapy of treatment, as I said just now. During the launch of sitagliptin in 2005, MSD planned a strategy not to directly go head-on against the conventional OAD and try to replace. Most of the time in pharma industry, this is what we try to do when we launch a new therapy or a new brand. We try to define the existing market. And how do we define the existing market? Either the same therapy or the therapies which are used by the doctors in the same disease. And then define that market size and try to calculate and decide how can we get a grab or a piece of the existing red ocean. In most of those cases, we find the brand struggles and it doesn't get built as a unique brand and creates a place in the mind of the prescriber or in the mind of the patient. So instead of doing that and going head on, MSD explained to the doctors and to set a goal of diabetes treatment for regulation and control of HbA1c less than equal to 7. So the whole paradigm change from acute management of PP and fasting sugar control to a long-term chronic management of HbA1c by adding DPP-4 once a day as a co-Rx medicine with the existing 𝗦𝐂 therapies to those patients who have HbA1c who were not getting regulated with the conventional 𝗦𝐂 therapy. So 2 points actually, instead of me reading the entire slide, let me just quickly explain. 2 points they were trying to convince to the doctor or communicate to the doctor. One is, it's expensive, but you don't need to dislodge the existing therapy and write this to get the desired result. If the patient HbA1c is not getting regulated with the current therapy regime that you are prescribing, think of adding this to achieve this goal of HbA1c less than equal to 7. And secondly, this is likely to give a benefit to the patient to delay the insulin pricks. So one was fear of getting insulin if we don't add DPP-4, and the other was to maintain the HbA1c level less than equal to 7. Both worked, and therefore the diabetologist started, and followed by diabetologists, the other segments like CPs, cardiologists, GPs. Today, we know the story. DPP-4 is one of the largest market in our country. The case study 3, pediatricians, probiotic perceptual profile, management of loose motion and diarrhea. This case study was conducted by our associate company, Medclean Research, which was formed in 1996 and has been doing a lot of clinical trials across different therapy areas in the country, multi-center clinical trials. Dr. Manjuri is present, I believe, in this forum, and I picked up this case study from her. She is a practicing pediatrician attached to ICH in the Institute of Childhood in Calcutta, and also a director at SMSRC. So Medclean Research conducted a clinical trial to find out the efficacy of probiotics in acute diarrhea and loose motion. I'm sure we all will agree, most of the cases we find, even for pediatric patient, the doctor prescribes antibiotics. Now, of course, if it is a dysentery with fever and all, antibiotics are required. I'm not saying doctors are doing wrong practice. What I'm trying to say is, once they did this study of probiotics usage in loose motion and diarrhea, and what they found out that in most cases, the subjects were receiving antibiotics on the very first day, without even finding out whether this particular loose motion case is a dysentery and it requires anti-infectives, where most of the childhood diarrhea and loose motion is caused due to viral infections and not bacterial infections. In such cases where the subjects who receive probiotics within 24 hours from the onset of diarrhea and loose motion showed significant reduction in duration and frequency of loose motion. This particular study did show that in Indian children, if probiotics are used promptly, as the onset of diarrhea loose motion starts, there is no need to use anti-infective at all. Now, this is a scientific way of becoming patient-centric through the doctor. It is not directly related to patient, or we are not directly going and telling the patient, don't take antibiotics, take only probiotic, but educating the doctor to become more patient-friendly, particularly the pediatric patients, so that they do not get resistant organism. If the baby starts taking antibiotic from the very childhood stage, the baby is likely to get resistant to various organisms, and therefore it is not so much indicated. Marketing of probiotics through such CT and evidence is a better tool to create conviction amongst the doctors to treat loose motion in pediatric patients and avoid overuse of antibiotics amongst children. There are pediatric seminars which are being conducted to educate the doctors to use less antibiotics, and we all know that in India, the usage of antibiotics in pediatric patients is quite large, and even in Bangladesh, I see the same thing from our data. Whereas this same probiotic internationally is recommended for ADD, antibiotic-associated diarrhea. In our country, antibiotic-associated diarrhea is taken care by lactobacillus, not so much by probiotics. And this is one of the reasons why the probiotics market is highly skewed towards pediatric usage. Even the latest Rhamnosus and all, they are highly skewed towards pediatric usage. While talking about this one, immediately one case comes to my mind. There are two unique brands in probiotics. One is Sanofi's Enterogermina, the other is Econom. Econom started the journey since American Remedies days. Both are very strong in pediatric patients, for pediatric patients. But if you go to the neonatology use of probiotics, we will find that Enterogermina has a greater market share than Econom. Reason, application of or use of Enterogermina is easier form and more patient-centric than Econom sachet, because it's a liquid water type, and dispensing that to the pediatric neonatology patient is much easier. So this is yet another example of patient centricity, and probiotic has been there for quite some time in our country. The last case study, medicine, today is the era of digital world, and there are so many facilities, like we are conducting this seminar, conference or seminar over Zoom. So since COVID days, we have started using these services much more. We have acquired stakes in one of the companies who creates digital platforms for the company in even before COVID, 2018-19. The name of the company is Synergies, and the tool that they have been marketing is medicine. Along with the help of leading companies in the industry, we have already started delivering this tool to various doctors segments, and we collect data through this tool as well. Now, this particular tool, why the doctors are accepting this tool, though the progress is very slow, but those who are getting addicted to this tool, are habituated to this tool, they are even now post-COVID era using this tool during the physical examination of their patient. One such attribute of this tool or this particular patient management software is it allows the doctor to show and demonstrate how the patient's disease has been managed since the doctor started treating the particular patient, how the patient's disease is getting controlled over a period of time. So if the patient is compliant to the therapy, it is likely to give better benefit. Now, say I am a diabetologist using this tool and I am treating a patient for last 3 years or 4 years or certain period of time. Now, when the patient comes for a repeat visit checkup, I can show him or her with all the records, including the laboratory test records, which can be preserved in this tool for that particular doctor, and he or she can demonstrate to the patient, this is the progress of your disease management, which definitely helps the patient to get more convinced for the treatment prescribed by the doctor. And this helps the patient also to get greater compliance for the treatment that the doctor is suggesting. So such kind of digital platform can definitely be used as a tool for greater patient centricity. There are many similar case studies. I think if we start discussing those case studies, we will not have much time for the day. So let me not take you through all. Quick reference to few interesting case studies that I have personally seen, observed. Rituximab 2005 was launched by Roche in India, 1 lakh rupees per vial, and helped the patient to receive bank loans for financing and anti-cancer expensive therapy. For specific use was for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Finasteride, Shankar Das is there, so he will correct me. Finasteride was launched by Dr. Reddy's and was the first therapy to cure or to treat BPH. That time there were urologists, but they were not getting patients to treat BPH. So Dr. Reddy's published an advertisement showing a bottle with a cap fixed to it and half-filled bottle, and the water is dropping, not flowing out smoothly. So they published such kind of ads in the newspaper, local newspaper, and said, anybody having similar kind of problem during urination, please contact this number, a call center type number, which was Dr. Reddy's number and Dr. Reddy's organization's number. And then the patient was getting connected to the nearby urologist so that his problem can be treated and addressed. So there are similar such case studies of patient centricity. All these case studies demonstrate, and so after that, we know what happened to finasteride, and even today, finasteride is one of the best co-prescriptive therapy along with the primary urological products like silodosin, tamsulosin, and all. All these case studies demonstrate the significance of developing patient-centric marketing strategies, better healthcare delivery, and the effects can be periodically studied through Rx data analytics. So what we do when we look at the strategies of different brands and look at our prescription outcomes, we can directly correlate how they are linked. And that's the advantage of looking at continuous prescriptions analysis over a period of time. I think I'm through. And Dr. Shwati, I'm sure I'm within time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay, for this presentation. It's a detailed presentation, and one should have more time at hand to, understand those case studies in depth and get insights. Thank you for making it precise for us. I would request all the participants to go through this recording once the event is over and read about these prescription-related case studies where the company can become patient-centric through prescriptions.
One point.
Yes,
there is a chat box question that what is PAE? PAE is short form of pediatrician. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay. And moving ahead with the day, we have Mr. 𝐷𝐵𝐺𝐵 with us for a keynote address on the topic of patient centricity for excellence in pharma marketing. Sanjay sir, please be there with us for the day. There are a lot of insights coming up. Next to this is the talk by Dr. Bansi Sabu, and then we have patient videos being shown live and discussions happening. Yeah, a few lines about Mr. Sanjeev Navangal, Managing Director and CEO, Bharat Serums. Sanjeev Navangal has led a host of global pharmaceutical companies to operational success. Mr. Navangal has held several leadership roles through his 30-year career, more than that now, such as Managing Director for Janssen in India and South Asia, Managing Director for MSD Pharmaceuticals Philippines, Commercial Director for MSD India and South Asia. He has been on the academic board of NMIMS Pharma Management, IAS Management School, and IHMR Jaipur. Welcome, Sanjeev sir, and we all are looking forward to your keynote address. I hope this address actually arouses the industry to think forward. Sanjeev sir, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm hopeful that you're able to see me and hear me. Speaking after Sanjay is not a great thing for my health because he is an exceptional guy. I've known him now for 30 years, and his knowledge, understanding, and clean analysis is something that the whole industry has respected over a period of time. I've had the personal joy of working a lot with him. And thank you, Sanjay, for digging over the Januvia case, which is close to all our hearts. Yeah, excepting one additional point, Sanjay, is the lack of hypoglycemia was another point that added to the story. Yeah, I think which Pankaj duly reminded me that we must talk about it at times. But anyways, I think it was a great time. I think we need to move on from that situation. I've seen a lot in the last 2 days, and with Sanjay explaining a lot of case studies and taking you through a lot of stuff that is actually relevant for today, what has been happening, some historical trends, and Ashok and Vivek are here. So I'm sure they will also talk through the day about a lot of examples. I kept on thinking, last time I had come with a couple of examples on hepatitis C, and I think some other disease, and I talked about how case studies, things help. This time I decided, since case studies are done by everybody else, can I focus on something else? Because all that is being talked in a way is so much relevant for today. And if I have to stargaze and start thinking of what will happen tomorrow from patient centricity point of view. And where is this all moving? Then it leads me to very interesting conclusions about the future and what could happen in future as our industry looks towards the future. First of all, this dream that we can remain as a pharmaceutical industry the way we are by producing drugs and promoting to doctors and getting prescriptions is probably getting over quicker than what we think. The earlier we understand how things are changing, the better it is for us, because otherwise we will remain a supply chain company, as I always say. And we manufacture drugs and doctors don't need us anymore. They get all the information from wherever internet sources that they need. They are not interested in our promotion. In fact, they say, tell the brand and get out, to most of the times to our people. So the rep effectiveness is going down over a period of time and rapidly going down. It's not that, it is some slow decline and it will continue and all. No, it is rapid decline. The CMEs are no longer that effective because obviously information is all available. A lot of data is getting open sourced, so a lot of information is available. So nothing much new that you can tell people about. Case studies are being shown all over the place. So why is all this changing so much? And therefore, what would future look like? So before I show you some couple of slides, let me tell you two very, very big trends that we as pharmaceutical industry marketeers or people who run these companies have to think about very carefully. In front of our eyes, when we were probably keeping our eyes closed, patient became a consumer. Patient started behaving more and more like a consumer, saying, I have rights, I want to know, I have the need to understand what is being prescribed to me. And all those changes meant that the patient behavior was changing rapidly. And that happened in front of our eyes. We kept our eyes closed as an industry. And therefore, as Sanjay mentioned, that patient centricity has come about in a few instances, but not everywhere you can say that it is the same. Not every company has delivered patient centricity because of that, because we kept our eyes closed. Now, the next change that is happening because of technology and influence of technology is consumer is becoming a participant. And by that means that consumer is saying that, look, I am a patient, I am fine, but I want to participate in my treatment. I want to be partnering in my treatment. He or she is not any longer content by saying or being passive or being only at the receiving end. And it's important too. And I think since Sanjay took the example of Genevieve, I can tell you about what is, in diabetes. Earlier, we used to think that, okay, we go to a doctor with some blood test report, 𝐻bA1c, and then we are to a doctor prescribe something and we continue. And sporadically, we go back to the doctor. But today, aren't we seeing a lot more instruments being used? You have point of care in such a way that you can know your blood sugar levels any point of time. You don't have to wait for anybody to tell you anything. You don't have to go to a diagnostic center. You can do many things yourselves. But then all approvals of diabetes or agents or treating agents have been given in conjunction with exercise and lifestyle changes. Please take this drug. Therefore, the first line of treatment of diabetes is basically managing your lifestyle and not drugs. This notion we should take out our mind that diabetes first line of treatment is drugs. It's not. It's the way even approvals are granted. So if that is the case, then who has to do this? The patient has to do it. Patient has a diet, patient has a routine and exercise to do. So unless that patient is a participant, nothing is going to happen in terms of treatment that works well in terms of outcomes. So this is one very big change that is happening. Everywhere a patient is a participant, learn to respect that as industry, and therefore your patient centricity will improve because you have to understand that's what is happening at the other end. The second big change, which we have to now encounter as companies, is the fact that we were used to verticalization of our companies, pharmaceutical companies. By verticalization means that, oh, I am in diabetes therapy and therefore I will have these drugs in diabetes and therefore I'll promote this in diabetes. Or I'm in hypertension and I'll do this. Or I'm in asthma and I will do these things. Though in asthma, the integration of a device and drug became much more acute and very much quicker. Companies will have to start thinking from verticalization to horizontalization themselves. And horizontal means I have to be completely agonistic to thinking like a pharma company. I can be having drugs, I can have diagnostics, I can have devices, I can have counseling, I can have many other elements incorporated if I want to be participant in that theory or in that treatment. If I don't do that, then I am going to simply be watching time pass by and leave myself alone in an industry as a supplier, nothing else. Take this into context when you start thinking of how I might have to market myself and my medicines tomorrow. This is not going to be the same thing as yesterday. Obviously, you can integrate a lot. I think you can integrate a lot, but let me now show you some interesting stuff. If I can, let me see whether I can share this. I hope you are able to see something that I'm trying to show here. Yeah.
Yes.
So, the fact remains that once you see the transmission.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sir. Please make it full screen because
I have tried to make it full screen. There is something that is going wrong. Is it okay now? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So, I don't think you need to read through these descriptions in that big way, but please understand that we are no longer living in healthcare 1.0, where you produce medicines and somebody will consume them. You're not living in healthcare 2.0, where diagnostics, devices, special services, all that came in, and there was somebody was taking care of some element of the story, and you were part of the chain. You're not living there. You're living in healthcare 3.0, where unless you have an entire ecosystem which is ready to support the patient, you're no longer relevant anymore. Yeah, you cannot say that this is not my problem or that is not my problem. Everything is my problem. If I have to treat a patient, everything is my problem. But the problem is that healthcare 3.0 is going to quickly move into healthcare 4.0. And this will happen in the next 2, 3, 4 years. And what's it going to happen? You will find a lot of things coming into play when you start doing services of a particular medicine or participate in a treatment area. I'll tell you a simple example. I've been thinking and doing a lot of work these days on fertility medicines. And in fertility treatments, you find a lot of chains that have come up and all kinds of stuff that has happened. But why has industry changed so much? Why is it no longer a gynecologist who is a fertility specialist alone is the center of treatment? The reason is there are several things that happen in that treatment. It's a long treatment, it's expensive, people don't have the money to pay for it. People have cash flow issues, not so much of cash issues at times. People have counseling issues, people come late to treatments. Many of them do not require the treatment of hormones, they require something else. I think 9 out of 10 cases can be resolved through many different ways, while 1 out of 10 cases might require hormonal therapy. But then that analytics that you need to do throughout and what can succeed and what cannot is a very technology supported one. Now, if I go in and say that I'm marketing a fertility hormone and therefore, please, I'm participating in the market and therefore I need to be successful, doesn't work anymore. I need to be participating in every area. And if I'm not, then there is no question of I succeeding. Why is it that pharmaceutical marketers don't think that way? Because it is far more difficult and far more effort intensive. And many a times they don't see linkages enough. And unless you see those linkages, you're not going to go anywhere. You have to start looking at your ecosystem in a much deeper way. And mind you, many a times people ask me that I've been saying some of these things over the years, and people have been saying that, look, this is theory. We don't know when this will happen. And every time I had predicted some things will happen in 5 years, has happened in 3 years. So now when I'm talking about these things, I have full belief that the earlier that you think of and earlier you act on, it is going to be better. The biggest problem that we are having in patient centricity is building trust. And trust is not going to be built by saying that I sell a drug. Because there have been several reasons perceived in a different way. One of the biggest psychological reasons always is the fact that this is the only time in people's life where they are doing things without choice. I don't go to a doctor with choice. I don't go and take treatment with choice because it's without choice. I have a disease, I need to get treated. And therefore, in that no choice situation, I hold everything against somebody. And therefore, industry is something which takes the punches because of that. But if we have to build trust in today's environment, we have more chances to succeed than yesterday. Yesterday was very difficult for us. Accepting campaigns, accepting awareness, accepting government policies, we had no other ways of really reaching out to the patient in such a way that we build trust. Today, we have a lot more that we can do by doing precision care, patient management care, supporting patients. As I think Sanjay also explained in a case where do microfinancing. I did that experiment some 15 years ago, I think 12 years ago in hepatitis C, and succeeded in increasing treatment rates by 8 times in Punjab. So I know that these things happen. So there are more and more ways of trying to be more transparent, more quality conscious, more supportive, more participative, build a much better support system for patients. All that can be done, and therefore we have a chance as pharmaceutical marketers to build better trust. We did not have this chance yesterday, and if we forget this, we'll lose out on a lot. And I just wanted to show you that how much a pharmaceutical marketer will have to start thinking now. Don't read again. I can send you all these slides. It's not some rocket science that I'm telling you. But if I tell you all this is important and all this you need to understand, many times people are not ready to believe. But time is today. If I am in a disease where diet and lifestyle changes are important, therefore I need to be in preventive healthcare. I have to understand what is preventive healthcare, and unless I'm promoting preventive healthcare, I'm not going to be a participant in treatment. This might be counterproductive for marketers to think that why should I hit my business and prevent disease from happening? But that's my duty. I'm in this business. I'm living this business because there is a cause. And in a social cause, you cannot say that I will benefit from the situation. I have to always say why and how I can help to avoid the situation. And if that is the case, then my participation becomes that much more longer. So look at amount of things that a person, but also on the other hand, as much as I'm saying that you have to think of a lot of things, the ability to think because of technology and managing all this, managing the whole ecosystem is that much more stronger. And we are able to do all this because technology allows us to do it. Otherwise, we were not able to do many of these things. Again, I'm showing you something by which when I have to now start looking at a pharmaceutical marketing presentation, I actually keep this kind of thing in mind. That has the person talked and thought through everything of this kind. What if the ecosystem has to be, monetized on its own? Can the ecosystem be monetized separately from the medicine? And if not, then there is not enough value being created for the patient. Now, that is the biggest challenge that we are seeing. So, I'm creating a digital ecosystem now, and my challenge to the team has been, if I have to market my ecosystem tomorrow in the investor conference and say that, look, can you invest $100 million to buy this ecosystem? Because this is irrespective of what medicines I sell. There should be investors who should be ready and say, okay, I'm ready to do it. Only then, therefore, there is proof that I'm creating value for the patient. Start thinking about these things. It's a difficult journey, but it's very well assisted. Technology has allowed a lot of assistance for us to do a lot of stuff, which was not there yesterday. So if you don't start thinking about it, you will not do it. And many a times at the beginning of our life in product managers or marketing managers, end up creating events, end up creating leaflets, end up creating some promo campaign. Fine, do you really think that job is really that productive and really that effective anymore? I think you should challenge your company and within your company that why are we not thinking differently about these things? Why are we doing the same things that we were doing 30 years ago? Is it really going to help my patient at all? How creating a nice leaflet and beautiful leaflet is going to help my patient? Is it really making my life changing for my patient? It's not. So why am I doing and spending time there? But suppose I'm in a disease where there is really psychological issues involved and barriers are more mental than and psychological than physical. What happens if I have a buddy or health buddy or a counselor who can help through this? Or somebody who helps understand that why diseases happen? What happens with autoimmune diseases now, with biologics coming in? We are reversing certain diseases. Have the patient, do the patient understand that? Patients generally are falling prey to the fact that there are some age-old treatments that are continuing and only second line of treatment should be biologics. Why? Today is the age of biotech. If you look at all the top 10 medicines of the world, most of them are biotech medicines now. They're biologics. If the world is changing to ensuring that we are trying to do disease modifying or disease reversing agents, I think we should start looking forward to creating an ecosystem for them. And just cannot help trying to think about it as chemistry medicines anymore. But then these changes are important to us. And unless we are willing to participate and think about it, nothing is going to happen. So remember two big headlines. One, patient to consumer revolution we missed. We should not miss consumer to participant revolution. Second, organizations which have been trained over the years in trying to verticalize their organizations have to stop thinking verticalizations and start thinking in a horizontal way. If they cannot think horizontally and they keep thinking that they are tablet producing or injection producing companies, nothing is going to change for them. And these companies will die over a period of time. We are already seeing a lot of these companies dying in the marketplace. Some are dying slowly, some are dying faster. Do you want to be one among them or do you want to be a company of the future? And that's the change that patient centricity is bringing. No longer we are driving what treatment should be and how patients should take treatment. Patients are driving the entire ecosystem now, and the quicker we realize it and better we change earlier, the better we are for tomorrow's world. So with this, let me stop. I think I might have given a heavy dose of theory today, but it was important for me to make these points because future is looking very, very different from what we have learned in the past. And every day when I get up in the morning, I realize that my 30 years experience every day comes to a naught because I don't think I have been taught what I should expect for tomorrow. And therefore, I cannot say I'm an experienced campaigner because it's not helping me anymore. I have to learn about the future. I have to learn about all the integration of services that I need to provide patient a better outcome. So I hope this helps you to start thinking about the future quicker. But thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Wow. Sanjeev sir, that was the dose required. In pharma terms, I would say that was the dose required for all of us to hear from a stalwart like you, telling the industry, telling the marketeers who are present here, who are watching us at forums. There were very, very important points that you mentioned. And at last also you said, do not die this silent death that is occurring in this industry. Do not become a supply chain organization. You need to, the organizations need to think and work towards it. We are moving towards healthcare 4.0, and it is going to come sooner than later, as you have already pointed out. And the most important statement you made, Sanjeev sir, related, which affected me personally, was a patient is thinking like, if your company, a pharma company, is not a partner for me in my prevention care, I'll not allow it to partner me in my treatment care also. That was an awesome statement that you made, and it makes a mark as a person, as a patient, if I consider myself a patient of something to me. Thank you, Sanjeev sir. It was really, really required. Any comments from you, Vivek sir and Ashok sir, because you both are there?
Enlightened, totally enlightened. And I wish Sanjeev sir is in the industry for at least another 100 years.
So my dear friend Bansi is here. I think he is a much bigger stalwart than all of us.
Yeah. No, I think Sanjeev, it was as usual a great insight on patient centricity and more into what the pharmaceutical industry is going to be in the future. And I've been following you quite closely, and this is something, a great insight for today's session. I mean, you were telling it's difficult after Sanjay, but I think you complimented Sanjay, and both of you put forth a synergistic effect. And now the third person coming in, Dr. Bansi Sabu, is going to create even more informative things for the marketeers and the pharmaceutical industry as a whole. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ashok. You're kind.
Thank you, Sanjeev sir. Please be here with us, sir. We are going to show patient videos and then do inciting after Dr. Bansi Sabu's talk. So welcoming Dr. Bansi Sabu to the forum. Thank you for joining, sir. In a few words, I'll just introduce the doctor because everyone knows about him. I'll not take much time. He's Chief Diabetologist and Chairman of DiaCare, Diabetes Care and Hormone Clinic at Ahmedabad, honored with Fellowship of American College of Endocrinology, American College of Physicians, International College of Nutrition, Royal College of Physicians, and MNA MS. He is International Diabetes Federation Chair-elect for Southeast Asia 23-24, immediate past President of RSSDI, Research Society for Study of Diabetes in India, President of Indian Obesity Society, Honorable Vice President of Diabetes in Asia Study Group, Honorary Secretary of Diabetes India, and the list goes on. So Dr. Sabu, I'll not read out much. The topic on which he is going to talk about is what the medical professionals say as a social cause, how pharma can help to delay the pre-diabetics from becoming patients with diabetics. So Dr. Bansi Sabu, over to you. Please enlighten us with your thoughts, sir.
Thank you. First of all, thanks, Swati, for kind words of introduction. Thank you, Ashokji, for giving me an opportunity to talk on it. And it is really very difficult, after Sanjay and then Sanjeev, both of them are close friend and great speaker to talk on. And it's really a new forum for me to talk because something which we normally talk to our patients or to the doctors community or to the diabetes community where something new comes and we just talk on some scientific basis. So it's really new and I was very excited also. I was thinking that what I should talk on this particular platform. Let me share my slide. Can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My voice and everything is clear now? So the topic given to me is a social cause, how pharma can help to delay the pre-diabetics from becoming person with diabetes. Before I talk about this, we should talk about how diabetes had become really a big problem for our country as well as all over the world. This also, I'm sure many of you must have seen this slide multiple times. This is International Diabetic Federation is talking that how diabetes is increasing. And similarly, in last 20 years, the number of pharmaceutical products as well as the industry size is also increasing as the number of persons with diabetes is increasing. But still, only 50% of them are diagnosed. Now, what is more problematic is a challenge of pre-diabetes. As we know that already diabetic patients are not getting themselves investigated for knowing that they are having the high sugar. In our country, where we have 77 million people with diabetes, 50% of them, they don't know they are diabetes. In 2021, our own data of IDF is talking 74.2 million, but 50% of them, they don't know they are diabetes. The pre-diabetic population is even more. If you see in our Southeast Asia population, the number of people with IGT is somewhere around 46.9. But one more data from India is saying that almost similar number of persons with diabetes are also pre-diabetes in our country. Again, there is one more challenge. There are patients who may not have the high sugar. They may not have even pre-diabetic population also, but they are at the high risk of developing diabetes. So that's what, if you calculate that number of persons who are having high risk of diabetes, having risk of developing diabetes, then this number will become another 150 million in our country. So I mean, a challenge is huge. People are not getting investigated. And then there is a role of industry person as a social cause, that if we diagnose them, if we screen them, can we prevent their diabetes or not? Now, this incidence completely in our country is changed in last 25, 30 years. If you see the data from 1990, and if you see the data of 2016 to 2020 or 21, you will find across the country, those number of states in our country having the diabetes status less than 4% population, young population, I mean, having diabetes. Now they are having more than 7-8% of the adult population have the diabetes in our country. So prevalence of diabetes in our country is increased like anything. But as I already told you, the undiagnosed diabetes in our country is very, very high, and where industry can help us, not only for pre-diabetes, but for undiagnosed diabetes in our country also, because almost 50% of them in a rural area, and even in the city and town also, it is 1/3 of them, they are not diagnosed with the diabetes at the time of diagnosis. They should be having the diabetes and they should be diagnosed early also. Why it is important? Because at the time of diagnosis itself, many of them have complication. They have already abnormal blood sugar level, but at the same time, they have already complication. And this is a one paper from India, 𝐷IAP-CARE study, a multi-country study in Asia reported a diagnosis of diabetes among Indian subjects was determined at a delayed stage. The delayed stage was so much so that they have presented with complication. We get the patients from ophthalmologist, we get the patients from a foot surgeon, we get the patients from cardiologist or a nephrologist, and they refer the patient that somebody is having already diabetes because this patient has been admitted for retinopathy, for nephropathy, for cardiac complications, for infections, for foot complication. One more challenge is that we are getting diabetes in our country in a younger population. And again, that is the population which does not want to get themselves checked up. If you see the industry, how the pharma industry can help, they can help their own people who are already in this working age group. And I'm sure many of them must be having high sugar or dysglycemia or metabolic syndrome or a pre-diabetic population. They should work on them also. And at the same time, they should also see that how the diabetes can be prevented in themselves as well as for their family members, and how they can help the society for prevention of diabetes. Because the working age group in our country is a young age group, is the country in our country having high risk of developing diabetes or pre-diabetes, and they are already the number of people diagnosed with diabetes in our country. 72% of them are in this group of between 20 to 64. Diabetes control in our country is suboptimal. So this is the data of 2014. And if you see the data of 2020, the status is almost same. Less than 25% of the patients or 30% of the patients are actually having good control of diabetes. So now, in spite of last 20 years of so many medication, so many industry support, so many conferences, so much of continuous medical education program which we are doing in our country, is still the suboptimal control of diabetes remaining, those who are diagnosed with diabetes. Now, why I'm saying this word, it's very important, because my talk is that how pharma industry or in their social cause can prevent the persons from pre-diabetes to diabetes. That is our primary target to talk about. But I'm talking that those patients who are diagnosed, first I'm talking of diabetes diagnosed, 50% of them not knowing. So now to detect pre-diabetic population is more difficult. They already detected diabetes at the time of complication. Then those who are having diagnosed diabetes, those who know their diabetes is diagnosed, even if I show you the data from 1995 to 2005, 15, 18 or 20, what we are seeing is 2/3 of them are not under good control. It means somebody is already with diagnosed diabetes, even he is not able to take care of his diabetes. We are talking something who is pre-diabetes, who is only at the risk of developing diabetes. Now to educate that person, that how diabetes can be prevented, that's only a borderline case. It is extremely difficult for us. The number of persons with diabetes is really a matter of concern. It is a matter of concern for India across the country, that how many people are having diabetes and they are getting diabetes complication. The pre-diabetes, 9 out of 10 don't know they have pre-diabetes. So this is a second major challenge, how to go for them. Because 50% of diabetic population, they don't know. Now, those who are about the pre-diabetic, 9 out of 10, they don't know they have pre-diabetes. To explain the patient, when we get the patient whose fasting sugar comes 116, when we explain this is impaired fasting hyperglycemia, it is known as IFG. If your post-meal sugar comes 160, if your HbA1c come 6.2, we explain the patient you are in a condition called pre-diabetes, which is also increasing the risk of cardiovascular complication. It can be prevented. You can prevent your diabetes progression. It is extremely difficult, and one of the most difficult part is they don't know whether they have pre-diabetes also. So 9 out of 10 don't know they have pre-diabetes too. Type 2 diabetes starts years before diagnosis. So I think better to target the population not with the pre-diabetes, rather we should target the population who are at the risk of developing diabetes, because that is much easier rather than someone to have a pre-diabetes. Who are at the risk of developing diabetes or having metabolic syndrome? Very simple. The half of your abdomen, half of your height. If you are 160 or 170 centimeter, your abdominal girth should not be more than half of your height. That is what if it is more than half, it means you are at the risk of a risk of developing diabetes or cardiovascular disease, and it comes one of the criteria for metabolic syndrome also. So that is much easier, whether it is in office, whether in the clinic, with a GP clinic, physician clinic, the person who is coming not for diabetes, and they should be investigated for the sugar. Now, even if their sugar comes normal, they should be educated that how this abdominal girth can be decreased and how the complication of this increasing abdominal girth is increasing your risk of developing diabetes. The other side, those who are diagnosed with impaired fasting hyperglycemia, IGT, or with HbA1c, which is higher than 5.8, they can be further educated for intensively for lifestyle modification for prevention of diabetes. And some of the patients who are having very high risk, they can be given like lipid lowering agent, metformin, or the alpha glucosidase inhibitor for prevention of diabetes too. In our country, even the prevalence of diabetes is very, very high, but the awareness is very, very low. And this is 60% of urban Indians unaware that uncontrolled diabetes is going to affect their organs. So this level of awareness is in our country. Even their sugar is uncontrolled, they don't have that idea that this can lead to the complication. So to educate them that how your fasting sugar of 112 is going to have the complication like heart problems or a kidney problem, I think it becomes extremely difficult for them. 1/5 of the pupils only they know that the obesity is the primary cause of diabetes. So this higher abdominal girth is really a problem for them. We should educate more for that. Many of the people, they feel that diabetes is primarily inherited because my parents was having, my mother was having, my family member was having, and that's the reason they have diabetes, but it is not true. They should be educated that diabetes can be prevented. Even your family members were having type 2 diabetes. Those who do not have the diabetes, they feel they will never get it. Some of them are 55, 60, they are eating, they are become obese, they are overweight, they feel they are not going to get the diabetes anymore because they don't have, either family history or they have not developed till now. Many of them feel that it is just checking a sugar is sufficient. If their sugar is normal, it means they can eat everything. And those who are diabetes or even those who are non-diabetics, they are ignorant about their sugar level. And there is also one more important thing that many of them, they have the not having family history, they feel that they will not develop the diabetes. This is the reason this one paper just before some time, myself, Anup Mishra and 𝗬𝗓𝙧 had put it that blood sugar level should be considered as a new vital sign. We all know that pulse, blood pressure, respiratory rate, these are the important vital sign. During this COVID time, everybody started understanding the importance of oxygen saturation. Even the general public, everyone was knowing that what is the oxygen saturation in the body. Similarly, the sugar monitoring should be considered as a vital sign in our country. Unless we advertise it so much so, unless we create so much awareness in our country that this is a vital sign for prognosis. If somebody have the sugar level high, someone have the higher abdominal girth, it is going to cause the problem or complication in their life. So they should know more about the sugar level. This should be considered as a new vital sign or a fifth vital sign. We have done one campaign for this, being a RSSDA president during my presidency for 3 months, a Defeat Diabetes program, which we have run, reaching out to 100 million people in 100 days. And testing, tracking, and treating them. That was our primary idea of this Defeat Diabetes campaign. For 3 months, it was testing for those who have to have higher risk of developing diabetes. As I told you, it's very easy, those who have higher abdominal girth, tracking for those people who are having diabetes, and treating for those who have uncontrolled diabetes. That was the 3-month campaign program which we have done, with a mission that to reach out 100 million people in 100 days. And to declare blood sugar is a fifth vital sign, for which we have done a lot of social media campaign for this. The awareness for pre-diabetic population and awareness for a obese people in our country is very, very poor. And for that, we all can work together. And the corporate social responsibility of CSR activity of pharma industry can help really for that. The person who is having pre-diabetes, he thinks multiple times, what is pre-diabetic? Am I have to get treatment for this? Is there any molecule for this? Whether they go for doctor's consultation also, it's really, even in a city like Mumbai or Ahmedabad or Delhi, which is such metro city, even people don't go with the pre-diabetes. They feel that it is a some sort of a, within few months I will able to control. And then they come after 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. When you take the history, we find that before 5 years, he had developed diabetes. Actually, it was a sugar which was around 6.2, 6.4. Even if you don't treat the pre-diabetes, they are going to have all those complications with the diabetes can have. So for another 3 or 5 years, they may not develop full-fledged diabetes to reach out to the doctor for treatment, but still they are also can develop all the complications of diabetes. So there is a lot of window of opportunity for the industry, for the stakeholders, for healthcare providers, for health and wellness influencers, for a persons with pre-diabetes. There is a lot of opportunity which is there in the market, because a lot of people with pre-diabetes and they are not aware of it. If you just see the cost of diabetes care, it is not in the drugs or not in the medication. It is in the complication. So I always say the cost of therapy in treating diabetes, or now per se is pre-diabetes, is more with the complications, not with the medication which we treat or the educate which we do. So screening for pre-diabetic, now how it should be done? Should we do with them with the fasting? Should we do with the 75 gram of oral glucose, or should we do with HbA1c? The best way is to do their A1C, because if it is more than 5.7, we can put them on a pre-diabetic, because single test, non-fasting, anytime it can be done. Because to do a OGTT is more cumbersome. Getting the complete fasting plasma glucose was also very, very difficult. What we have done in our this diabetes defeat diabetes campaign, and then we have published the data also in a young population in our country, a countrywide defeat diabetes community screening program. What we have done is that people who are having the sugar first time detected during this campaign, or those who have fasting plasma glucose of more than 110, or those who have HbA1c of more than 5.7 or 5.8, they were detected. And then this data which we have published, that in India actually ICMR or DCGI gives the guideline that those who are above the age of 35, they should get their regular sugar checkup. While in this campaign, we could find there are a lot of people between 20 to 35 in this age group who were detected. It was 11%. I mean, those who are not knowing about the status of their sugar, they were detected first time either pre-diabetes and diabetes. And that's the reason we have returned to DCGI and ICMR that people in India should be screened not at the age of 35 rather than 20 or 25. The pharmaceutical company can play a key role in education and awareness. Up to 80% of the people with diabetes can be delayed or prevented through lifestyle changes. Now we know that even diabetes can be reversed also. So pre-diabetes, definitely it can be reversed if we can create an awareness and education program for them. Companies, pharma company can play an active role in supporting educational program to help the people for better manage their condition too. With diabetes being one of the greatest threats to public health in 21st century, the rationale for strengthening efforts to prevent and controlling this menacing chronic disease is compelling. Pharmaceutical companies will play a vital role in the fight against diabetes by supporting those diagnosed with diabetes to effectively manage, to live their condition, educating those who are undiagnosed or currently at the risk of developing diabetes, or they are already pre-diabetes, advise and raising the awareness among those who may be at risk in the future to take measures to prevent diabetes onset further down the line. This is addressing a policy needs for prevention and control of type 2 diabetes in our country. This is what, and pharmas can be more than medicine by focusing on preventive care. So we just may not be only focus on the medicines, we can be more on prevention aspect too. It's very difficult to change the lifestyle or habits of the persons, because we all know that someone to tell that now you eat more vegetables or avoid fatty meats or avoid fried things or go for daily exercise. These guidelines are really very difficult. So they require a lot of education. They require a lot of awareness. Even people know that it is going to help them. It is going to help them from sedentary lifestyle if they become more active. People started using now apps by knowing that how many steps they are walking, they are running, all these things. But still, the awareness is to be increased, and where industry can support from this. From drug to cure, pharma's role is really emerging in this ecosystem. And I'm really very thankful for the idea that a talk is given to me on that, how industry can help for prevention of diabetes or prevention from pre-diabetes to diabetes population. We should intervene early to prevent both diabetes, not only diabetes, but diabetes and cardiovascular disease. With this, I thank once again for this opportunity. I'm very much thankful for this.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazzi. Thank you so much, sir, for taking us very quickly through what is to be done in this space. As a top doctor, your voice sounds to us as like we should be there in the awareness, in the education, in the prevention part of it. Vivek sir, any comments, any questions to Dr. Ghazzi? Ashok sir, Sanjeev sir,
Dr. 𝐻𝐴 made a very, very important statement that the maximum diabetic patients are in the age group of 20 to 64, which means a lot of patients in Gen X may be having this disease in the future. And we have to look at the mindset of the Gen Z. They are going to be digital savvy even before going to a doctor. They may have already diagnosed the disease. They may also know what is the treatment for this disease. And it becomes a challenge, not only for the medical professionals, or even for the pharma companies, how to tackle these kind of patients in Gen Z. And therefore, many of the societies like RSSDI or CSI or API, they should try to educate the doctors in handling Gen Z patients who are tech savvy and they know what kind of disease, the treatment for the disease before they approach a doctor. Just putting up both, okay, if you have already met doctor, Google, please don't come to me. That is not, what do you say, Dr. 𝐻𝐴, on this?
Somebody had seen the Google, then should not come to the doctor. Is it like that? So, many people, they keep on, seeing and searching the Google, and they want to know each and every answer from the Google only. It's really very difficult for them to understand. Sometimes they should reach out to the doctors. But the unlucky part is that in India, we don't get the patients who are asking us and coming to us that, doctor, my family have a strong family history of diabetes, or my brother had developed heart attack in a young age. How I can prevent for myself? We see a lot of patients who is coming, a young guy, 45-year-old, coming with his mother or his father, showing his diabetes or heart disease or dyslipidemia or hypertension. But at that point of time, he's discussing everything about his father or mother, but he hardly have any time to understand that whether I can prevent my disease or not. I am 45 also, I am 50 also, whether I will develop all these things in next 15 or 20 years. He is having all risk factor for that. So that requires a lot of awareness. Now, awareness, you can say that after down the line, if 10 years, if every doctor of a diabetes or endocrine or a physician who is seeing 50 patients, at least 10 of them are coming not for the taking the medication, rather they are coming there just to take the consultation that how I can prevent my disease, how I can prevent my obesity, how I can prevent my abdominal girth, increasing abdominal girth. That is what the success is. So if we all can increase the awareness, in coming decade, in 2030, people should come to us for a prevention. We don't have even preventive doctor also. I mean, you will not find any doctor in India who is writing himself as a preventive diabetologist or a preventive cardiologist. They write clinical cardiologist, clinical diabetologist, intervention cardiologist. We don't write, it means we don't have those type of system. We don't have preventive problems. So that is very much required. And there also industry can help us. How this prevention clinic should be, it should look like how diabetes clinic are. So the similar way, how preventive clinic should be, whether in a government setup, public sector, in a private setup, how a preventive setup should look like.
Thank you, Dr. Banshee.
Yeah. Dr. 𝐶𝑚, I had 2 quick points. One is,
yes.
I think very important that what you said about the population that is susceptible to diabetes as much as people who are diabetic. I think we should start doing some calculation on the impact of productivity loss due to diabetes and hypertension, and therefore the impact of GDP loss. My guess is that India must be losing about 1 to 1.5% of GDP growth because of diabetes and hypertension mismanagement by patients.
I fully agree. And it is going to increase in next 10 years.
Yes. So that is one. And second is that if that is driven, probably we will get more support to ensure what you mentioned rightfully is that in these 2 diseases, prevention or avoidance has such a big positive impact on society that we have to push for prevention and avoidance at any cost. By changing lifestyles and changing diet, we have to do a lot for people of this country.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah. Let me take up a question to the panel, sir, because after this, it will be a patient video and patient interaction thing. One question to the panel. What is your viewpoint about digital patient counseling system? Means digital and then counseling, they are merging. What is your viewpoint? Anyone can take up this question.
So my personal experience as a doctor, because in last 2 years during COVID time, our digital consultation increased significantly, particularly in the first phase and then during second phase. And patient also started understanding the importance of digital consultation, and we being a doctor. But in India, actually speaking, we are doing digital consultation since many years. With the telephonic consultation, people keep on calling the doctors for their minor or major problems. Then WhatsApp came, and then people started talking to us on WhatsApp also, sending us the message for that. And it had become by ICMR guideline also during COVID time that it is official. You can do a digital consultation and you can charge also, and you can send someone a digitally e-consultation paper, and against that you can charge. So it has really improved and increased, particularly in field of diabetes, where the clinical examination, if you have patient already seen by you, the follow-up becomes very easy because you know many aspects of things. And now that video consultation, even if you want to see the face, you want to know some of the parameters, you can ask the patients and you can do. The only challenge is the education. Digitally to educate someone is very, very difficult. The disease like a diabetes require a lot of education for monitoring, education for diet, education for exercise, because in that 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So like in my clinic, what we do is if somebody is consulting, we also tell that simultaneously the educator or dietitian will be also on the board and they will be also doing. So in afternoon time, we still have the slots to do all these things. But that effectiveness of this digital consultation, particularly for lifestyle modification, is really poor. They continue to take the medicine. They will change the medicine also. They will buy the new medicine also, but they will not do. So it is like that while reaching to the clinic, while coming to the clinic, it is more effective. They follow more regularly, and particularly for diet and exercise. That is not followed when it is done digitally completely. But I would like to listen from others also. What is their opinion? Because that's very important.
A quick point is, I think, the cost of treatment has always excluded the time cost that a patient spends in travel. the cost of travel, the cost of waiting. And this is something which is a huge burden on the patient. And in cases of chronic therapy where it is possible at times to do consultation through help of technology, we'll have to keep on encouraging that, because ultimately it will bring the cost of treatment down for the patient substantially. Obviously, there are elements and time in that therapy where, as Dr. Saboo, I think you say, patients will have to physically come. But otherwise, if many, out of the, let's say, 4 or 5 consultations in a year, if 2 or 3 can be managed technologically, it saves a lot of time and money for the patient also. It brings cost of treatment down in our country.
For diabetes, is a once in a year is sufficient if they can do 3 or 4 consultation online. That is what we promote also.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bansi and Sanjeev sir, for answering this question. Sanjeev sir, one question has come directly for you. About the change you are asking the industry to do, how to start for this change and make the organizations ready to listen to these trends that you discussed. How to do it means the how is still a problem.
I think it's a very simple answer to that, Swati, is that be bold, be tough, be bold. Open your mouth and say that I want to do this. Most of the times people are in organizations like to say yes, sir, and really don't talk anything about their mind. Yeah. So if you're bold and you're able to talk, I started my life that way. I kept on speaking whatever I wanted. Earlier, people might used to call me, maybe this guy doesn't know a thing, is arrogant or is speaking too much. But the people realize that, this guy is not meaning any of this. It is just that trying to make a change in the way we work. So all of us have to be bold enough to speak up and start the change. Nobody else is going to change. We have to change.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjeev sir, for this. From this panel, we will take the learning forward. We need to speak up and ask for change, do the change, be the change. Thank you to the dear panel members who have joined us till now. We will move towards some different sort of session now, workshops and all. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev, and thank you, Dr. Bansi Saboo, for joining us today and enlightening the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Ashok sir. Yes, sir.
I would like to personally thank Dr. Bansi Saboo taking off his time from a busy schedule of the last 3 days international conference that with multiple sessions that he is having in Bombay. He is not in Ahmedabad, he is in Bombay. And thank you, Dr. Saboo, for accepting the invitation and taking time out from this international conference to be with us.
Thank you,
today.
and thank you. It's all my pleasure. I am obliged for this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the platform, Pharma State Academy, Dr. Bansi, and 300 plus participants also. Thank you for enlightening us today.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you. Now let us move towards the panel video discussions, eagerly awaiting to see the videos and do the insights and these insights will be done by the best of those industries. So we have chosen very diligently which panel member will be there in which panel discussion. We will, first of all, I will like to thank my team, the video creators and the patients for the hard work, patients for giving us permission to, share their journey. Some of the patients have also said, no, we will like to be in front and do not mask anything. So thank you for that. Some patients have asked for masking, some have not even started the video, but shared their journey. Thank you to all those people who shared their journey of disease with us. I will especially thank, first of all, my intern team and my team and all those who have created videos, helped us create videos. From my team, Vivek sir was there, Zena, Gauravi, Shazia, they all did fabulous work of creating. Shushma did the editing, and Dr. Satish was there behind all of this. And then we have the team of young interns from Narsi Monji and Jamia Hamdard, Trishank Gupta, Pranav Gupta, Dhruv Gupta, Dhruvi Thakkar, Manish Sardana, Paritosh Srivastava, Shreyoshi Groshal, Priyamvada Mathur, and Sharaban Tohara from Bangladesh, Debashish Mondal, Dr. Nusrat, and Mr. Hasim Jabbar. Really thank them for getting us these videos. The panel discussions will start from now, and I have one more person to help me today, co-host and moderator, Zenna. Zenna is has a rich and varied experience of 25 plus years in sales, marketing, and business strategy across pharmaceutical companies, domain knowledge of various therapies, both in acute, subchronic, and chronic segments. Co-author of the book, What Does the 21st Century Pharma CEO Want from the Brand Manager? It's a book for all greenhorn pharma brand managers. Currently an educator, trainer, and a writer. Welcome, Zenna.
Thank you, Swati, for that wonderful introduction.
And now let us move towards the diabetes panel. I'll quickly introduce the panel we have with us today, and then we will move towards showing you the videos. So we have Dr. Ashok Bhattacharya, industry veteran with over 40 years of experience in global pharmaceutical MNC in leadership and managerial roles. He served on Takeda Asia Pacific leadership team and earlier on executive management team and Merck Serono leadership team. He's a member of Leadership Excellence, Harvard Business Square. Welcome, Ashok, sir.
Thank you, Swati.
Thank you, sir. And then we have Mr. Sachin Bodawala, ex-director, Business Excellence, Go-to-Market and International Business at BI. He had an 11-year stint there, and earlier he was with Pfizer with an 18-year stint there. He talks about go-to-market, digital health, digital channels, digital transformation, and has built and developed profitable businesses from scratch and launched some of the largest brands in the market, which eventually created the fastest growing pharmaceutical company of India. Welcome, Sachin sir.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Swati.
And then we have Mr. Alhad Mahajani, Vice President Marketing, Juventus Healthcare Limited. He's a business strategist and marketing professional with a wealth of experience and proven track record of success in the Indian pharmaceutical industry. With a career spanning over 25 years, he has been a key player in the growth and development of some of the most well-known names in the industry. Not to be forgotten, he is doing his PhD on the subject of patient centricity, and we had a wonderful talk 2 days back when he joined the Bangladesh panel discussion also. Welcome, Mr. Alhad. Let's move towards watching the videos. Please be patient with us. There are 2 videos, 1 minute. We have tried to edit out some parts of the videos because they are long videos. The panelists have been sent the raw videos, so they have the insights with them. And the first video would be around 12 minutes. Second video would be around 9 minutes. We will try to look at them and then start the question answers to the panelist. Dr. Satish, can we have the patient videos?
What are the experiences? What are you having?
I know I have diabetes and I take medications and I walk as, you know, whenever my wife shouts at me. So basically that.
Does diabetes run in your family, or you're having diabetes because of some other reason, like stress at your workplace or eating habits?
No, it run in the family, but mine started with the stress. There were certain situations in 2018 where I was very much stressed, and I guess that's when it happened.
At that time, did you panic? Tell us what exactly you did at that time.
Frankly, when I found out I have got diabetes, you know, that's who I am. You know, if I have it, I have it. I have to deal with it. So no sense panicking about it, you know. Half of my friends are like a medical profession or something or other. So I asked them, and they said, okay, those two, you have to walk a lot and you have to stop eating sweets. That's it. I've been taking less sweets. But then again, you know, you just cannot hold your tongue. So once in a while I do take.
Also, if at any time after taking the medication for diabetes or insulin injection, do you feel dizzy or giddy, your hands were shaking, had tremors, or they were suddenly sweating?
No, Sazia, nothing like that. Look, let me tell you about my diabetes. When I found it in 2018, it was as high as on empty stomach, about 14 some days. I'm very, not at all much informed about this medical thing and our human body. So 14 is okay. Ye kya hai 14? Then I looked it up and then I said, okay, it's bad. And 20, I started taking medication, but never felt dizziness, vomiting, sweaty hands, nothing like that. And then now it's on empty stomach. Some days it's 5, some days it's 7, rarely it's 4. Usually, even on empty stomach, 6 and 7. And I'm really okay with that. I do not have any kind of physical stress or uneasiness, at least not me.
Do you follow the doctor's instruction for exercise and diet regimen?
Diet, yes, because I take, I've been, how do I say, I've been enlightened by my wife that because I take metformin, so my hunger is less, but I kind of feel hungry every 2, 3, 4 hours, 2 and 2.5 parathas in the morning. Now it's an effort to finish one. So that's one minus, I think. I cannot enjoy food that much. Yes, and I do, like, coming back to your question, yes, I do walk. I've been told to do it 4 to 5 times, but I end up doing 2 to 3 times max. That's for half an hour on the treadmill. And I do it at my own leisurely pace. I don't rush it. And I don't take, our usual mithai and all that as much as I love to. And I do not take raw sugar. I use sweetener in the coffee sometimes. And I kind of been forcefully staying away from sweets, as much as possible. But it's not that I don't take it, I do. Chocolate, somebody brings it from abroad.
What gives you hope and motivation on the days when living with diabetes feels especially very difficult for you?
No difficulty as yet, trust me.
So, since you have told me that you are a sweet tooth and you have shared some of the stories as well, can you tell us about your feelings during festivals when family members eat sweets and you are stopped from having sweets?
Yeah, I look at it, I want to, then I think that, nahi yaar, ye to achha hi hai, nahi khana chahiye. So I kind of resist myself. But once in a while, I do give and pick up 1 piece or 2 pieces,
Speaking of family, how did your near or dear ones feel at that time? Did they panic?
I'm the youngest in the family, so already all of them has experienced at some point in time. So nobody panicked, just, as usual, when you have, in this part of the world, we are very family knitted. So especially my sisters, nahi khana chahiye, you don't do this, watch yourself, umar kam hai, and you are already got diabetes and vagara vagara. So I said, "Are yaar, chodo."
Can you share how the pharma industry can be of help to patients or caregivers?
Create some kind of wonder drug. Seriously, jokes aside, that, you take 1 pill a week or something like that instead of 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, or half in the night, on all that kind of crap. Because you're a working lady, in life, when we are really working people, it sometimes is not possible to have it just before lunch, half an hour before lunch, because the doctor said so. So these kind of things, if they can improve on it, wonder drug once a week, or just 1 tablet in the morning, because mostly our life, I don't know, but mostly our life has been, when it is work, it doesn't end at 6. It carries on sometime. We have got, commercial visitors and other things. You have to go out for dinner, take them around and whatever. So it gets difficult, at least for me and the people I know, that to just have another pill at 8:30 in the night before dinner, because dinner not necessarily is at 8:30. So the pharma industry needs to come up with some kind of wonder drug, something. We have been to the moon in 1969, and this is 2023. What are we doing all these years? The awareness is not there. The pharma industry really need to come up with, like in Facebook, we see all kind of crap all day long, but there should be sponsored information about diabetes, like this is what the pluses, these are the minuses, this is how you need to take care of yourself, and enlighten us, teach us, help us go with the thing. Why do we have to end up with the doctor? Because Google is a wonder itself, so if it can be made more easy, accessible information that we can, really go about it, that would be helpful. I take one insulin, I take 0.5 mg once a week, and that's given to me by this very elderly doctor at 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻. So she ended like, mother hen shouting at me, it is so high, it is 8, you should do this and you shouldn't do that. Okay, then she prescribed this medications, 𝗦𝘂, 𝙁𝙤𝙧, and another one, and this injection once a week. So state of mind, I think this insulin helps me. If I'm having a regular diet, not indulging myself with chocolates or sweets or anything, empty stomach, I get between, frankly, 6 and 7.5, which is high, I presume, but I'm happy with it because I was at 14, so I've done great. And somewhere in my head, I feel that this insulin helps. And this insulin is not, it's selling in Bangladesh, produced locally by local company. Some doctors prescribe it. So once I got it at 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻, my wife and I went to see this doctor, and and she said, yeah, this is good one. I'm glad she gave it to you. So I was kind of, it was on my, the company who makes it, I don't know how it works in your industry, but they need to give an ad which says, it could be said as a wonder drug, take it, feel good. So more for the common people, there should be more information. See, the economic condition of the world is in a mess. So the family people, the common people, we feel stressed, and that's gonna give us diabetes. So there is nothing we can do about it, except the pharma people need to come up with something fast, something good. Like I said, some kind of wonder drug which will cost us less money to buy, but will give us more relief instead of a daily thing, weekly stuff.
Is there anything else you wanted to share with us?
More advertisement, awareness. That's it, and make it easy for people. Make it simple. Make it, layman to understand that if it's okay if you miss your pill in the morning, it's still okay, but you need to carry on and face it, and not scare people. Oh my God, you got diabetes, you have to be careful. No, you have it. Face it, live with it, work on it.
Yeah. Let us play back to back both the videos, and then we'll start.
Yeah, sure.
Question. So make it easy for us. That is what I remember from this video. patient asking for making it easy for him.
क्या तकलीफ था आंटी आपको?
मेरे पहले पेट में दर्द हुआ, फिर मेरे को डॉक्टर के जाना पड़ा, फिर 2 दिन एडमिट रही तो फिर बोला कि शुगर है।
कितने साल पहले आंटी पता चला शुगर है?
ये मेरे को 10 साल हो गए थे, उसके बाद नहीं, पहले ही।
आज से 10 साल पहले?
हाँ, आज से 10 साल पहले पता पड़ा था कि शुगर है।
शुगर है, तो उसी समय आपकी दवाई शुरू हो गई थी शुगर की?
हाँ, फिर तो दवाई शुरू हो गई थी मेरे।
और फिर क्या हुआ आंटी?
फिर वैसे लेती रही, फायदा नहीं पड़ा, फिर डॉक्टर दवाई बदल दिया।
दवाई बदल दिया?
हाँ,
फायदा ना होने की वजह से?
फायदा नहीं होने की वजह से फिर दवाई बदल दी उसने।
तो जो आपको पहली बार पेट दर्द हुआ था उसके बाद डायबिटीज की वजह से कोई और तकलीफ हुई थी?
उसके बाद तो नहीं हुई, फिर वो दवाई चालू कर दी थी डॉक्टर ने।
तो कंट्रोल में था?
कंट्रोल में हो गया था फिर।
अच्छा, फिर उसके बाद फिर आप क्या बता रहे थे कि
फिर
दूसरी तकलीफ?
खाना खाती हूँ तो खाना हजम नहीं होता, वापस मुंह में से आ जाता है, फिर खाना खाती हूँ उसी की वजह से ये हुआ था मेरे को।
अच्छा, तो दवाई जो आप ले रहे हो वो इंसुलिन तो नहीं ले रहे हो या फिर इंसुलिन ले रहे हो?
हाँ, वो तो मेरे चलती रहेगी, दवाई तो चल ही रही है।
इंजेक्शन तो नहीं ले रहे हो?
नहीं, इंजेक्शन नहीं लगे।
अच्छा, अभी टैबलेट वगैरह ही ले रहे हो?
हाँ, टेबलेट ले रही हूँ।
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो दवाई लेने की वजह से आपको कोई कभी तकलीफ महसूस हुई?
कभी कभी होती है, वैसे पेट में दर्द होने लग जाता है।
तो रोज आप दवाई ले रहे हो या कभी कभी छूट जाती
नहीं
है?
नहीं, रोज लेती हूँ, वो डेली की दवाई
टाइम
है,
से?
रोज के टाइम पे ही।
सही है, तो इसी वजह से आपको लगता है कि कंट्रोल में अब?
हाँ, इसी वजह से मेरे को कंट्रोल में लगता है कि सही है मेरा।
तो कभी आपको डॉक्टर ने बताया आपको कुछ कि कुछ और अलग करने की जरूरत है?
नहीं, और तो कुछ नहीं बताया उसने,
बस दवाई चल रही है?
दवाई चालू।
आपने अलग से कुछ ट्राई करने की कोशिश करी हो, आयुर्वेदिक वगैरह?
नहीं नहीं, ये नहीं।
बस
हाँ,
एलोपैथिक दवाई आपकी चल रही है 10
हाँ,
साल
वो
से?
चल रही है 10 साल हो गए।
आप घुटनों में दर्द का कुछ बता रहे
घुटनों
थे?
का दर्द ये शुगर की वजह से ही रहता है ना।
कब पता लगा था घुटनों का दर्द?
ये तो बाद में पता लगा था फिर।
कितने साल हो गए तकरीबन?
2-3 साल बाद पता लगा था कि
तो इसके लिए आप वही शुगर की दवाई ही ले रहे हो या घुटनों के लिए अलग
नहीं,
कुछ
मैं घुटनों की नहीं
इलाज?
ले रही, शुगर की ले रही हूँ, बीपी शुगर की ले रही हूँ।
घुटने का दर्द अभी भी रहता है?
वो रहता है अभी तो, फिर मैं दवाई नहीं लेती हूँ।
उसके लिए कुछ क्रीम लगाते हो, तेल लगाते हो?
नहीं नहीं, वो लगा लेती हूँ, क्रीम ही लगाती हूँ। ट्यूब लगाती हूँ,
बस?
तेल लगा लेती हूँ, कभी मालिश कर लेती हूँ तेल की।
घुटनों का दर्द आपने डॉक्टर को बताया था?
बताया था, उसने ऑपरेशन बताया, पर मैं नहीं करा रही।
उन्होंने सीधा ऑपरेशन बता दिया?
हाँ, लेकिन मैं नहीं करा रही।
तो ये आपको कैसे पता चला कि ये डायबिटीज की वजह से घुटनों का दर्द है?
तो डॉक्टर नहीं बताई थी कि ये वैसे हो जाता है, तो
हो जाता है?
हाँ, इतना नहीं है, चल फिर तो लेती हूँ।
तो घुटनों के दर्द के लिए उन्होंने दवाई नहीं दी?
नहीं, मैं ही नहीं, उन्होंने दी नहीं, इतनी दवाई क्या करना है ना।
और ऑपरेशन बताया?
ऑपरेशन बता दिया, मैं नहीं करा रही। मैं, वो तो बताता है मेरे को ऑपरेशन करा लो, मैं नहीं करा रही मैं।
अच्छा,
ऐसे।
बाकी और कोई तकलीफ आंटी कुछ
और
कहना
तो
चाहते हो?
और कुछ नहीं है, और तो सही हो।
सही है। और आपको ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे जो दवाई आप ले रहे हो उसमें उसमें कुछ बेहतर किया जा सकता है जिससे आपकी तकलीफ कम हो जाए? आपके हिसाब से क्या किया जा सकता है ऐसा?
और दवाई तो यही चल रही है मेरी दवाई, तो और दूसरी है नहीं।
इन्हीं दवाइयों में कुछ
हाँ,
ऐसा किया जा
फायदा
सकता
है,
है?
वैसे तो कंट्रोल
फायदा है?
हाँ।
तो आप संतुष्ट हो अपने इलाज से जो भी आपका चल रहा है डायबिटीज के लिए?
हाँ, वो सही है मेरा।
So my first question to you would be, a lot of patients have a very different reaction to, when they're diagnosed with an illness first to whatever point that they are in the illness. So could you tell us a little bit about how the journey has been for you, starting with the diagnosis up to now, and how you view diabetes?
It's diagnosed in the year 2018, May, June. I am a thyroidic patient, hypothyroidic patient. That is runs in the family. Out of 8 family members, 8 out of 4 are suffering from thyroid. Thyroid has got a lot of side effects. I found a lot of side effects rather than the diabetes, the more with the thyroid. And patient, those who are having a hypothyroidism, lot of complications. When it comes to the 2018, when I diagnosed, it was the beginning before going for the doctor for the test and all. The initial, a lot of stress, strain, tiredness, anger, all these kind of symptoms. Generally, even hypothyroidism also was getting it. So I was not sure that it is because of the diabetes. So apart from that, my diet, I was not in the restriction, under the restriction of the diet. I was healthy, active. So life is functioning well, except the job stress. Then doctor advised me it is not coming down. Better you start using the metformin 500 milligram.
One small question, sir, is there anything that the pharma industry could be doing as such in order to improve patient outcomes or, help with better management of diabetes?
Medical society, what they will do, they are doing whatever the limitations that they have doing it. But only thing is awareness part.
So when it comes to the side effects or adverse effects that are associated with medication or certain problems that might arise during the administration, was this properly explained to you by the healthcare providers, the doctors and nurses, or is this something that you found out later?
Some doctors are feeling that, under the feeling of that you have neglected your life, you are facing that, you face it. I am going to treat. I am not a god. The reckless answers comes. I am not the god to tell you how it has happened, when it is going to. They should counsel the patient. They should have the counsel. And some of the patients, it is only specialists that I am talking about. When it comes to the semi-urban, those even MBBS, RMPs are treating the diabetes. That's another biggest challenge. Patient who go with the sugar, when they found the sugar, immediately they initiate the pills without consulting, without recommending. Merely whenever they remember, they conduct some seminars. They make awareness themselves, not to the public. Even the government is not taking care. So 30%, 40% of the population is having a diabetes means. They are also part of the government. To make the winning the government, they should also care. But even a diabetes patient also is not expression. It is the part of the government has to also take care. Diet is altered altogether. The foods which is supposed to eat only on the occasions, and it has become a regular. When it comes to the dietary chart, you ask somebody sitting over there, he will tell you how to eat. They will also in a rush, blah, 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 they said, and they send them out. It cannot be understand person who is affected by diet. It has to be taken some time, ask for phone call, then make them all right and set. So that help the nation. Tomorrow, small children also should not affected with the diabetes, because it is a generation together will have. That is only my suggestion.
We have shown you the three patient videos rather. We had to cut out because of time issues, some of the parts, but the insights will be with you, Ashok sir, Mr. Shashin and Mr. Alhad. I'll ask this first question to Ashok sir, related to, sir, can you please let the audience know what was surprising for you, surprising revelations during these interviews for you?
Yeah, thanks, Swati. First of all, let me wish the entire audience a very happy and prosperous New Year and a happy Makar Sankranti today. An auspicious day when we are having this panel discussion. Also, thanks to Pharma State Academy for adapting this route of patient centricity through the voice of the patient. Now, we saw 3 videos, yeah. And what is it that we got to know from, which we did not know perhaps, or which was something very startling? I think the first thing is all the three, the common thread is roughly stress-induced diabetes. So it's a mode of stress which is leading to high glucose levels or diabetes. Number two, I think we all feel as part of pharma organization, part of the healthcare system, that doctors spend perhaps time to explain the patient, to counsel the patient, either themselves or through dietitians or through diabetic health educators as such. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and which came up very candidly. That, for example, when the last video, it was told about the side effects and all, and said, no, the doctor has never mentioned about it as such. The other thing which is there is we as healthcare, part of the healthcare system, we feel that we create lot of awareness. I mean, like what Sanjeev was also mentioning, that we create tons of leaflets, tons of videos, and all these things, and the camps and all. And we feel that we are doing a lot for patient centricity. We are addressing patient issues, or we are addressing issues for diabetes, or for that sake, any other disease. But what came out very rightly was, we might be doing a lot of activities, but that doesn't fulfill what the patient wants. So it lacks patient centricity. It's basically, we want to do what we want to do. We want to do what is right to do. We want to do what we feel that we should do. But we are not lending our ears to the patients and understand what is it that they want from us. And see the thread, all the three, when you ask what should the pharma companies do, I mean, the one thing was a simple communication to them. That's what they are looking for. The other thing what the patient is looking for is, when say is the wonder drug, but what was also behind that wonder drug was the ease of administration, which is there. It should be cost effective. That is what the patient really looks for. And I think it was very interesting to listen to these patients and understand what we should really do in order to address address the needs of the disease area as such, and also how to improve the therapy, which will ensure proper health and bring smile to the patient's life and to the caregivers. The other thing which came also to light was that the patient's family is highly concerned. And therefore, if you look at the diet part of it is being taken care of when they are at home, perhaps. Outside, it's slightly difficult because somebody said, when my wife yells at me, so that is something, it may be anyone in the family who might say. But at the same time, there is some restrictions, like when it was told that when the family is enjoying with sweets, what about you? So the patient also understands, no, if I can resist this temptation, it's good for me, it's good for my health. That is what the patient also understood. When it comes to exercise, that's totally up to the patient, his or her time. And that is where there is a lack of total exercise, adherence to exercise. So I think these are some of the things that we learned from these videos.
Thank you, Ashok sir. Any additions to this, Mr. Sachin or Mr. Alad? Because I see, like, is your spouse diabetic as a campaign after listening to them? So, Mr. Alad or Sachin sir, would you like to add something to the answer?
So, I think first and foremost, good morning, everybody, and wish you a very happy Makar Sankranti. I think it's a Sunday well spent. Learning, maybe not flying kites, but obviously applying your thoughts actually and dealing with patient centricity, which is a great subject to deliberate upon. I would just like to add a few things which Dr. Ashokji has actually covered the topic completely well. I believe that a few comments which were there within those videos, like the frustration of the Bangladesh patient actually with the multiple doses. So while the organizations continue to spend money into finding out once a day regimens, actually, when the doctors prescribe those regimens, they still make it complicated because half a pill in the morning or a pill, and that frustration was voiced actually. An insulin dose a week actually was almost like a blessing for him, and what came out actually was that typically he's looking out for not only convenient medicines, but something like all cure actually of diabetes, where people have gone to the moon but not been able to find cure for diabetes. Okay, that is how he voiced it, and I think this is common actually. I've heard this, my own relatives and friends also asking when is the cure of diabetes going to come, and it's not unique to this patient alone. Okay, so these are two things which I saw, and the last patient actually talking about neither the doctor nor the pharmacist spending time is an opportunity which I see actually, which the pharma industry should really see and understand that this is one area which they can really work upon.
Thank you. Thank you for adding, Sachin sir. Mr. Alad, would you like to speak?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. One thing which was very evident is that apart from the HCP, the patient carer or the patient family members probably have an equal or more say in medication and affecting the patient and his compliance to the therapy. That is what I could get. And therefore, probably, as Mr. Sachin said, the opportunity could also be influencing the patient carer along with the patient. So I think there is a gap area in terms of creating awareness for the patient carer as well. This was what was evident. Sister, brother, mama, mother, all this was evident. So this is an opportunity area probably.
Thank you. Thank you. Zana, over to you for the next question.
Great. I'm happy that Mr. Alad brought about this point of patient compliance and patient adherence to whatever has been prescribed to him. So here's the next question for you, Alad. Some of these patients are apparently happy because they are adhering to the treatment, but data reveals, and I'm quoting the Capgemini report that we shared, that a good many number of patients, in fact, over 50% of patients on oral hypoglycemic medicines drop out. So what kind of patient-centered approach would you suggest, to ensure better adherence and compliance to doctors' prescriptions?
Yeah, Zana, that's a very nice question, because patient compliance and adherence comes out to be a very important issue. In fact, the other day when we were looking at patient adherence, the loss to the industry because of improper adherence or loss of adherence is to the tune of 528 billion. Now that's a huge amount when it comes to the pharma market, right? And that's an opportunity for an industry to score a quick win. Basically, getting into the theory part of it, see, there could be three major areas why there is loss of adherence. One is the factors could be patient related. The factors could be, second could be factors could be clinician related, and third could be medication related. So there are three reasons why there could be loss of adherence. Now, when it comes to patient, the reason could be being forgetful. The patient could be in a denial mode, right? He says, I don't suffer from the disease, and if I don't take a medication, it's not going to affect me much. So he's in denial mode. Then there could be cultural kind of reasons as well as to why the patient does not take the medication. Right? Then when it comes to clinician oriented, probably as it came out from the video, that clinician has not explained the importance of the medication, and he does not know that by adhering to the medication, I am already actually going to improve my life or my quality of life. So that understanding is not there. So that could be another reason. And then it could be medication related, as it was evident, the patient was looking for a wonder drug. Now, if there are side effects, the patient does not know what kind of side effects are there, and he starts to get those side effects, he may not adhere to the therapy. So when it comes to patient-centered approach, probably there is no one magic bullet which is going to help, but definitely there are going to be some principles which are going to be very important to increase patient adherence. And now, looking at even classifying the patients, there could be 4 types of patients. One, those who are actives. That means, they believe that whatever has been prescribed to me, I have to take. So you don't have to really target them. The second category of patients are those who are information seekers. They want to learn about their medication and then try to abide by or adhere to their medication. The third kinds are, who are skeptics, who by influencing or, by coercing probably from the doctor's end or from the nurse end, they could, really adhere to the therapy. And fourth time are going to be, benigns who do not believe that medication is required for me. So when you classify those patients for a pharma industry, what is important is you need to classify those patients like those who are information seekers or those who are skeptics, and probably, look at developing a communication channel, because these are the kind of patients who are going to get influenced by what you're going to communicate to them. Right? Probably what comes out is that we need to classify these patients, and then we probably need to communicate to them. Right? So I would classify these steps of patient-centered approach would be understanding the root cause of non-adherence, right? Then looking at probably collaborate with various kind of stakeholders, in terms of developing a proper communication. This could be patient carers, this could be clinicians, this could be nurses. Then you have to look at maximizing the touch points to communicate what you need to communicate. Now here technology plays a very, very important role. It could be using gamification, it could be using in SMS, it could be using posters, information channels, right? This could be useful. You need to focus on right patients, so that for a pharma industry, what is also important is ROI. If you tend to focus on all those kinds of patients are not going to respond to you, then you're going to increase your costs and your effectivity is going to come down. You require to create patient experience. And finally, what is very, very important is you require to get patient feedback on a continuous basis. That is what is going to be very, very important as to which channels work, which channels do not work. So all this could be in summary trying to develop a patient-centered approach. Another important aspect is, not taking it too far, is going to be absolute right investment on kind of packaging which we need to do, so that patient adherence can go up. These were the few points which I thought I must share with you.
Really, really good points brought up, Mr. Ardagh, and I hope somewhere pretty soon, sooner than later, there is some company which starts working on these, and I'm sure a lot of patients will definitely benefit if some of these are taken into action. Ashok sir, yeah. Mr. Sachin, anything that you would want to add to this answer?
Rather, Zena, I would rightly ask the question to Mr. Sachin here. When we are talking about drug adherence and compliance, like any company thinks of focusing their patient centricity campaign on drug adherence and compliance, it will always ask for ROIs, what is increase in revenue. So what are your thoughts? How it helps if we focus on drug adherence and compliance?
So first and foremost, let me compliment Alad. He has covered actually the entire aspects of patient adherence and compliance in a very lucid manner. Actually. So I'd like to put some data to it, and that would help maybe the marketeers who are here sitting actually listening, look at the size of the opportunity which is available. Okay, so the same Capgemini study talks about 50% adherence. Actually, the rest is not actually in the world, and this is developed markets like US and Europe and all, and possibly they believe that it would be significantly less in India or even developing countries. We have Indian data too. Okay, and some of the studies done in Tamil Nadu or Uttarakhand and all put the data at around 43-44% or so. So first and foremost, that misconception that the adherence is extremely great in India is a misleading statement. Actually, I don't think that is correct. Okay. The Capgemini study also talks about the fact that there is, if you increase adherence per se, actually there is an increase sales possible of 36%. So that is the kind of quantum which the brand manager can look at in terms of working on this area. So now when the numbers are right, possibly going and selling it to a BU head and maybe asking him to make investments in patient adherence becomes a little more easy. Okay. Having said that, let me go back to what Sanjeev Navangal said in the morning, and I actually talk about trust. Actually, most of the patient adherence programs in India actually are not trusted per se actually by the stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, I include the entire medical fraternity, whether it is the doctors, whether it is the chemists, whether it is the patients, or the even the relatives of the patients, and so on. Okay, there is a reason to believe that these are all very short-term and short-sighted approaches in terms of increasing sales rather than looking at the betterment of the patient per se. Okay, so when you're looking at patient education programs, patient benefit programs, or patient adherence programs, whatever you want to call it, actually first and foremost we need to go back and look at not only what is in it for the organization, but what is in it for the every single stakeholder, and not make it purely a discounting strategy or a strategy of selling more pills to patients actually. So this is the first area which we need to address together. You looked at various other examples, maybe what Dr. Sanjay Mitra talked about in the morning, and which is related to the Cipla asthma case, or even when you looked at the insulin sellers like the Novo Nordisk or the Eli Lilly's of the world, and they are front runners in the way they use patient educators in terms of managing patient expectations. If you look at this Capgemini study again, actually they talk about the fact that the maximum impact which one can get out of investments in patient adherence is through patient education, actually, and patient educators or nurses being used most effectively. And this is the area where we as a industry don't score well, at least in India, and possibly not even well abroad, actually. India is an area where patient organizations do not exist, and possibly in the current world where even the content is created by the customer actually and the patient, it would be great to use this group to give voice to what we want them to actually voice out, and possibly address those quick wins the way they come across to us. Okay. The last one is actually which possibly Ashokji talked about in also, that there's so much of online communication, there is so much of focus on the kind of things which are made available to the HCPs, that this needs to possibly have a relook in terms of whether the investments are going awry or whether there's any great impact out of it. So these are areas which I believe is something which we need to look at. Now, where are the new areas which you can work on? Okay, and in India, actually, if you look at the huge volume of patient shift which is going towards the online pharmacies is one area which one can look at. The social media is an area where possibly, so digital is a space where one can really look at it in a big manner. The online pharmacies not only have patient data, but they can give you aggregated data of concomitant usage. They can give you data in terms of the kind of side effects which the patients have. They can give you the data on adherence and compliance by the patients and so on. So one can actually aggregate the data and look at through maybe machine learning or AI technology, address even areas which you would like to quickly, because ROI will be a question mark, and you'll need to put resources only in places where patients are also so keen on actually participating in such kind of initiatives also. So I believe that there are hosts of things which we can do. The industry can look out for ease of medication in terms of continuously focusing on more convenient pills, more convenient injections per se. The losing interest of the patient can be addressed by very many social media initiatives or digital initiatives also. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sachin. One point I noted is the trust factor that has to be built in whatever communication that we build in social media or with any patient. And second is the mindset shift that you are talking. We are still looking at patient support programs as selling more pills. I just got hold of when you said this, that we are still looking at it as we have to sell more pills, so let's do a patient support program. I think that is the mindset that we need to change. Thank you for making that statement. Zena, over to you for the next question.
So my next question, I will ask Ashok sir to to give an answer to this. So Ashok sir, one of the common things that came out in the video was that stress, anxiety, depression can further aggravate your sugar levels. So what kind of strategies or what kind of tactics would you suggest that should be employed to tackle this huge but you can't be ignored kind of problem along with diabetes?
One of the things is, yes, stress does lead to hyperglycemia as such. Now, various types of stress can happen. What pharma industry can really do, or the healthcare industry can do to address this, is the stress after knowing or after being diagnosed as a diabetic patient. Because one of the things is that there are a lot of word of mouth which goes on. If it is a diabetes, it will damage the organs, you will become blind, you will have to go for dialysis, your kidneys will be affected, you might have to go for amputations. All these things keep on happening. So when the patient keeps on thinking about this, oh, I am a diabetic, I will have a multi-organ damage, I will have this, all these things when it comes, it leads to further aggravating the glucose control rather than controlling the glucose levels. On the other hand, it also leads to other complications like hypertension and things like that. What we really need to do is to make the patient aware, not the Google, but make the patient aware in a more scientific way that, okay, you have diabetes, fine. You can control your sugar levels, and these are the ABCD things which you need to do. You need to take your medications on time and not leave it on the way. The second is, don't feel shy of taking medications when it is required to be. Maintain your diet, even in a social gathering. Prevent from taking too much of carbohydrate or avoid sweets and things like that. That's what we can say. These are things which will keep your glucose levels under control, and you can delay or even avoid the complications of diabetes. These things to be. Now, how do you communicate this? It can be through the patient pack itself. So I know of a diabetes drug which was launched in India by a multinational company, and it gave all the tips of how to prevent diabetic foot and how to check the diabetic foot. Now, one of the questions which was there during the earlier panel was the digital stuff of it. Whatever said and done, I recently did a study for a big multinational company on dosage adherence and things like that, and also another study on patient care, the digital care which we all talk of. So there were 3 types of reports which came. One was the aged population, and the aged population felt we must go to the doctor despite the digital stuff. Because until and unless the doctor touches me, the doctor sees me, the doctor uses the BP instrument and the stethoscope, despite the fact there are home measurement services available, that section of the population, even learned, literate, highly placed professionals in the industry, they felt that same thing. The middle class also had a similar feeling of that. Now, when these are the real life studies which were made very recently post the pandemic, when digital became so much popular, and as Dr. Bansi Sabu rightly mentioned, some things can be tackled, but not everything. Everything cannot be tackled. A counseling, for example, cannot be tackled digitally. That is what he mentioned. And therefore, what I'm talking about is, if you want to lower the stress, spend time with the patient. The healthcare professional needs to counsel the patient. The doctor needs to comfort the patient. Follow these advices. Follow your diet, follow your medication, adhere to the medications, do the exercise, change your lifestyle. And these are certain things which will help in reducing the stress of the patient, which is induced because of being a diabetic or being a hypertensive. Diabetic counselors need to explain that if we don't do these, the complications will come. So if we do, we can avoid complications. So let us not create a panic in the minds of the patients, but let us comfort the patient, speaking the science to them and explaining to them in a simple language. That is what the patient is looking for. Because when we saw the videos, the patients are talking about what healthcare industry or pharma industry can do is to communicate things in a simple way. Forget about the discovery R&D once a week or once a month and all those things. Forget about that part of it. But when we're concentrating on the stress part of it, at least what we can do is comfort the patients with a simple communication of the do's and don'ts and how things can be avoided in the future. I think that's my feeling about how do you reduce stress in the patients.
So your answer really strikes a personal chord with me. So just a small example of, 2 years back when I was diagnosed as a diabetic, most of the people in my family came and started talking to me as if this is the end. Matlab, there are people who hugged me, cried, said, "Ab to khatam ho gaya," and I had to counsel them instead, saying, "Boss, aisa nahi hai. It's not the end of the road for me. Please don't start crying for me." So there is a lot of. I agree with you absolutely, because I've been part of pharma. So kuch idea tha. Maybe if I would have not been exposed to pharma, I would have also cried and thought, it is the end now. Ab to pack up karo karke, types. So honestly, this strikes a personal chord. Your answer does strike a very personal chord with me. Thank you for that.
And also, the communication has to be not only with the patient, but also with the family of the patient who spends a lot of time, because they can also continuously counsel and keep the patient motivated and desist from, avoiding things which are not recommended. So the caregivers, the patient families and the patient, all of them need to be educated. There are only a couple of centers in India where it happens. I know of about 2-3 centers where it regularly happens. And there, we have seen records that patients have not got any organ damage even at the age of 102 and 103.
Wow.
And these are in South. I am not naming the center for confidentiality, but many people in the industry know that there are particularly 2 centers in the South where the maximum number of patient records are there. And these type of programs takes place, and there the incidence of organ damages are very, very low, and the complications are deferred for a long time. So I think that's what is required.
Wow. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that wonderful, answer and the suggestions along with it. Over to you, Swati.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Ashok sir. So yes, I think I named the campaign really well, sir. Is your spouse diabetic? So that creates a caregiver attitude. So let me ask the next question to Mr. Session. I'll take this. Vivek sir has asked me to ask this because he is considering the dental segment also being related with diabetics, because there are symptoms are related. There are markers which can be, I'll just put a stop in my video because connection issues are there at my end. I'll just ask the question. Am I audible?
Yes, Swati.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So, Mr. Session, the question is, there's a correlation between good dental and oral health, and it can delay the pre-diabetic persons from becoming diabetic patients. If a person keeps a good oral health, it happens. Can you suggest the role of brand managers here? It is generally done by dental companies like Colgate and Hindustan Unilever, and it seems like their promotion. Even I myself being a dentist, I received such things from the site, but it actually hits as a promotion. But do you think pharma companies in anti-diabetic products can have a role to play in spreading the message of good oral health?
So, first and foremost, let me say the sweet tooth actually as a terminology which we use is more common in diabetes, which is known. Actually, I think the saliva also secretes sugar actually, and that ensures that. But there are many misconceptions, and obviously, pharma brand managers have and it's a wide space. Let me put it. I tried to do a Google search in terms of understanding the collaboration in between pharma companies and say companies like Colgate Palmolive in the world, and you find almost none existing. I tried to write questions on ChatGPT actually in various forms, and ChatGPT told me that there is none which is existing. Please, anything actually which will come in future, please, we will let you know. Okay, but there is nothing which is there. So it's a white space. Let me put it like that. So do pharma companies look at non-pharma companies and have partnered with them in many ways? Okay, so that's not unique today. That there are many examples of similar kind in the past. There are companies which have partnered with medical device companies. There are companies which have partnered with FMCG companies. One example which comes to my mind is, like you said, about Hindustan Unilever and a pharma company which was marketing doxycycline, which was with a neutral pH, unlike the acidic pH of 𝐼𝐸. Actually, they marketed they partnered with Hindustan Lever and spreaded the message of Dove, which is a neutral soap, and there was free sampling of the soap given by the company actually to and the entire gynecology fraternity. Okay, so there are partnerships, and I think they work wonders. So this is a white space. It needs to be looked at. There is a huge opportunity when you look at what Dr. Bansi Sabu was speaking actually, and if you go back to his conversation on the recording, you will see that he has talked about a lot of patients coming from various specialties, but he didn't mention the dentist. Okay, when Ashok ji was talking about launching a product, a company talked about food ulcers and diabetic feet, where possibly it's a quick win, and there are many companies which have done that, but till no company has done anything about dentistry per se. Okay. And having said that, actually RSSDI and Colgate have a partnership actually for Colgate diabetes toothpaste. Okay, they have gone in, and it's
is there a net issue?
hygiene methods and so on. So it's an area which is a white space. I still believe that something which we can work on. If 50% of patient population in India is undiagnosed, And if there are 300,000 dentists in India, actually, obviously, if you're going to go to do awareness initiatives with other specialties like and other HCPs, why not the dentist, actually, which can harvest a large amount of undiagnosed patients who come with bleeding gums, who come with gingivitis and so on to the dentist, and can lead into a better patient outcome for even diabetes and the patient can be passed on to the specialist too. So I believe there is an opportunity actually that there are not much examples which are there existing, and we can look at them going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Shashin. Yeah, a quick question, Zana, to Mr. Alhat, and then we'll move towards the next panel.
Sure. So one last question to you, Alhat.
Yeah.
How important is it to identify patient journey, and how can marketeers, pharma companies play a key role for better outcomes, in order to ensure better outcomes for the doctors as well as for the patients?
Thanks, Jana, for this question. Now, patient centricity, one of the important aspects of patient centricity is going to be patient engagement. And when we are going to look at patient engagement, what is very relevant is their emotional status, because you cannot compel anybody to get engaged, right? So the first step of engagement starts by understanding the emotional status of the patient which he is in. And when you understand the emotional status which he is in, your communication is likely to create more impact, because it is going to get more into his gray matter, and therefore he is going to get charged. So what is the objective of patient centricity? It is to create patient activation for a particular action, and that activation will happen when he is engaged. And to get him engaged, we need to understand the emotions of the patient, and therefore understanding emotional journey of the patient would be essential for us to be specific in terms of our communication, because every stage of the patient will have different needs. So just to take you through, there is a beautiful Kubler-Ross grief cycle, in which there's a patient journey given that you have the denial phase, then there is an anger phase, then there is a bargaining phase, then there is a depression phase, and finally there is an acceptance phase. And what is important is that during the denial and anger phase, it is information and communication which is very important to the patient. Then during the bargaining phase and early depression phase, it is emotional support which is important. And during the acceptance phase, it is guidance and direction which is important. So once you understand this patient journey, the communication which you send to him will have more impact and more acceptance, and therefore understanding patient journey becomes very, very important. This is from the emotional angle. Also from clinical angle, there could be various types, understanding the clinical journey, which could help us classify and segment the patients so that we can plan actions which are patient-centered according to the phase they are in which. So when it comes to creating patient value through patient centricity, the patient value is increasing, creating an important change in his life, or, creating value for him. And this will happen when your communication and your activities which are patient-centered will be according to those phases and journey the patients are in which, they are in which phase. Now, also what is important is you could look at individual communication, and you could also look at aggregated information when you do study of these patient journeys. So this is a short summary of how patient journeys could be important for pharma marketers.
Great. I remember seeing a very informative slide that you presented on day one of this event itself. So if pharma marketers are able to understand the patient journey, and especially the emotional part of patient journey, and then derive a communication out of that, then we have really hit the home run.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Alhat. Mr. Sharik would like to speak something here related to dental and gynae. Sharik sir, if you can add.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to add something on what Mr. Shashin was sharing with the group. What pharma marketeers are doing since last couple of years. There is a rising trend which gynecologists are really appreciating and treating is dental hygiene during pregnancy, which is somehow also have a very minimal, but there is a relative percentage which can cause your miscarriage as well. So this is an emerging trend which is very well accepted by the gynecologists, and pharma companies are coming up with different kind of toothpaste to help those subjects to keep a dental hygiene during pregnancy before it get worsen and referred to the dentist. This kind of treatments are really appreciated, and the kind of work our Indian pharma marketeers are doing in this segment is definitely a remarkable and going to make some more changes in the goodwill of pregnant subjects. Thank you, Mr. Shashin. I was hearing you since your points were very relevant to gynae and diabetic both. So thank you so much for enlightening the group.
So thanks a lot, Mr. Khan. Actually, just wanted to add, you talked about a toothpaste. I have been personally privy to these conversations within my own friends and relatives. Actually, and when a toothpaste is launched, or maybe people talk about diabetes toothpaste, actually people think about the fact that that you any which way are going to spit it out. Actually, what is it that is why do you need a sugar-free toothpaste? Okay, because there have been toothpastes in India which have been marketed which were sugar-free. Now, the whole entire misconception is even added further by such communication. Okay, the fact that dental hygiene in a diabetes patient is more important from a perspective that he is more vulnerable. But the fact is that what we are going and communicating is that a sugar-free toothpaste is going to not increase the diabetes, okay, which is okay. So I think I really believe it's a wide space, and we really can do a lot over here.
Thank you, Sharik sir and Shashin sir for throwing light around this subject particularly. There are a lot of comments coming and questions coming. Ashok sir, I'll ask this to you to just respond, not even answer. What the pharma community is vehemently saying that pharma can identify the doctor-patient disconnect to enhance adherence and treatment outcomes. Doctors need psychographic training programs, recordings of a doctor-patient consultation session, which can throw insights, and doctor can look on those, and they can also learn, and pharma can also learn from those recordings. What are your thoughts? Means pharma also needs to learn, but here the emphasis is that there should be a collaboration, a very strong collaboration between doctors and pharma, working together and doing the right things for the patients.
Yeah, I agree, Swati, because pharma alone cannot do anything directly for the patients. So it has to be done through the doctors. And I think a collaborative action between the doctors and the pharma industry and the healthcare industry in total, I would also include the hospitals, the pharmacies, everybody collaboratively within the healthcare system can ensure, deliver right messages to the patients, work towards betterment of the health for the patient, and ensure better outcomes. It has to be a collaborative effort. An entire healthcare industry has to be together. It cannot be just the doctors alone, or the dietitian alone, or the pharma company alone, or a hospital alone. No, all of them have to join hands together for a common cause of ensuring that we will ensure, for example, better patient dosage adherence, better patient outcomes, delaying the onset of complications, or minimizing the complications which are there. All these have to be done more collaboratively. For example, like what Shashin just mentioned about a sugar-free toothpaste. It's a wrong communication. It's just a selling of a brand. It's a gimmick, but it's a wrong communication. It doesn't do anything good for the patient. It doesn't do anything good for anybody. A toothpaste.
Right.
On the other hand, It's more of oral hygiene which needs to be communicated. All people should talk about the oral hygiene to prevent the cavities, to prevent gingival stomatitis, things like that, which can be even more common. And you being a dentist, you know much more than what we know, what can be the complications because of diabetes. And also, the dental setup can be one of the places from where the patient footfall can get into a diabetologist or a physician to treat that. Because when you examine the oral part of it, because of certain things that you see, you might feel it may be a primary feeling that the patient must be suffering from high sugar level or something. Let's get it tested. So when you get the blood tested and all, when it comes, you can lead the patient to the physician or the diabetologist. So I personally feel it's a collaborative act which can ensure better patient outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashok sir, for supporting this thought that is currently trending in our comment box. Vivek sir, you want to add something?
Yeah, Sachin a little bit earlier talked about the patient spitting out the toothpaste. But I can tell you there are certain medicated toothpaste which dentists say they should not spit out. Second, some very simple hygiene measures like brushing your teeth twice a day. That again is never followed. And even I did not do that till I got my first tooth extracted. So these are some of the simple things which pharma companies can do. That's all.
So I see a need of lot of awareness. See, we are discussing within few hundred people here, but what about the public? They are completely in dark that what is the actuality, where is the trust, what statement they should trust and which statement they should not trust. I would thank the panel here for doing the discussions on diabetes videos and enlightening the audience on how this inciting has to be done, where all the patient pain points lie in his or her journey. Thank you, Ashok sir. Thank you, Shashan sir. And thank you, Mr. 𝐿𝐻𝑔, for joining us today. Let us move to
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we have the next panel with us, where Ms. CG and Mr. Sharik would be doing the inciting through patient videos on the gynecology segment. Let me quickly introduce them all. Most of them do not need any introduction, but it's a formality that I have to do. In the gynec panel, we have Ms. CG Nair Kaul, a pharma professional with 25+ years of experience in sales and marketing. She currently heads marketing for Women's Health Division of Bayer Zydus Pharma, a science graduate from 𝐷𝐵𝐴HILLA University, Indore, and has completed executive business management from IIM Calcutta. She loves nature and is passionate about life, art, and inner practices. She is purpose-driven and goal-oriented pharmaceutical marketing champion with a credible track record of conceptualizing, developing, and delivering marketing strategies and plans. Welcome, CG.
Thank you so much, Swati.
And we also have with us Mr. Sharik Khan, Senior Vice President, RX Laboratories, India Formulation Business, a distinguished pharma industry business leader with more than 22 years of corporate pharma sales and marketing experience. His corporate journey began in sales and has risen from various ranks in sales and marketing. He has been part of various organizations like Lupin, Alembic, Oneberry, RX Laboratories. Currently, he is heading the domestic formulation functions of sales, marketing, business development, distribution, new product development, and HR also. Welcome, Mr. Sharik.
Thank you so much, Dr. Swati.
Zena, stay with us and let us have a look at the videos first. We'll play 2 videos. In almost all segments, we had 4 videos sent to the panelists, so they have more insights than the videos that we are going to show you today. The first video would be of 7 minutes. The second would be of 11 minutes. So stay with us, listen. Let's develop the art of listening today to the patients through these 20 minutes of videos. Dr. Satish, can we have you?
So the first question is, when you realize that PCOS has no one-shot cure but can only be managed, how did you feel? So at the initial stage, I was just worried about the symptoms and how I can cure the symptoms, because I was gaining weight very rapidly, and I could see facial hair also quite a lot. I had to go to the parlor twice a month to get my eyebrows done. So, there were a lot of problems that I was seeing, and especially the anxiety issues were increasing rapidly. So I wanted to cure the symptoms initially, and that was my main aim. And so yeah, and the next question is, you are aware that this problem can improve or deteriorate every month. How prepared are you to handle this state of mind? So I am a bit prepared, because I've been experiencing the symptoms since like 3 to 4 years now, and I understand most of the symptoms and how I can deal with them. Uh, by eating better or exercising for a regular 40-45 minutes, I try to manage all the symptoms. But at the same time, there are times when I do not understand how the disorder is working, or how I can improve on my condition, because even after following uh, all the things that I need to do, eating good, exercising, even after that, at times the symptoms do not go off, and at that point of time, I am quite confused how to deal with it. So that is a problem that still exists, especially I get very worried, because I genetically have this condition that my grandmother, my mother, everyone is little on the heavier side. So I have I get worried about that as well. Also, so the next question is, how does the weight, skin, and stress issues affect you? So the weight issue does not affect me that much right now. The next is skin. I do not experience any acne, but at the same time, there is some pigmentation on my skin, and I get bothered by that. Stress levels and anxiety is one of the things which I'm bothered about the most. So yeah. And the next question is, what is the response of your doctor, the people around you, about the condition? How do you handle such embarrassing moments? So, talking about the doctors, the experience has not been that good, because maybe they do not understand the situation in a very good way. So, they focus on the symptoms and try to treat, find out what can be the reason for those symptoms. And also I found out that some of the nurses in the hospital were making fun or laughing. So it wasn't a very good experience. At the same time, while talking about the diagnosis, so for diagnosis, ultrasound needs to be done, which is a very embarrassing process. So I would request the companies if they could come up with some other diagnostic process. That would be wonderful. Next is family. So family also, they are pretty supportive, but at the same time, they just, throw away all the food that I have. So no sugars, no carbohydrates. So um, that is quite a lot to take when you're a person who enjoys eating different types of food. So that is a problem also, and it becomes quite embarrassing also when you want to eat something, and the family is not allowing you to eat it. So that is a problem for sure. Last question, can you share how pharma companies can be of help to patients or caregivers? Definitely a lot of awareness need to be there. I mean, there is information on the internet for sure, but how to access that information is a question mark right now. The doctors also have the awareness, but at the same time, if a proper guided counseling can be there for the people who have PCOS, it would be better. Also, for families, if the caregivers or the family, if there is a manual or a counseling session, if when they where they are told how the process work and what type of symptoms can be there in any person. I mean, like hair growth or obesity can be very visually easily understood, but at the same time, if there is something like a mood swing or a craving for something like carbohydrates or sugars, that is not something which is visible easily to the caregivers. So that is something that needs to be grind into the people. Also, for diet charts or counseling sessions for the PCOS people, so that they know what to eat and what not to eat. And the most important is that a different brand or different packaging of drugs for PCOS, and which is a little separated from the general contraceptives, can be there. I mean, that would be really helpful. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So this was the first one. I'll just play the second one. Give me a few seconds.
There was a very interesting thing that she spoke around last, that the packaging different from what is there for contraceptives. I would like to ask this question later when we ask questions.
What sort of symptoms you were experiencing that made you go visit a doctor in the first place?
Firstly, I could not get my periods regularly. That was irregular of my periods and overweight and like uneasiness feeling, like fatigue and all, bloating, and sometimes the periods will be very like overflow, and sometimes my periods would not be come 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, it could not come also. And when it could come, no, like 1 week, 15 days, it would be running my like bleeding, it would be 15 days, or mainly the overweight. I used to gain weight more because of that irregular of periods.
Okay.
So that made me to go to doctor, and that uneasiness and all, like I could not tolerate it, no, so I considered the doctor, gynec.
Were you experiencing a lot of pain or anything while your periods were there?
I used to experience more the stomach ache and backache, and also my stomach used to hurt very, very much. I could not tolerate it. So I consulted the doctor. Like I visited the doctor.
And what was your initial reaction when the doctor explained it to you?
I suddenly, like literally, I cried off. I cried off. Literally, I cried off because one of my friend was having a PCOD, okay, and she was like, I used to see her. No, she was like overweight, fully overweight, and her face was filled with the pimples and all. I would even, like, I thought that I would become like this also only if I could not take the treatment, and I cried it off very much. I cried like 1 hour. I cried. And my mom told that, it's okay, you can deal with this, and with the proper meditation and all, like medications and all, I cleared it. the PCOD, like how it hits, no, like overweight, you will be having overweight, and you will be facing more of problem like periods and all, and in face also you will get more acne you will get. So I cried, literally I cried. And my mom, she supported me a lot. My family members also here, they supported me a lot. Like my mom, she literally told, don't worry, you can deal with this. And our doctor, she recommended the nutritionist. So I've gone her, and with the medications, she given a few medications for me, and with the proper medications and proper diet, proper workouts, I cured it. It's in control, totally in control. Before, like I was 70 or 73 kg. Now I am 59. 50, like variation it will be there, but I will not cross 60, that much my weight. Now I can say what my body needs, and if one day I could not work out, no, my body feels very uneasiness and all. So it had become a routine now, proper diet, proper workouts and all.
Earlier, before visiting the doctor, did you try any medication or any remedies yourself, or did your family suggested anything? Like many times there are family members who say that okay, it happens, you can just take warm water or take warm water bath.
No, before that I have not tried anything, but like few times I gone near Ayurvedic doctors, no, like to treat that, but it did not work out for me. So I directly, this time I could not take the risk, so I directly gone to gynecologist.
Did you used to take any sort of painkillers?
No, I could bear it. I could bear it. Literally, I could bear it because I was knowing, as I'm a medical student, I was knowing that what are the side effects of that tablets, no? So I could bear it. And home remedy, I could warm bag, it will be there, no? Hot water bag, I could take that. As in academics, like my college, like when the periods was like it would come, no, like 2 days I could not go to college. Only some days I could go, some days I could, like when the pain will be more, no, I could not go to college. Like 2 days I could take leave so I can rest in home. First 3 days I could feel more pain, and last 5 days I could not feel pain that much. Because my PCOD, it was in a starting stage, like it was like जड़ रहता है ना, वो जड़ था मेरा, वही clear किया.
And can you share, Gayatri, how was your family's reaction to it when they found out? Not just your mother, but like father or your grandparents, if they got to know, what was their reaction?
My father, he was he scolded me actually. Eat that burger and all. Like we used to eat very much outside foods, first of all, and then he told me like workout you do, some exercise you do, basic like the main it is no like sedentary lifestyle. I used to not work out. I used to very lazy person. Now I'm totally opposite of it. One day I could not, if I not work out, no, my body feels uneasy. So I got to know that and I changed it. And mentally also, like if we start, like I started workout, no, now I can clearly concentrate on my studies and all, like calm mind, like everything I'm getting now. What to focus on, what to not to focus on, that much.
Yes, that is.
But my family supported me on that journey. Like some days I could feel so much angry on myself. Like the tablets are so much. I could sometimes I could not like ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ like in Kannada we will say no ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡು ನಾ ತಗೊಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ tablets. I should say that. Then my mom used to say only few days are there. You must take. Like nearly 1 year I took the tablets. You monthly once our doctor she should like she used to check our weights. 1 month how much our weight has reduced. Second month how much our weight has reduced. She used to say. And like last no, like when it's came to cure, no, she has reduced our medications also. Our doctor, she has reduced our medications.
During this journey of yours, did you ever feel that had this product or service been there, it would have made me feel so better? Any product or any service from pharmaceutical companies or anything, herbal products or anything from pharmacy that you could get and you could make yourself feel better? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, like pads, sanitary pads, no, like my doctor, she suggested the organic pads for me. She suggested like organic pads. They helped me through the journey. These pads helped me through the journey. Nowadays, the heat patches and all came, no, for pain relief. At my time, it was not there. At my time, it was not there. So I missed it. Now I'm using it. Like if I got the pain or sometimes now I'm using it, heat patches and all. Now recently they have launched.
Would you like to share how you used to feel earlier when you were going through all this? Was there any sort of anxiety or
Yeah, I used to, I don't feel like going out only because firstly my body was overweight. Okay, I could not face the people. They would judge me so badly. They would judge me like I could not tolerate it. And mainly I could not go outside because of my overweight.
My last question for the day would be, in your journey, did you ever feel like there was a lack of awareness or lack of information for you?
As a medical student, I am aware of everything, like what is we could be knowing that what is PCOS, but also I cried. Then you understand that I was afraid. Like as I'm a human being, I'm afraid of that. Like it's a human mind that if suddenly something hits, no, that it can't be taken so fastly. Nothing. I was aware of that.
Thank you for those videos. Can you hear me, Zena?
Sorry, Swati, your voice is not very clear.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, better now, Swati. Yeah.
Let me keep my video off to save the bandwidth. There is some issue of bandwidth at my end. The first question to CG. CG, these ladies have been very bold, and one shared her video, another didn't share the video, but she talked about her problem very candidly, trying not to hide many things, but we know many things would be hidden also here in the talks. It seems their heads are now lighter, they're open and stress-free than before after they spoke. What do you think of this thing? Is there some insight that you generate from just the look of it?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Swati. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Pharma State team for putting up such a wonderful program, and all the audience also who have been patiently there and listening to the esteemed speakers who have come. So congratulations to you, because you're taking a step towards your knowledge, and this would definitely help in your careers. So Dr. Swati, to the question that you asked, I think it's a very, very important question. It might seem very simple that, when they have spoken, what happened to their state of mind, right? Generally, when we look at patients, we don't come to the feelings of the patient. It's usually the symptoms that are spoken about. But the second patient clearly elaborated that it's beyond the symptom. I'm a human being. I have those feelings which are there. Although the information was available to me, the second patient who was a medical student, yet it hit her, right, when the diagnosis was shared with her. So I'm pretty sure that this would have definitely helped. Okay, but it's just that not just speaking about the condition. It's not easy, right? Because they do have the fear of getting judged, then the concerns with privacy, and that many of the time it also happens that, and with women especially, that they are considered at fault for the condition. Yeah. So these are some unsaid things that come up, and yet these women came forth and spoke. I think it's amazing. It's really bold of them. While when it comes to the right platforms, it will definitely help others, because other women need to hear this. Yeah, they need not suffer in silence, because this is one of the common issues that are there. So if many more women come and speak about their conditions, it will make it more acceptable, right? Like if I look at PCOS as a condition, say 10 years back, it was not out in the open. It was still like a hush-hush thing. Oh, if I have PCOS, there's a problem. But now it has come forth. Many women are accepting it, and it's okay. Like, many women have it. So it has become more like a acceptable condition. But there are so many other conditions where women don't know about it. Yeah, and they are suffering in silence. In fact, a lot of conditions like endometriosis, heavy menstrual bleeding, or maybe, a lot of other hormonal issues, or say infertility. So those issues are there. And once women speak about it, it will become more acceptable. The treatment, since they would go to a doctor, diagnosis would become easier, and the treatment also would be available to them. So kudos to these women who have actually come forth and spoken about the condition.
Thank you, Siji, for this insight. As a woman, I also feel that we generally do not talk about it. So from where the insights would come? If we are not talking about it, who will talk for us, right? And how pharma can then help, or anyone can help for that matter, even a family member or a doctor. So this area seems to be very a good opportunity to me, that a company has to raise these talks to a different level altogether, and very openly consider women reproductive health also as a part of discussions. Thank you, Siji. Zena, over to you for the next question.
So I'll direct my next question to you, Mr. Sharik. In the second video, I think the point was brought out very clearly, that how when the girl was diagnosed with PCOS, the medical student, and the father shouted at her, kind of blaming her for the disease, but the mother stood with her. One important point she raised was, every time I felt like giving up, it was my mother who stood by me and said, it's just some more time, and you'll come out of it. Okay. Which I think really helped her actually manage the disease very well. So the question that I would now like to pose is, what role could pharma companies play in order to encourage or facilitate the patients to talk openly about their problems to their caregivers, mother-in-law, and even husbands for that matter? So what could be the role of pharma here?
Thank you, Zini. First of all, happy Bihu, happy Pongal, happy Lohri, and happy Makar Sankrant to one and all. And kudos to Pharma State team for such a wonderful interaction and giving platform not only to the seniors of the pharma, but also the youngsters, the think tankers who are coming into this profession and who are already been in this profession. So best wishes to one and all. Thank you so much, Zini, for asking this very relevant question. Before coming to the answer, I would like to just share some prevalence about this disorder. so that the audience will be able to connect themselves related to your question. See, as we know, the PCOS relevant prevalence in reproductive age of say 17 to 45, globally it is between 5.5% to 12.6%. Whereas in India, it's 8.2% to 22.5%. In short, you will be surprised that out of 10, every 2 female is suffering from syndromes of PCODs. It seems to be a very small number, but when you look into the realistic, in an absolute number, it is almost 20% of reproductive age group which is suffering from this disorder. And this is, if we see in last 10 years, definitely noise level for PCOS syndromes have been raised. And we also came to know that this is a disease which any female can have. So we are having a lot of, say, public figure who are also suffering or suffered from this disease, like whether it is Victoria Beckham or Sonam Kapoor, Sara Ali Khan, Shruti Hassan, or Masaba Gupta. So this is clear that this is no more a taboo, first of all. So this can happen too because of some genetic and as well as for lifestyle disorder as well. And thus the approach needs which pharma industry or pharma companies are moving is of 360-degree approach, which is creating a lot of awareness in a very small span of time. See, if you look back in last 1 decade, there is a lot of awareness when it comes to asthma, anemia, and now PCOD is the third subject which is having a lot of noise level all across the country. And this, as far as the initiating such discussion will definitely help for getting emotional support and acceptance from the families, and thus can build self-confidence as well to get better treatment. See, when it comes to pharma companies, how they can help or create some platform for the caregivers. In short, I can say that this is a journey where, oh no, say isko na, oh wow, or you can say badai ho tak leke jaane ka kaam karna hai. So as I was hearing your previous session when loudly you said that I diagnosed with diabetes 2 years back, and your family members were asking that abhi to life hamari change ho jayegi, and you said nahi, change nahi hogi, achhi ho jayegi. So this is all about confidence what you have got from your even family members as well. So similar kind of support everyone need from the family. So when it comes to pharma companies are really creating a lot of awareness about this disease or syndrome, whether it is a local language or English and Hindi. Awareness initiatives are not now limited only within the doctor chamber or hospitals. It is going beyond to the chemist, pharmacy level as well, more into digital platform, print media as well. And thus this multi-dimension approach of pharma or 360-degree approach of pharma marketing is helping patients to discuss about their disorder with the caregivers. As such, a disease require both lifestyle modification as well as medicines. And thus it becomes very important for a pharma company or marketeers to have a consistent in their campaigns. That is creating, whether it is for awareness of do's and don'ts or food habits, weight management, therapy compliances, monitoring of syndromes. And for all pharma companies can do what majorly pharma companies are doing are of CMEs. So apart from CME for the doctors, a lot of things can be done for the patient or for the caregivers, like engagement program at school level, making more awareness at the college level, whether it is a male or female in that class. So it's not about that caregiver should be only mother or sister or mother-in-law or even husband, what you have mentioned. It can be brother as well, could be male friends as well, father as well. So we need to create a lot of noise level from the pharma team, especially at the school and college level. Then we can have a lot of engagements of local public at public places, whether it is malls, cinema halls, corporate offices, which will help definitely. We can have some social influencer, what I have mentioned, few of the names or similar kind of personality to raise the voice. I was going through some blogs of Sonam Kapoor or Masaba Gupta, and I found they are very vocal when it comes to sharing their experience. And recently, we all know that Sonam gave a birth to baby boy, despite of having PCODs in last 8 years. So thus, I believe to engage the caretaker of the family to get the mental support, we can have lot of engagement program. Same program for whether it is patient or for the caregivers as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. Shriji, do you want to add something to this?
Yeah, I think Mr. 𝘾𝙧 has already covered the pointers very well. I'd like to just emphasize on one of the aspects, since we are talking about patient centricity. And the emphasis here that I would like to give is that, while we, from the outside world might understand the disease, the doctors who know the symptoms and the caregivers would broadly know, what it would be. But what is it from the eyes of the patient is, what is critical here. And then for each of these, although there were 2 patients that, we saw in the video, but did you notice both have PCOD? Yeah, at least as of now, what's coming out of it. But their symptoms were so different. Yeah, so which means the needs are so different from each other, even if it is just one condition. So how do we bring out that aspect, even as marketers, the audience who's listening, how are we able to listen to it? So it's beyond the terms or the diagnosis. What is it exactly the patient is facing is important for us as marketers to listen to. And the actions Mr. 𝘾𝙧 has already mentioned, maybe going forth, I'll also mention some of the other initiatives which can be put forth.
Yeah, I really like the one where he said, public places, malls, etc., where teenagers are frequenting, adults are frequenting, older ladies are. So that's where you can get exposed to some kind of a question which will probably drive you to your doctor or to somebody to seek help, saying, I'm suffering from this. I mean, if you could do that kind of awareness, I honestly think that would make a big difference to diagnosing the problem at least.
Yes.
Over to
And
you,
Siji, actually, this is, sorry.
Yeah, please continue.
Actually, if you see in a global market, lot of such awareness campaigns used to take place in banks, where you are very attentive, and also at places like Big Bazaar or D-Mart, so that you are forced to hear that. So a lot of good things which can be come up with a new ideas, and which is actually in other segments what we have seen since morning, whether it was asthma or anemia or something. But definitely this PCODs awareness, I believe, is the number 3rd ranked awareness program all across India is going on.
Wonderful. Mr. 𝘾𝙧, thank you for highlighting this question. I hope
Swati, I believe there are some network issues at your end. Shriji, are you able to hear Swati?
No, it's breaking.
Swati, I will take over the next question. Swati, if you can hear me, I will take over the next question. We're not able to hear you clearly.
Zena, am I audible?
No, not exactly. So I'll take over the next question. Swati.
Yes, yeah. Sarah, go ahead. Take over the next question. No problem.
So Shriji would like to ask you a question that, could you share with the audience what our pharma industry can do to help the caregivers at home who are close to these ladies? So a little different from the question that I asked Mr. 𝘾𝙧. One is about, supporting the patient. The other is also about supporting the caregiver, because dealing with a chronic illness, dealing with PCOD, especially mood swings of the patient, could be taxing for the caregiver as well. So where do you see the role of pharma in this?
Yeah, thanks, Zena, for asking that question, because it's important that we look at the journey of the patient just beyond the patient herself. or maybe, in other diseases, men, women, both, but also who are involved, who are the people who are involved in the entire journey along with the patient. So definitely we can, play a role as facilitators, obviously, and based on the scenario that the patient is going through, the information that is provided to the caregivers also could vary. And as you rightly said, the information to the caregivers also becomes so critical, because if the caregivers themselves are not able to be sensitive to, what the patient is going through, then, it doesn't get resolved. Like I can give example of couple of diseases like endometriosis, where women go through pain. Like, one of the current patients also mentioned that she has pain during periods, and 2 days she has to take leave. Yeah. Sometimes what also happens is that in these conditions, women are misunderstood, okay, by the family members or even at the workplace, that, maybe there's no problem that she has, it's, that she's just creating it because there's no condition that has been named for them, or she's not been diagnosed with a certain disease yet. So how do we make them aware and be sensitive about the condition towards women is important. And you rightly, took up the issue that it's not easy for the caregivers as well, because they don't know what to expect, right? If the awareness is not there, they don't know what to expect. And therefore, how will they kind of engage with the women or, support the women? That also becomes important. So when a patient and the caregivers also should go to the doctor along with the women, and possibly also be able to ask questions to the doctor about the condition or how they could support, because I know currently the challenge is even about counseling the patient themselves. And here we are talking about, also counseling the caregiver. Yes. But, maybe in the form of information that can be provided to the patients depending on the condition becomes critical. Mr. Sharik already mentioned that what are the ways it could be given and who are the caregivers to whom this information can be provided. Now, one emphasis that I'd like to give here is that this content that would be given to the patient should be co-created along with the patient, because the patient is beyond the symptoms, right? It's not just pain or acne or, excessive hair growth. It's beyond that, the emotions that are involved in the entire thing, the psychological impact that is happening on the women. So how do the caregivers support these women? If those information can be provided to be like how the caregivers can be more sensitive, how, where to find the right information, that also becomes important. And also familiarize them, that the support is beyond just the physical support or financial support. It is the psychological support and the emotional support that would be required to be given to the patient. So equipping the caregivers, we as pharma industry can kind of facilitate it, although we may not be able to play a very direct role, but giving content to the doctors or in the media, if some information can be provided, that would be really helpful in the patient journey when it comes to patient centricity.
Great. So two words have really stuck from your answer, Shruji. One is that pharma can be a facilitator to this, and that's where there is a huge, I believe, there's an open space there. As aapne bola, there is a challenge to educate patients now, and we are talking of educating the caregiver. But both these are possible. Both these tasks are daunting, but possible. And this is where I believe there's a huge open space for pharma marketeers to, really make the most of.
Very true, Sarah.
Sorry if I missed some jewels because of my network errors. But Zena, please go ahead. I'll ask the last questions to Mr. Sharik and CG both. Yeah.
Sure. So, Mr. Sharik, we have talked about this a couple of days back also, that there are hardly any pharma support groups for such patients. So, could you let the audience know your thoughts of initiating such groups, either for patients or caregivers, where pharma could really play the role of a facilitator, as Shruji said in her earlier answer?
As mentioned by Ms. CG in the earlier two questions, when she correlated with the patient, one with video and one without video. So one is comfortable and still yet vocal, and other was not comfortable but was very open to discuss her views and problems what she has faced in the journey and what is her expectation from us. So when it comes to any kind of certain group, yes, definitely there are hardly any pharma support initiative groups. There are a lot of other things which pharma are doing, but when it comes to gynae, yes, there are very less number of initiatives which we had seen into gynae. See, let's see this into the different form. I went to buy a car last year, and the moment I stepped into the showroom, he said, "Sir, आप हमारा group पहले join कर लीजिए." I said, "What is this group?" So he gave me 4 links, 2 of social media, 1 of WhatsApp. So what is this? So 1 was official by the company and 3 were made by the different people. And let me tell you, within 6 days, I was so much into that group. I was interacting with the different owners all across the India and outside India to understand about that car. So definitely when it comes to making some initiative which is relevant to the patient, will definitely, because I was also patient that time. I went to cure myself because I want to buy a car. So as a patient, I stepped into the showroom and he asked, "Sir, ये group आपको join करना है." So I got surprised कि how interactive they are. So because why? See, that salesman who was interacting with me, definitely शायद वो उतना equipped ना हो knowledge के लिए. So he asked me, "Sir, first you join this group so that you can have different answers from the different viewers." So this is the purpose why we need to have certain kind of initiative when it comes to gynae disease or disorders to make it more informative for the patient. Now coming back to how this pharma company can help. See, if you ask me, more and more initiative need to come into existence, whether it is through WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube videos, applications, app, online webinars where pharma companies can definitely have more of supportive groups they can create before calling them to certain platform. And then a need-based, you can say 24/7 assistance for the patient so that they can ask their queries. कि मैं individually आपसे बात कर सकता हूँ, I'm not comfortable in talking in the group, but can I come back to you over the phone and to the authorities of pharma where doctors or good advisors will be placed off? But before getting into this, the young marketers need to understand that yes, the pharma industry is witnessing a massive revamp. Traditionally, if you say that we are very slow in adoption of technology, but the industry is now undergoing a rapid change due to development of several technologies or innovations. So out of so many top 10, if you see, they are the 2 very important when it comes to gynae. Definitely one is artificial intelligence, and second one, which is coming up very well, is real world data. We also call it as a real world evidence as well. These are the transforming innovations in the pharmaceutical industry. Whether it is RWD, which includes patient health status, treatment data, health reports, and collectively collected throughout the routine. And the availability of this RWD is definitely through internet, sensors, variables, and restructuring the way the pharma industry is functioning now these days. So helping patient building therapy adherence should be the top priority when it comes to creating any such kind of platform. At the end of the day, what is required that the patient should adhere to the therapy, whether it is a lifestyle modification or the medicine. It's not only that the general awareness need to be injected all the time through your platforms in Facebook or LinkedIn or through websites or any other apps. What more important is the end result. So we need to, as 𝗏𝗏𝐾𝐽 said, that begin by keeping end in the mind. So the end should be that the patient should get benefit out of all these things. And providing guidance in sort of emergencies and odd hours. And the way the second patient was asking, sharing in the video, that she was too much worried. She used almost 3 times, whereas the first patient, if you see this at 7-minute video again, you will be surprised that she was concerned about the weight gain. And she talked about at least 10 times about the gaining of the weight. So that psychology, because her mother was obese, and there is someone else in the family were obese, and she was very much concerned that maybe shayad obese ho jaungi. So different patient need a different kind of approach to be handled when it comes to forming any certain kind of guidelines. I'm happy to say that there are a good number of companies who are doing this now. When it comes to endometriosis, what Ms. Nair was saying, or even in terms of in PCOS as well. And we had seen that after a year, when we analyzed how many patients hit that platform, you won't be able to imagine the numbers. You start with one education video, put some link on it, where the patient can reach out to you anytime. A single one informative video, you can reach up to 9,000 subjects or patient in a year, which is, let me tell you, which is phenomenal. If you can create certain 10 videos or 10 different way to communicate to the patient or through the group, in a year you can engage 1 lakh patient. And it's a phenomenal number, and good number of companies are putting their lot of efforts by using this RWD into it and involving patient in product design as well. Because it's not about only the engaging or grouping the patient. It's all about engaging those subjects and patient for product design and research as well. See, out of these 2 videos, one patient was doctor,
Yeah, medical student.
Medical student, yeah.
Medical student. And she was not comfortable in sharing the video. That is her personal choice. But let engage all such kind of patient for research and product design. Because वो एक patient ने बोला था ना कि how it can be different from pill and.
I was coming to that question, Mr. Sharik.
Okay, we'll address this.
This is very interesting. उस patient ने काफी अच्छे insights दिए थे. Please go on, Sharik sir. I'll ask the next.
So that's Dr. Swati is very much important while creating a group. Group is not about only a WhatsApp group or a bot. So अभी क्या ना group हम बोलते हैं तो सबसे पहले ध्यान आता है कि group बनाना है WhatsApp. So it's not about only WhatsApp.
Ecosystem.
उसके बाहर ecosystem.
Ecosystem.
Right. The ecosystem. And for all this, we have to ensure that the putting data analytic to use should be used very judiciously. Whether it is a thin lean adolescent PCODs or obese PCOS or a female who is struggling to get conceive after marriage. So there are different category of patient within this PCOS, and to cater their need, one drug or one approach or one campaign will not be able to suffice our requirement. So this is all about how we can create a differentiation from the marketing point of view. Thank you.
I'm tempted to interrupt here, Swati.
Yes.
But Sharik has talked about a very favorite subject of mine, and that is cooperating with the patient to design a product. And my favorite subject today has always been design thinking. Thank you for touching on this point. 3 cheers to you for this.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you.
Yes, Vivek, and in videos, CG and Sharik, I noted down when I saw those videos, some very minute details that were coming out. In one of the videos, she cried a lot because she has this mentality that why I got it. That needs to be normalized. That disease is a part of your life. You may be healthy. There are people who are healthy throughout their 100 years, but you will get something now and then. So there she was crying. Then there is also a Ayurvedic doctor, means the person switches from one therapy line to another therapy line. Father always scolding, doctor supporting. So this is a journey that I saw in one of the videos. The other was, she talked about nurses not good. When she went to the hospital, she's saying that nurses were like blaming her or talking about her. That is very important touch point. It may lead her to go back to home from that special incidents only, where the awareness has to be there. The nurses have to be trained on not that this is normal. This is not an abnormal case of some difference. Then embarrassed about ultrasound. So that is again one insight that is coming, that how to normalize these sort of social mindsets that we have gotten into. And then genetics, hair growth, obesity, mood swing. And the last point was the packaging. Shariksa, I need you to emphasize here what she meant was from that comment that just package it differently from you are packaging it from contraceptives.
Contraceptive, true. So I will take the last one, Dr. Swati. For the patient, when they visit doctor, they do a lot of research, whether it is through Google or through friends or through other sources as well. And the second step after meeting the doctor, they go to the chemist. And chemist के यहाँ ना बहुत सारी चीजें जो है which needs lot of improvement in the Indian society as well, because they are the second doctor now these days. Let me be very honest. So how the differentiation started कि वो contraceptive pill है क्या? Because endometriosis, she was referring because of endometriosis. In the treatment of endometriosis, sometimes contraceptive pill is also being used. So how you can differentiate the therapy within this gynae challenges, whether it is a PCOS or endometriosis? It could be in form of oral solids to sachet. It could be because she is a working woman. You can give, rather than giving them pill, you can give them some dispersible tablets as well, so that in public place also they will not hesitate. They will open up and they will just chew it. So there are good number of brands who are chewable now in this segments, or also coming up with sachet forms and different forms as well. So packaging means it doesn't look like that she is taking a medicine, proper medicine, and she wants a water and she need to open up, so that वो जो हम बोलते हैं ना कि आसपास वाले people will ask अरे क्यों ले रहे हो, ये pill है क्या? So that thing we can definitely as a pharma company, we can come up with more research and packaging part as well. Honestly, if you ask me, if you see the total market, this market 60-65% of market comes from nutraceutical, and 30-35% market comes from drugs. So when it comes to drug policies, you cannot play with them. But yes, definitely when it comes to FSI and nutraceutical, you can make it more lucrative for the patient. Whether it is a color, font, or fragrance, or some flavor can be put on it. And let me, because since I am into gynae since last now more than 20 years, we understand when we talk to the patient, doctor, first thing they ask, what is the size of your medicine or tablet? And what is the color? So right from the packaging, color, size, whether it is a capsule, so there should be no bulging effect for the patient. So there are so many things which need to be considered before getting into the market. And I believe the youngsters who are present in this forum right now, or who will see this recording later on, they will definitely going to do some research before getting into the finalization of communication and product designing as well. And that is the reason why Professor Vivek was also vouching, we need to engage patients more when it comes to designing the product. I was fortunate when we have launched the first time into India a treatment into PCOS with minoxidil, and after getting into the market, the first thing which came, can you make it chewable for our patient? We said yes, let us try. We did almost a hard work of 14 months, and we got that molecule into chewable form. And it was a blockbuster. Let me tell you, once you go out of the box, when it comes to gynae treatment, especially or pediatrics, it's very well accepted. It's very well accepted by the consultant as well. So, Dr. Swati, good things are going on when it comes to research and development. And I'm pretty sure when it comes to such challenges of endometriosis or even PCOS, in coming days, the compliance part will be better.
In fact, I still remember many years back, Sharik had launched a very beautiful product, and it was named after a color. And that pink color name, my God, what a fantastic market share it took from the brand. I mean, at that time, I never realized a brand name can have such an impact on the doctors to prescribe the products. That's, I think, again, through research.
Yes, that came through research only. Yeah, true.
My God.
Thank
you,
you.
Professor.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you so
Sharik. Siji, would you like to add something to whatever
Yeah.
insights were there?
Yeah. I think very good insights from Mr. Sharik on the product variability that can be done or innovation that can be done to address the needs of the patient. At the same time, I'd like to add here a counterpoint, rather, that, why should a contraceptive pill be stigmatized? Okay, why isn't it okay for a woman to have a contraceptive pill? Let's look at it the other way around as well, because even for contraception, the pill is helpful, and even for a lot of other conditions. So in India, if you really see, around 75% of the usage of a contraceptive pill is for the other conditions, like, heavy menstrual bleeding, for PCOD, for endometriosis, or, infertility. So along with that, it would offer contraception, but, why stigmatize contraception pill, right? So if that awareness also can bring in, let it be like a normal thing where women are okay to take any type of medication that are being given to them. Like, if you remember, for those who are in the diabetes industry since long, insulin was not considered really a good thing, right? When, somebody had to take it in public, but now it's normal. So similarly, the medication, not just in the gynec, but, even in the other therapies, why should it be stigmatized? Yeah, so if that also can come out, that would really help women, patients in terms of adherence.
Completely second this point, Siji. We have created a mindset in the society which needs to be changed completely from the way we are currently perceiving women problems or contraception, marriage, pregnancy, birth, anything for that matter. So that needs to be very vehemently put in the society. Right, we are 50% of the society. So,
true.
More than 50, yeah. The ratio is 1068 against 1000. Huh?
Thank you, Sharik sir. So we are majority. We have to do that.
And please remember, sometimes when it comes to this is especially for the young marketeers, please remember one serial name, क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी. Target the audience now, because they are going to be a caretaker for tomorrow. Huh?
Wow.
Think from the that prospect as well while designing your campaigns or brand. Target now, because वो बहू आज जो है वो कल सास बनेगी और वो कल caretaker बनेगी वो. So the patient was very to the point that she was not happy with sonography. Sonography कब होती है? Because when you are having some disorder or during pregnancy. So she was कि अगर मैं sonography करने जाऊंगी 4 लोग देखेंगे बोलेंगे sonography. So that was a hitting point, and that really need to stakeholder need to take it very smartly, how we can come up and how we can reduce the usage of sonography when it comes to treatment or monitoring of PCODs or endometriosis.
Agree.
Mr. Sharik, I feel both issues are really very prevalent. One is going for a sonography at a very young age, especially unmarried women, and the second is buying contraceptives from a chemist. Again, for an unmarried woman, that's a big challenge. Why are you buying this?
True.
In ultrasound, she was also talking about the process, the way it is done. So I think that part is again a different sort of medical issue where the diagnostics are still like not seen in the right eye.
Swati, let's talk about this, because there are a different kind of sonography. I believe that patient was not comfortable with TVS, transvaginal sonography.
Maybe Sharik sir, we are
so
not.
That, yeah. So it's not about only sonography. It might be TVS.
Yeah. Zena, I think it's time that you have to ask the last question to the panel, and then we move towards the next panel. Wonderful insights till now. Yeah.
Great. So one last question before we wrap this up. How important do you think it is to identify patient journey, and how can marketeers, pharma company play a key role for better outcomes, not only for patients, but also for doctors?
Yeah, true. So can I take this?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so I think this is a very important point that, we all as marketeers or whoever's dealing with the health of a patient needs to know, because as with these two examples also, it was so evident that these are patients of PCOS. However, their journeys have been so different. Their needs have been so different. And even going further, this is going to evolve, because a lot of conditions that we have, that women or people have to face, are lifelong condition. It's not like acute condition. So the journeys are going to evolve from time to time. So like, at say for PCOS, at adolescent, if the person is diagnosed or she has PCOS, after say 10 years, when it becomes a childbearing age, the need would be different. Then the condition that she would face might be very different from what she faced 10 years back. It could be infertility or maybe something else. And going beyond that, see, after 10-15 years, it would be a different condition or a different need or challenge that she might have to face, even though the overlying condition is PCOS. So how do we understand that? What are the moments or what are the points that matter to the women at that point in time becomes important? And how are the stakeholders, like the doctors who are around, the caregivers who are around, will have to adapt to the requirement of the women or that condition becomes very, very critical. So now this is more from the patient and the caregiver perspective. As marketers also, we need to understand that, the need of a patient will differ, or the challenge of the patient would differ. The adherence challenge at that point in time would differ for an adolescent as vis-a-vis a woman who is in her 30s, 35s. Yeah. So in adolescent, maybe their parents also will become a stakeholder there. At 35, at 30, 25, 30, the woman herself might be empowered enough to take the decisions, or maybe she would have a partner who's helping her. So all those conditions become very, very important for the marketer to understand, and therefore build in the brand plans accordingly. Yeah, what are the materials that would be made available to the patient, to the doctors, for better counseling, to the caregivers for better understanding the condition at that point in time becomes very, very critical. So one input will not serve everyone. Okay, one educational material will not serve everyone. At different point in time, different things should be made available to the patients, and this can be facilitated, very well facilitated by the pharma industry. Because for the doctor, as we saw even in the previous discussions, that counseling is a challenge. Dr. Bansi Sabu already mentioned that there's only a limited time that's available for counseling. What all things would the doctor counsel at that point in time? So if the entire experience of the patient needs to be taken care of, what are the tools that can be supported to the doctor? Then the doctor also understands that, as a company, you are trying to help the practice of the doctor in terms of retaining the patient for a longer period of time. One of the patient mentioned that, she switched doctors, right? So how long can we help the patient to remain with that particular doctor? This would be really helpful. And therefore, what is happening here is that you're building the image of the brand, you're building the image of the company, and also supporting the patients in the long run. It's just beyond the product, right? Because if the patient is happy, if the doctor is happy, the caregivers know what to do, your product will be used. Yeah, the doctors would recommend your product because it's offering much more than just the science or the efficacy that it offers, which was discussed in the previous discussion. So I think it's very, very critical, and I think I can't emphasize more that marketers should understand this point and incorporate it in the plan that they would design. Yeah.
Wonderful. Suji, means you actually thought about the patient journey and taught the audience that how they should be designing, thinking, including design thinking, and then doing the process. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Suji and Mr. Sharik, Vivek sir, Zana.
Yeah,
You want to add, sir?
just before we conclude, I just want to add one point, if all of you permit. This was more like a informal fireside chat, and I really enjoyed it much. I really enjoyed it very much. But I can say this would not have been possible without our young interviewers. The way, the confidence they showed when asking the questions, and they were able to bring out the inner feelings of the patients. And I tell you, the job they have done is fantastic. especially considering these little girls. Yes, I call them little girls because they're 1/3 my age. Yeah, literally 1/3 my age. And I want to salute the interviewers for bringing out the emotions on a subject which is so sensitive, which otherwise they would not have been able to bring out. Thank you, Swati.
Thank you, Vivek,
Thank you,
sir.
everyone. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Shari. Thank you, Ms. Siji, for being with
you.
us and doing the inciting for all of us present here. We move towards the next panel. Thank you, Zina, for being there. My Wi-Fi is a bit unstable, so thank you so much for that. We move towards the next panel, discussing upon dermatology segment. And we have with us Mr. Hariram Krishnan and Sankar Das. So, yes, we have the panel with us. Welcome, Sankar sir. Welcome. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Hariram sir.
Good afternoon.
And I'll quickly introduce the panel, which doesn't need introduction, but it is a responsibility. So, Hariram Krishnan sir, mentor and executive coach, former MD Galderma, India. He is currently practicing mentor and executive coach. Post his superannuation in March 2012, he has been a mentor to CEOs and directors of few startups, manufacturing companies also. He is a certified executive coach from International Coach Federation. And from 2001 to March 2012, Hariram Krishnan sir was managing director of Galderma India, a subsidiary of Global MNC and a globally leading company in dermatology. He is based in Mumbai and has over 40 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry with an illustrious career moving from MR to MD. That's a wonderful thing. Welcome, sir.
He was a mentor to my team too. In my
so, thank you for adding that, Sankar sir, and helping out. Sankar Das sir, former CEO of _, the business that divested with benchmark valuation in IPM during 2022, most recent and most talked about. More than 35 years of experience, he has strategized and crafted long and short-term business plans and strategies to build brands in emerging markets in India. He has consistently delivered revenue and profits and has launched and managed all the top 10 brands of Dr. Reddy's portfolio. He has successfully managed to place the gastro and oral care portfolios of Dr. Reddy's in leadership position and also the _. So welcome, Sankar sir.
I must add something, Swati, here about Sankar Das.
Yes, sir.
I think next to me, in dermatology, where I ran the company very ethically with no transactional model, Sankar Das, carried on the legacy, that I had created by ensuring, that he carried the same legacy with more fervor, right, with _, and against all the odds of the transactional models that are existing in the country today. He ran the company very successfully, keeping up the ethical values, in terms of the pharma. And he was one of the best brand creators or brand builders, I would say, in terms of, the dermatology brands. And anybody, if they talk about, Teddy Bar, I think, they should realize what he has really done. After all, somebody would say it was a soap. It was not a soap. It was a treatment modality. That's what he created. I must tell you that. And I think I was extremely proud to be associated with them for more than 8 years in the journey.
Thank you very much, sir. And he was our constant guide to my entire team. So that's where the values that we practiced, it was repeatedly getting reassured that you are walking on the right track. I think, a doyen like Mr. Hariram being there and talking to my team actually helped all of us to stay committed to the path.
Wow, so 2 industry veterans from Derma here, and thank you, both of you. Means we can see the chemistry, sir. So let us go through the videos. We will quickly run through Derma videos. One is of 10 minutes, second is of 7 minutes. Let's again practice that skill of listening and listen to what patient is saying in these 2 videos. Dr. Satish, over to you.
So the first question which goes to Swarup, when you realized that this is a disease which cannot be cured but only be managed and possibly throughout your lifetime, what was that feeling you got?
I knew about the condition psoriasis much before that I got it, maybe way back in 98, 2000. Right? So I knew that this is a condition which is not life-threatening. You have to be with the condition, you have to manage, you have to follow the doctor's advice, you have to be on moisturizers. And when it came to me in 2015-16, I felt sad that it had to happen to me, but I also felt that I am a part of the big universe of sufferers of psoriasis. So I took it on my chin and I thought that I should manage it well from now on.
And which part of your body was affected?
Initially, it affected my palms, my fingers,
I see.
of my hand, and the front side of my ankle. It's basically palmoplantar psoriasis, palm and the foot.
And Gauri, what did you feel when you had the first episode of psoriasis? How did you mentally feel?
Back in the day when I found out, when I was diagnosed with psoriasis, I did not know about the condition. It was about 5 years back, and I did not know what that was. The doctor told me that this is something that is going to last for long and you will have to take the medication for a really long time. Fine, it's not life-threatening or anything like that. But yeah, I was concerned that I will have to take the medication and I'll have to be careful. Otherwise, it might even increase. So that was there in my mind. But as I started getting to know more about the condition, I was like, okay, I think I can manage it.
Which part of your body was affected?
It was the back of my neck, below the hairline. And for a long time, it was in a bad condition. But then after some time, it went away. I don't know, it went away. It was suppressed for a year or so. And then last year, again, it flared up. And I had to switch the medications and things like that.
Yeah, this disease normally occurs in cycles, but there's a flare-up, then coming back to normal, and again there's a flare-up. But I think you are a little luckier than Swarup because it did not affect your visible parts of the body.
Actually, it was there in my mind that, okay, even if I have it, even if I have the flaky skin, like it does come out sometimes. So it's at a place where it's not visible. I can just keep my hair open and nobody would know.
I have a point here, but it will definitely affect her willingness to have tie her hair up and,
When the flare up is there and it is a little bit visible, I am really conscious to keep my hair up.
I myself was self-conscious. I used to keep my, hands down, not like this, avoid handshakes and all. This was in the background of mind, but no one stared at me or nobody passed any comment as such. But it was all occurring in my mind. Somebody could see it and could pass a comment.
Even if it wasn't much visible, I used to hold myself from like tying my hair up. What will people think when they see it, and what if they ask me what has happened? So I just held myself back from facing that kind of questions.
The flare-up was nearing. What was your feeling, Swarup?
When the flares used to come, they came with a lot of vengeance, as if they will, there's a lot of blood flowing in that area and there's a lot of itching. And I could really feel it. And I literally told my doctors that, the monster has come back and I can feel that the heat on my palms. And there are places where, there are, cracks and the blood can be seen from the outside. So this were the things with which I gone to doctors when the flares used to come, and the feeling was not good. Round the year, when the episodes is there in the peak or when there is any a remission period also, I used to use, very heavy emollients and very occlusive creams on my hand and on my, legs, patches which are there. So that's how I tried managing it. Apart from taking the other medications which the doctors have prescribed.
What about you, Gauravi, when you felt that these flares are likely to come, repetitive cycles, how did you take it?
Actually, when this thing started about 5 years ago, I
Okay.
was just a student and I was preparing for competitive exams. I had to face was when it started, I had hives in my body. There was a lot of itching and there were hives. And for a really long time, even the dermatologist wasn't able to understand what is happening to me. Suggested me to go through a derma test, like allergy, to test if I'm allergic to something or not, if I'm allergic to pollen, or when the seasons change, why am I getting this? So for about a year or so, I was on different medications, and I was told to stay away when it's pollen season and check if that is what is causing me problem, or like to avoid some kinds of allergic foods and see if it goes away.
It took about a year or so for a doctor to understand that it's a case of psoriasis, right? And you had itching on those parts. So did he prescribe any steroids like drugs or something like, anti-allergics or antihistamines?
Actually, I was seeing a doctor from my hometown. He was apparently top dermatologist from my hometown, and he prescribed me
Okay.
and along with that, I was given a shot of steroids. So that I won't get the hives and urticaria that was coming. It shouldn't come. So after that, what happened is I was under the effect of the sedative effect of antihistamines, and I used to feel sleepy and drowsy all the time. I was unable to study.
But did you tell your doctor that, this medicine which was prescribed to you, it caused the drowsiness, and did he change the drug or something like that?
I did tell him, but then that is when he gave me a shot of steroids. He said that the other option is you have to be on steroids, if not antihistamines. So, but then that messed up with my body even further. What happens with most of the psoriasis patients, it takes a lot of time to be diagnosed right. And after that, maybe the right medication would start.
When people have these kind of problems, what sort of advice would you give to such patients?
I think all the patients suffer differently. So the treatment is going to be different for everyone. But yeah, the thing is, if someone starts feeling any sort of discomfort, one should go to the doctor and not start self-medication.
People should understand that it's a problem, and for which we have to go to the doctor as soon as possible. The earlier you treat, the better will be the prognosis.
I started getting the treatment. There were not a lot of options available. I mean, there were not a lot of dermatologists in my hometown. It's a small city.
How pharma companies can intervene at these kind of problems?
Now is the time of digital outreach. So digital outreach is a very important tool that pharma companies can take to reach out to sufferers and caregivers of patients having psoriasis. Yes, there are portals outside India, like for vitiligo, a condition like white patches. Psoriasis also has a portal whereby the patients come and talk about their own problems, and some stories they narrate that how they have overcome their problem and how they are doing now. So, people of psoriasis talking to each other also creates a lot of bonding, and they help manage the condition well. So that should be done by pharma companies, I guess.
I agree to what Sarita said. I think even this interaction has, made us feel better.
In India, we have conferences where, doctors, dermatologists come and attend, and they talk about the scientific. I think it should be more patient-centric now. Patients like us should be a part of that conference where they narrate their story to the dermatologist.
So, sir, I'm just playing the second video.
Would you like to share when you found out that you are having psoriasis?
I can't tell you exactly, but it was 23 years ago.
Okay.
So that time it had started on my palm, and I didn't have a servant because we was in a rented house, and the house was pretty small. And my husband used to go from morning till evening, so I had the time to do all the housework. I could manage, so I had not kept a servant. So it started at that time. So then when it started on my palms, I thought it was soap allergy. So I tried to change my soaps.
Then it did not affect your hands, like you were not feeling better even after doing that?
No, I was not feeling better. So then I thought it may be, I didn't know what was triggering exactly. Whether it was phenyl, whether it was washing bath soap or washing machine soap or क्या बोलते हैं विम बार utensil soap. I didn't know what was the exact reason for that. Then I went to an allopathic doctor. He gave some medicines and some ointment, and it stopped. It vanished. I was pretty happy. And then once the dosage stopped, then again after 1.5 months, again it started. Again I went to the same doctor. And it kept on happening, and he was a skin specialist. He could not diagnose, or he did not tell me that it's psoriasis.
Okay.
Then it started on my neck. Mangalsutra chains, pentana necklaces, back of the neck. Elbow is towards that lower part of the hand. On the upper part of the hand, the folds of the hand.
Yes, ma'am.
It started there. वहाँ शुरू हो गया.
Okay.
So then I started getting scared. So then I thought of going to homeopathic. Took their treatment for 1.5 years, but still it did not work.
Okay.
So then I stopped that. Then I started, again I went to another homeopathic hospital. I don't know why. Homeopathy was not working at all for me. So then again we changed the doctor. Every 1.5 years I used to change the doctor.
And so you still didn't know that you had psoriasis?
No, that government hospital, they told me.
Okay,
that it is psoriasis.
Ma'am, when you found out that this is psoriasis and this is going to be there for a really long time, like this condition cannot be treated.
I didn't know it was, nobody told me it's going to be lifelong or it cannot be treated like that.
When
that
did you
time
find
we
out?
didn't have computer. I didn't know the knowledge of it, or neither the doctor shared with me.
When you actually found out that okay, this is not going to be treated, this is something that has to be just managed and to have it for lifelong.
That is when I went to a real professional doctor.
Okay.
Actually, frankly speaking, I had gone to a astrologer. For some other problem. I lost my jewelry and I was in depression. चोरी हो गया था बस में. So I was in depression that I had lost it, and also I had gone to an astrologer to show. Then he saw my palm and he said, "You are going to have this to be lifelong and it can be managed."
Okay. So now at least you have been given the information, right? The doctors did tell you.
Now it is on my knees. It started on my knees. Then palm was up with those medicines and all. It is gone. Now I'm having on my knees, on my scalp, and it was inside my ear. It was in my scalp. Now again it is what you say, 𝐷𝐴 love ice cream. I love chocolates. Not that on a regular basis, but I do have. But I try to control myself because I'm not eating proper food. No, they've told us very strict diet for me.
Did it ever happen that the doctor told you that you have to do something?
It started spreading again all over my body. It started on my thighs and my knuckles and all. Then that was the time I really felt like if people come to know I have psoriasis, because my husband is into catering business, they will not buy food from us. And COVID time, it was very difficult because hotels and all were closed. We had the maximum business at that time. So I was really worried. Then I shared this with my husband. Because it was spreading, so I was really scared, and due to lot of itching and all, blood. Sometimes blood. I keep scratching, so blood comes out. Sometimes, very rarely. So because it's dry skin, basically, lot of itching.
Yes, I'm dry.
So, and then you start scratching, and it starts burning. So blood comes out like that. So then here there is a government Ayurvedic hospital. Again, they are very good. They treated me, it came down. Now again, I don't know, for some reason, whether it's dry because of dry. Cold now, it's very cold nowadays. So because of that or because of my stress or something, I don't know.
But ma'am, that is what the thing is. No, you must get the treatment, right? So have you ever thought of going back to an allopathic doctor?
No, never. Because I was admitted for 15 to 20 days in this Ayurvedic hospital, and it really has come down. I was and I am happy with their treatment.
Okay.
But only, I don't know why it has started again. As they say, stress-free life.
Yeah. Thank you, Satish. So you have seen the videos earlier also. We may have cut out some portions, but we had to do it because of paucity of time. Then would you like to ask the first question?
Yes, Swati, definitely. So I will start by asking my question to Mr. Sankar Das. The patients here, I think it's been very clear, sometimes very heartbreaking also to see that there was a delay in diagnosis of the problem. So do you see a role of pharma companies in this particular aspect?
Okay, so actually the delay is something which is highly individualized, number one. So if the pharmaceutical company work on a larger canvas of what does a healthy skin mean, then some people can maybe anticipate and see for certain early sign or symptom. Otherwise, it is unfortunate that only when, and this is, psoriasis or any skin problem is something which more than the victim who feel is affected, the feeling of what others will think and how the others are treating the affected person, that is what is making a lot of issues. So for the victim, actually it is, like seasonally, it is getting flared up, which once they apply adequate moisturizers and take the proper treatment, it subsides, and maybe in 5 to 6 years time, they know what is the routine with which they have to manage themselves. So here the early diagnosis is something which a pharma company can only educate up to the level of what is a good skin, okay, and what are the signs one need to notice for. In that way, one can actually take the patient or take somebody towards identifying the issue. We have done some work not on psoriasis, but on a pre-diabetic condition called acanthosis nigricans, where there is no symptom, but only discoloration in the knuckles or in the neck. Okay, and nobody is bothered because it is not very highly visible area also. It doesn't cause itching. So people are not generally worried. They become worried only when they start seeing, like this patient said, that sometimes there is some amount of strong itching, and when you itch, some amount of bleeding. So when these things happen, and visibly when they see that the skin is becoming very rough to handle, she thought that it is because of a soap or she repeatedly washing the utensils. So these are all the misconceptions they may have. But the problem can be seen only when they start seeing either a discoloration or a itch or the skin becoming very scaly and rough. Till such time, no, people always live under that I look good, I feel good, that type of a scenario. So a pharma company can play a role in talking about how skin can communicate or what a good skin is like. That if they do, which I think if you visit a dermatologist clinic, unfortunately, the number of dermatologists for our population is relatively very, very less. But if you visit a dermatologist clinic, the pharma company's efforts in educating the people who are sitting there about what is a good skin, one can always see. That would be my response.
Great.
Thank you, Shankar sir. So the thing I take here is the education could be around what is a good skin, right, Shankar sir?
Yeah.
The pathologies have to be then touched upon by doctors and expertise. But yeah, what is a good skin is the right way to go forward to create a campaign. Thank you, Shankar sir. Hariram sir, the next question to you. In the interviews, you may have seen these students were students of pharmacy, and they were aware that the disease is not a life-threatening condition, but they will have to live with it. But you may have seen many cases during your career also when you were interacting with doctor, and they telling you that the patients who do not know about this disease may respond very differently from a person who knows about it. So what is your experience around this? How people take it that it's a lifelong disease, and this condition is also visible to herself or himself and to the caregivers?
Okay. First of all, let me thank you, Pharma State Academy, and particularly Swati and Vivek sir. Every time I think, it's 10.5 years, since I have superannuated. Every time I think, I think I'm getting obsolete. I think you guys pull me, back by collar and say that, no, you are relevant, Hariram, you be here. We want you, sort of a thing. So I thank you, for that, for making me alive and kicking. And probably, when I was sitting on this today morning, I was making some notes to myself after seeing the videos and things like that. I mean, everything, I was doing, for the 12 years, came to the forefront of my mind. And subsequently, I'm quite fortunate that even today, the dermatologists, talk to me, either they phone me up or say that I want to meet you, I want to talk to you, etc. And therefore, the relevance, continues. And probably it's an updated relevance, I would say, that I'm into. And, out of this video that I have seen, one patient, Swarup, Paulson's is a company, where the CEO is being mentored by me. And therefore, all these fellows are well known to me, and I know therefore what agony this Swarup goes through. I am aware of it. Personally, I've had the opportunity to sit with them on quite a few occasions, to sort of counsel it. So the first point, I would like to tell, what happens is we need to first understand that the largest organ of the body is the skin, 80%. As Shankar Das rightly mentioned, if that is the largest organ of the body, right? Why is it, that it is being taken for granted everywhere? And when we talk about non-communicable diseases, say in any forum, I have been there, when we talk about NCDs, we talk about diabetes, we talk about hypertension, we talk about other areas. psoriasis is a very clear non-communicable disease. And therefore, there is no highlight about it. Forget about patients in general. I would still say that, it's pharma itself, does not understand, except thinking that, pushing, moisturizers and some steroids, unfortunately. So why do we have to go to the patients? It's these people, the pharma, should be looking at, because practically, I will tell you abroad, there is a, there are a lot of awareness programs that are there with regard to psoriasis. Right? Somebody might say that in that population, it is higher. Right? Now, when they talk about, in US, they talk about 2 to 3%. And in India, we talk about 0.44% to 2.5%. We don't realize that 3% of that population and this 2 to 2.5% of our population, the quantum of people that we have with psoriasis is much higher. And we are not still counting, the number of people who are undiagnosed, who are unaware of what is this that is happening, because they are pushed into the corner by saying, no, it is a curse you have. Right? Aapne, pura janma mein paap kiya, ye paap kiya, wo paap kiya. And therefore, then they go to black magic. Then they go to, all other things, that we are talking about. So what I'm saying is, we need to understand, that the awareness per se, as Shankardas said, what is healthy skin, for the people to understand, has got to come. Then, comes the other thing, that when somebody has psoriasis, right? Or, when there is a patient going to for psoriasis, in today's context, I would tell you that dermatologists of today are well equipped, to diagnose it at a much early stage. I can tell you that. I would not accept, if somebody says that, they have not diagnosed it. It is, dermatologists are visual guys in general. Right. Therefore, for them, the differential diagnosis is the lifeblood, of their practice. We need to understand that. So if somebody has gone to a quack, or if somebody has gone to a GP, who calls himself, as a skin disease, doctor or something like that, because he just has a diploma and he could not diagnose, it's a different matter. But MD, today's dermatologists, they are extremely well versed. I would support them. They're able to diagnose. Now, there is only one problem that I say that happens here, and I think it is common for any other disease, because even when I was, listening to the PCOD conditions, I am applying the same situation here also, that, sometimes, if the patient is the level of understanding and education, the doctor may be afraid, to say the word psoriasis to the person. Because let us accept the fact, that how they take it. It's like somebody telling, cancer, therefore, this, how they take it. That could be the reason where they say that, no, don't worry, it's a skin disease. Or it's a skin condition, that would be there. So it's not otherwise, but I would say, the doctors know about it. Right. So it is possible, and we are, the patients will have to be made to understand. And probably, I'm just jumping, one step further, that there are a lot of ways by which, it can be managed today, reasonably well, I would say, because we are still a country, in my opinion, to a large part of the time, it is, we are into a tropic climate. Therefore, the kind of exacerbation that you get, in the Western countries, and the kind of exacerbation, that you get in our countries, we can increase the remission period, for a long period of time. It's possible, in my opinion, very, very clearly, with the medical knowledge I have about, and the treatment modalities that are available today. But what is happening is, we are only talking about medication, right? We are forgetting about one important fact, as the girl mentioned, right? The fact, that, psoriasis, I would say, basically, we need to understand that it's an inside-out disease. Whereas contact dermatitis is an outside-in disease. So we need to understand this, very, very clearly. And, they have to educate, the patients, because it is not only just physical, It's also psychological. It has also got a social, and it has also got an economic impact. That's what I was.
Thank you. And thank you, Hiram sir. I can connect with all the three things. Yes, Shankar sir.
Yeah, so I would like to add to the next, whatever Mr. Hariram had said, even to the subject where we have not seen any video is on atopic dermatitis. So it is in the same space I am talking about. In the case of atopic dermatitis, the terminology patient centricity actually should talk about parent centricity, because atopic dermatitis is more to do with the kids, babies, children, where the first signs and symptoms can be seen even before the baby reaches 3 years of age. So there, the concerned party where the pharma or the role can be towards the parents, and there are adequate number of data that are available which says that if one of the parent is eczema patient or atopic dermatitis patient in her or in his childhood, the 25% chances are there that the child would become atopic. And if both parents were atopic in their childhood, then 50% chances are there that this child would become atopic. Now, we are living in an era, at least in cities and major towns, we have gynecologists who are actually counseling the pregnant woman right from the 7th month and 8th month, and it is possible for somebody to track the history of these carrying women. So if there is a lead indicator that is available, okay, so these are all the times where they can be taught that, how the child need to be, you need not suspect AD in every child, but I'm saying that what type of extra precaution, and that's where a company like 𝐾𝐚 became very successful, is what type of extra precaution you need to take, because the usual cultural habit is to give oil massage. So can you convert this oil massage to a newborn baby to a virgin coconut oil massage? The conventional wisdom says that, you use a popularly available baby soap. Then can you educate these mothers who are in the last stage of pregnancy that what is, you don't use any soap for the baby, but use something called cleansers, which are not alkaline in nature. So those type of activities in atopic dermatitis, even before the diagnosis of whether the child is atopic in nature or not, it can be worked upon by a pharma company. And for this to do, it is not only the healthcare provider, the gynecologist or the physician who has to be tapped, that the nursing staff in any obstetric home can be easily trained, because it is not it requiring 6 months or 1 year of coaching, but just 1 hour, 2 hour session will certainly help, in which in my past experience, we have seen significant success of how do you actually predict. In fact, we have gone even one step further. Suppose the baby is going to become atopic child. Then we have also talked about atopic triad. Means the child, atopic dermatitis is a self-limiting disease. By the time the child crosses 12 years or 15 years of age, that atopic dermatitis will disappear. If it is not disappearing, the child will grow into become a eczema patient, or the child can become a rhinitis patient or an asthma patient. This is called triad. So on these areas of atopic triad, a pharma company can actually prepare the parents, okay, much in advance before actually the problem comes. That's the point I wanted to add.
Wonderful, Shankar sir. So there are many small bits of information that could be simply created as a wonderful campaign, an opportunity area for a pharma marketeer who has an eye to create it. Thank you so much, Shankar sir and Hariram sir. Zena, over to you for the next question. Yeah,
I'll take the next question. Hariram sir, we've seen that many patients run from doctor to doctor to get their conditions treated, or in this case managed. Some may even switch to alternate medicines. Like one of the videos showed us that, one of the patients shifted to an alternative medicine option. So can you tell what could be the role of a pharma company in such a patient's life? How could they stop this from happening? And of course, with the consent of the doctor, what could they do for this patient?
Yeah, I think, it's a very good point. I still remember in 2003 to 2004, when there was hardly any talk about a digital technology, or when we were talking about, the enablers, that we are talking about today. I attended a program, on telehealth medicine at that point of time, where it was initiated by an Indian doctor, but all the participants were from Southeast Asian countries. I don't know why no other Indian doctor was available other than the initiator, because this man, totally believed in it. And, one of the areas where I still remember, I was sitting in Mahabalipuram, attending this conference, and one of the topics that was talked about, to help in terms of patient advocacy, that we are talking about a patient, the disease management, for the patient was psoriasis. Because it showed, therefore, the kind of concern, that is there, with those people. And I didn't find the same, in the Indian side. Now, probably also the reason I'm saying is because we felt, health medicine, forget about it. Who wants to use an instrument, for something? So what I'm coming back to the point, I would like to tell is, pharma, has to be in the forefront in all these areas. I will just give you one example that is happening in the other parts of the world. The company called Amgen, along with various other multinational companies like Novartis and Johnson & Johnson and other Galderma, etc., where they're working on. See, I find, that they are very clear about educating the newly diagnosed. See, so that comes then as an emphasis for us to understand the newly diagnosed as well as those living with psoriasis, right? And what to expect, from this disease, right? And that's the point. And they provide tools, they can bring to the doctor's office to ensure they get the questions answered, right? And education modules also that walk the patient, step by step, in terms of the approach, which is missing in our context. It's a great opportunity, according to me, to pharma today, with all the technological enablers that are available, to really take the lead in terms of ensuring, that this is done. Then, the patient, the reduction of patients running from pillar to post will reduce, right? Because one, they have to understand, because we have in our country, this attitude that, आज सुबह, कुछ मेरे को बुखार हो गया तो आज दोपहर तक वो उतरना पड़ेगा, right? If I have, today, if my reading of HbA1c is 8, tomorrow morning it should go to 6 without my doing anything. I mean, how does it work? There is something called as a treatment. There is something called as a management. Right. And therefore, we should know what we have got to do. So the moment, we do that, we blame the doctor. So they run from, so that's what, the doctors say. The same patient, I've seen dermatologists, when the other doctor calls up and say, ye patient tumhare paas pehle aaya tha kya psoriasis ke liye? Yeah. Nahi, wo abhi mere paas baat ke aaya. I've practically seen this. This is because their unawareness, the lack of education that they have about what is it that they can expect out of a disease like this. I think there is a huge amount of scope for pharma to really, collaborate, or align, with the dermatologists and do a lot of work, in this particular area. Right. That's what, I would say, that is very, very important.
Very, very aptly put by Mr. Hariram. I would like to add a small piece. I feel that the current era and the youngsters can do this, because this is the time where what Mr. Hariram had talked about can actually be easily executed, because all the digital tools are available and it is easy for anybody to reach. Morning, Mr. Sanjay Mitra talked about, Dr. Reddy is doing a campaign for Finast at the time. I was the marketing manager at the time, 95, 96, all national dailies. Believe me, it is very, very difficult. We had to wait. We received close to about 18,000 or 20,000 postcards and inland letters in 95, 96. But today's scenario, everything is available at the next minute or next hour. So means that if innovation happens in this area, it is easy for the current brand manager or group product manager or the company to look at how to take what Mr. Arram had just said, what to expect if I am diagnosed as a psoriasis patient. Now preparing that and giving that type of information is possible very much in today's scenario.
Correct, sir. Absolutely. Bang on, because like you said, it is the digital era, it's the need of the hour, and today we have some tools to facilitate what maybe would not have been very easy to do in 95, 96. Today, so it can happen at the click of a button.
And it will help. Yes, sir.
One of the tool which we successfully I have experienced in the recent 10 years, 8 years time is just having a patient helpline. Please remember, helpline is different from patient complaint line. So I'm not talking about patient complaints, patient helpline. And every day there will be 7 to 10 calls. Okay, and what is that? The calls will be maybe about 15%. The significantly higher number would be wanting to know about availability of the product. Where can I reach? But other than that, it will be that whether I need to put a moisturizer first or steroid first and then moisturizer. We should understand that the physician doesn't have that much of time in our country to educate a patient for all these areas. But a simple helpline like this had actually enabled. And this task we didn't give it to a BPO who is somebody who will be impersonal and not having adequate knowledge. So what type of professional who is handling these customer calls also is very important. So we employed somebody who had been in the industry for 35, 40 years in different sales roles and who could not move around a lot because of his certain domestic condition. That guy was very empathetic and happy to talk to. So he will ask right from, who is the doctor and what did he say? What are all the things he has prescribed? What is written on the top of the prescription? Everything he will collect, and the patient used to feel so happy. So in today's scenario, it is possible for somebody to reach out and enable a patient to become much more aware, conscious of how they can run their life very comfortably if they are diagnosed with psoriasis or eczema or any of these conditions.
Wow. So Sankar sir, I would say that employee, that person was way ahead of time and had implemented patient centricity for the company.
Yeah, true. That was the design behind that type of an idea, and it is a unique differentiator for us. It helps.
Yeah, I'll add this. We are missing out on one segment, unfortunately, pharma never looks at them, for these type of purposes. See, those guys, who have remained as, representatives throughout their life, they've retired, let us take, for whatever may be the reason, they're not. And, post-retirement, right, if I could become, a coach and a mentor because of the position that I had, 100% sure these fellows, who have retired as representatives or a frontline manager, they would be too eager to fill in this role with the greater amount of passion and empathy, as Shankadas mentioned, with some amount of, training, that they are given to them. We are missing out on the potential that we have within the industry.
And they will have significant satisfaction that they are useful to the society. So
agree, sir. Agree, Hariram sir and Sankar sir, you have actually opened up a very important discussion that should happen in this space, that people are feeling threatened that digital has come, my job will go, and what will happen to all the sales roles and all those things. But I think that the way this industry will shape, if they adopt patient centricity, jobs are going nowhere, rather more jobs are coming to you if you are actually into this domain.
I have one more point to add. Morning, also there was a question that how do you bring in the change with the marketing team or other thing. I was tempted to talk at that time, but then I thought I should reserve it for this discussion. I am suggesting that as long as you have an organization right from CEO to finance department, okay, let me finance function. As long as we are going to look at P&L from a brand window, there will be a product centricity. Okay, every brand has to become a individual P&L. Like that, we have tuned in the last 20 years, all of us. Okay, so this cannot be done without the CEO or promoter and the finance department finding a methodology. Ultimately, it is a nomenclature and how do you segment your accounting practices. Imagine that, what made, like Sanjay Mitra pointed out, I still remember at that time in 95, 96, to publish a financed patient educating material, it took about 40-45 lakhs across national dairies. First year, financed did not even sell for 45 lakhs. Okay, but what is Dr. Reddy's Laboratories today in urological segment? Now that, okay, unfortunately, a poor brand manager cannot think and do, but certainly a CEO can act on that, what he wants or she wants. And certainly CEO along with the finance team can collaborate and see that, how certain focused activities on patient centricity can be elevated from brand centric accounting practices towards patient centric expenses or patient awareness creating work if we bring in this change. So this is something which is separate discussion one can do, in which a finance team, even HR team need to participate, because the HR team looks at it, a brand success towards what is the objective set and what is the achievement. But what happens in case we are, suppose if a company educates and brings in a significant awareness among the pediatricians about atopic dermatitis, which was hitherto only treated only by 9,000, 10,000 dermatologists. That's a great work, which is going to pave way for significant business, maybe in 10 years' time or 15 years' time. But our methodology of looking every brand as a separate P&L, current practice, I'm not saying it is good or bad. This is something which we can debate about it and then look at what are the way where then the brand manager will start looking at the patient, not at the product sales and the product profit. That's my additional point which I wanted to contribute.
Yeah, Dr. Swati, may I?
Yeah, Sanjay sir. Please.
Yeah, Sanjay, yeah.
Quickly,
yeah,
sir.
I was listening very carefully, very intensely, and really liked it. Thank you, Mr. Hariram, for sharing your experience. It's wonderful and good to
sure.
see.
I can't forget your father's education to me, those days.
I know.
Let's understand, I am his legacy.
I know, and I have all the respect for you. That's the reason. Since morning, I was on and off, but I was listening, keeping my earphone on. When we, as a patient, grow up and get elderly, then it's very difficult for us to change. In life cycle change that happens when we become little elderly. We feel we know everything. So I don't know. Now that there are so many facilities, pharma industry might think of one option, which few companies have done on occasions. Maybe we go to the schools and at say +12 level or +10 level, when they are still not so matured or not so grown up. If we give them some idea, some thoughts, say we take a doctor and a skincare doctor in case of dermatology and talks about what are the basic ABC to protect your skin. Say you take a diabetologist and talk about how do you plan to protect yourself from getting diabetic, as the doctor was saying this morning, that there are a huge potential patients who are already going to have diabetes. They are not yet diagnosed. So under the carpet, they are still under the carpet. So such kind of preventive talks. So what we are talking about is the prevention. So such kind of preventive talks, if the pharma industry takes the initiative, I think that could be another way of changing the next generation mindset to be more careful about their healthcare.
True.
Yeah, I think Sanjay, you made a very valid point. I'll just put across, one thing, which I did when I was there. I know it's not being done now, but I said during my, period. For us at that point of time, acne was the bread and butter. Right? I'm slightly digressing. The fact, you see, what we did was very concertedly, right? More than, 10,000 colleges across the country, right? The dermatologist who is nearby and accessible, we managed to take the principal's, permission, and during, the parent-teachers meeting, right? Parent-students meeting, or whatever, parent-teacher-students meeting, whatever we call it, the dermatologist talked to them about the role of, puberty in, the, acne, situation, and the other aspects, that go into that. And therefore, there is, because acne equally is a psychologically debilitating, disease.
Yeah.
And today's world, the social media, and then what you call, it was slightly less at that point of time. The selfie approach business was not there, but nevertheless it was there. I'm saying, there is the same case, with atopic dermatitis, as Shankar Das mentioned, the same case, with psoriasis that we are talking about. Now, in atopic dermatitis, as Shankar Das rightly mentioned, the caregivers, the mothers, they have hundreds of concerns. And there is hardly anybody really helping them to understand, the whole thing, because they are the ones, who are facing the agony of the child going through a miserable situation, and they don't sleep. For many nights, they do not sleep at all, right? And therefore, this, how do we handle this? What do we do? Like this in every disease, psoriasis, if you look at, suppose the person, as one of the ladies mentioned, if she is a married partner, or let's take, we talked about 𝐲𝗵𝗲. Now, the spouse, for that matter, what psychological situation they go through, if these are younger people in the married life, what about the physical relationship, right? They worry about, is it communicable? Will I also get this disease, right? Then, the ugliness, that is there. There are hundreds of, concerns that are there. All this could be very systematically addressed, and we can manage it much, much better. That's what pharma could really play a great role, according to me. And as we rightly said, today you have telemedicine, which has become a little more popular, post-COVID times. We're talking about e-health, approaches that are there. We are talking about e-health digital technology. And, you have today, everything that is available to support all this: mobile application, teledermatology, artificial intelligence, hundreds of things are there. But there is still, in my opinion, we are still behind, in terms of what we are trying to do. I'll just add, one example to, as I said about Amgen, I was just, trying to understand Pharma, for example, right? Denmark, Sweden company set out to capture the challenges of living with atopic dermatitis, both in terms of emotional and psychological. We are still not doing anything. We have 10% of the population today, with atopic dermatitis. Let's understand that. We are not doing anything. 10% is a huge number, according to me. Right? Now, while, atopic dermatitis still is looked at as an urban and semi-urban, disease, psoriasis has no boundaries. It can come for anybody. Somebody is stressed out, their activation, might take place. What we call as, we have these T cells. These T cells are normally supposed to be protective for us. The same T cells become, enemies when, your stress factor and other conditions take over, and the defense mechanism for the skin is produce more cells. So if it normally takes 28 days for you to go through the cycle of, the production of the cells, here it could be 2 days, 1 day, 5 days, depending upon the severity of the situation.
Actually, just to add to your point, and great to know that you have already experimented this. See, the problem I see is the impatience that pharma industry, pharma marketer suffers from. We launch a brand, and we want that brand to be a brand within 7 months or 3 months time.
Yeah.
How can that happen? A brand can only become a brand after 3 years.
Correct.
If we do not plan, and the brand managers are also under tremendous pressure to deliver, so therefore they look for all the shortcuts, and that starts from lower price. First, the answer that a brand manager looks for: how can I make it cheap?
Shall I add one thing? Sanjay?
Hariram sir, Sanjay sir, and Sanjay sir, just one request to you. We will have to close in the next.
No, just let me put one point.
Just last comments from you, all of you. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, all these associations, AWACS and many other forums, this new brand launch, success awards, should be abolished.
Wonderful, sir. I second your thought. I am fed up of seeing those. So,
what the hell, yaar? You are trying to celebrate a 1-year-old child, as a prodigy. What are you talking about?
Absolutely.
Chalo, let's get on, Swati. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, you touched upon a chord that I have been crying upon for the last 1 or 2 years. That let's talk more about the vision of the company and the way you want to position this company in the minds of everyone.
Yeah.
Internal stakeholders, external stakeholders, your doctors, whosoever. The positioning.
Actually, Swati, you should plan a conference like this for brand building and new brand launch. It will be a very pertinent point for Indian pharma industry.
Thank you for giving the idea, sir. I'll try to do that. The team will do that.
We should have a program on how to stop award givings.
I will give one closing comment, Swati.
Yes, sir.
That no, patient centricity is not restricted, or it is not the headache of PMT alone. I think patient centricity has to come from the top.
Yes.
Corporate culture.
Only then, and top in association with HR and finance team. Only then we will see that the young brand managers are becoming, and they can do a lot of innovation with the latest tools that are available. But the approach will become strengthened only when it starts from the top.
Absolutely. Bang on.
Well said. Well said, sir. Thank you, Shankar sir. Thank you, Hariram sir. Sanjay sir, for
you want me to give a last word?
Sir, you have touched upon a chord which you want to speak a lot.
Go ahead, sir.
So what I'm saying is, anything that we are talking about, whether it is a digital transformation or whether we are talking about a patient centricity, it has got to be included. It is to be inclusive as a part of the business and marketing model.
Correct.
It cannot be kept separately as a cut and paste approach. And right as Shankar Das mentioned, from top, it has got to flow down the level. And you got to breathe this day in and day out in every single activity that you do, including your representative when he meets the doctors. He should stop asking, doctor, please give me a share of your prescriptions.
Very true.
I agree with you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Amrinder, you want to speak?
Yeah, just to add, saying that it should come from top, I think it should come way beyond top from shareholders also. Now tell me, how will somebody sitting on the top who has to manage the shareholders' expectation has to satisfy it? So this is a vicious circle. It's the same community which invests in pharma. They want 20% return, and then the cycle continues. So Hariram sir,
I will answer that to you, right? You would have seen, one photo of mine, which I have circulated today. I spent about 5 minutes with 𝐏𝐡𝐻 𝘾𝐚 last night in one of the forums. Now, he was talking to me on the sidelines saying, what do I do? And I told him, what I do now, and what I was and what I do now. He said, Hariram, I think you should mentor all this board of directors. That's the statement that he made. So you hit upon, the nail on the head, because it is they, who should be able to hold, the CEO responsible to ensure. But what happens is, unfortunately, with this, I'm using the word, not fortunately, unfortunately, when we have, some, I'm not saying all, some private equity holders, when you unknowingly, you get them, into the picture, Shankar Das will endorse me on that. They do not understand any of this. Thank God Shankar Das, had a iron skin. He didn't have.
I took a stand that I will not budge. So
Yes.
shareholders can be handled. That's my opinion.
And he had my support in every situation not to budge an inch.
Yeah.
This story has to be shared someday, sir. So Shankar sir and Hariram sir, we will invite you to share this story, but in a different format, maybe.
Yeah.
So let's move towards the next panel. Thank you, Hariram sir. Thank you, Shankar sir. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay, for being here and enlightening the audience with the right insights that should be generated from patient videos, patients sitting with them or talking with them. Really amazed. People are sitting and listening to this for the last, I think it's now 6 hours, around 6 hours. So thank you so much for being there and learning throughout this journey. Over to the next panel. We have 4 panelists because this is a therapy area where we have tried to join 2 segments, cancer and depression, anxiety also. So we now go towards therapy area, oncology, and we have 4 panelists today with us who would be seeing the videos and doing the insights. Request them to please be patient with us during when we show these videos. In the oncology panel, let me introduce, we have Dr. 𝘠𝙁 𝘾𝙚, MSc, PhD and PG Diploma in Management Studies, having 27 years of research experience and 28 years of industry association, specialized in quality medical information communication to oncologists, field force, and medical support marketing and marketing quality assurance. He worked as Senior Scientific Officer in the Chemotherapy Division at the Cancer Research Institute of Tata Memorial Center, and contributed immensely in many more reputed organizations. Welcome, Dr. 𝘾𝙚.
Swati, may I interrupt? He's not to be seen in the...
Yes. No, he is there.
He is there.
Achha.
He is there. Dr. 𝘚𝐺.
Okay, Dr. 𝘚𝐺. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Please.
I'm just adding.
Yeah, please add him.
Yes, perfect.
Welcome, Dr. 𝘾𝙚.
Yeah, thank you.
Then we have Mr. 𝑉𝐵𝐴𝐺 Sharma. He is a learning development professional in healthcare industry since a decade. As a profound learner in oncology space, he is certified in cancer, nutrition, and advanced patient care and palliative nursing. Currently, he is working with AstraZeneca Oncology as oncology training lead. Welcome, 𝑉𝐵𝐴𝐺.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. Pleasure to be here. Yeah.
We have Mr. Amninder Dhillon, having over 20 years of managerial experience and has worked for major multinational corporations, including Abbott, Pfizer, GSK, Dr. Reddy's, and AstraZeneca in variety of capacities. He specializes in strategic business planning, new product introductions, and cancer marketing. Welcome, Mr. Amninder. And we have our very own Vivek Hatangadi, sir, with 50 years of experience, majored in pharma marketing. He's the guide and force behind Pharma State Academy, and he has written 7 books and guiding many students from premium B schools, including many professionals. Welcome, Vivek, sir.
Thank you.
We have the panel with us, and let us go towards seeing the oncology patient videos. These are very emotional videos. Since this journey is a very painful journey, I'll not say that this is the only journey that is painful, but it's especially when we hear the word cancer, it ignites a different sense of emotions. So we have 2 videos, each video of 9 minutes. We may have taken the liberty to cut out certain things, so please pardon us for that. But let's have a look at the videos.
So my first question would be, sir, can you share a little bit about the time when you started getting some out of normal symptoms, and when was the actual time, and what was the actual symptom that made you go visit a doctor?
It was in 2010, June. I was holidaying in New Zealand and I didn't had any symptoms actually. I was completely asymptomatic. All of a sudden on 3rd of June, I had lot of numbness in my legs. And in the afternoon, I lost the total control and I become a paraplegic. Below the belt, both the legs were in complete paraplegia, 100% paraplegia.
So would you like to share what followed and how did you end up in the hospital? And
after a series of investigation, doctor found out that there is a plasmacytoma in my dorsal spine and it needs to be operated immediately in emergency. Otherwise, I will remain completely, confined to a wheelchair only for the lifetime. So I didn't had any other option, and doctor performed the spine surgery on 9th of June. And after 4 days, another doctor came and he confirmed the multiple myeloma. It was in stage 2, ISS stage 2. But before that, doctor told me, the spine surgeon told me that probably you may not be able to walk. And if God is really kind to you, you may be able to walk, but you might be limping or you might go bend and all that thing. And my journey started. I started with the, drugs called, and then, after 6 cycles, I had to undergo a bone marrow transplant. So after 2 months only, I decided that those days, not many transplants were performed in multiple myeloma, especially in multiple myeloma. So, and I had a very, powerful cancer history from my parents, both the parents' side. There are more than 10 people have died because of various cancers. And after that, I was diagnosed with the cancer. So, the thought was that I may not even survive for 40-50 days. And even doctors were also not very happy with my reports, because the reports were very, with lot of metastasis and lytic lesions in the bones, and lot many things were there. So I had decided, my wife and both of us decided to undergo a bone marrow transplant somewhere in US or UK. And when we got the estimation and all that thing, and that much money I didn't have, because they said probably you may have to stay there for maybe 18 months to 24 months in US, and I didn't have any other situation. But still I wanted to do the transplant in US. So I sold off my house and office all of a sudden, overnight. But I got a very good doctor in Mumbai only. He explained me everything, and he, completely he transformed my thoughts. And then I did my transplant in 2011, March, in Prince Ali Khan Hospital. And that was it. And I came into remission. And after that, I had a medically induced diabetes. It went up to 600. Then I had immunity was not there, and I got dengue also. So that was another thing. I came out of that till 2017. I was in complete remission. And during this time, it took me 28 months to walk normally. It used to take me, walk 10 feet. It used to take me almost an hour or so. And presently I'm in complete remission. So life is beautiful, excellent. Though it is a roller coaster ride. For, completing and reaching up to this stage, one thing which I came to know, and I strongly believed, and I'm actually canvassing for that, is education is very important, self-education, and that's how my journey began for spreading awareness about myeloma in India. We are conducting a lot of webinars, seminars, and spreading awareness about multiple myeloma, and taking care of thousands of myeloma patients. updating every day. We are updating, and what is new in myeloma. I would like to address this particular to the doctors also, that please tell all your patients and caregivers to maintain a diary, because cancer is a journey. Cancer is not a disease. We need to understand our own body, our own disease, and how our body is performing. So maintaining a diary and self-educating is very, very important. What time I have taken the drugs and what drugs is creating havoc in my body, what kind of a side effects, what food I am eating.
Is there something that you would need from pharma industry or healthcare industry that might make your journey or patients like yours journey easier?
Awareness about the drugs, because see, there are branded drugs, there are generic drugs. So there is one particular stigma is there, whether the generic drugs will work better or not. So that kind of awareness only pharma company can do that. That is one thing. Second thing is affordability of the drugs is very important. So whatever drugs are there, because cancer drugs are very, very costly compared to other drugs, other diseases, and it is requiring at a very frequent interval. So affordability is very important. Third thing is trials, enrolling for the trials. Major trials are required. Another thing is they can sponsor. They can sponsor such kind of events organized by NGOs and doctors. They can also donate for this kind of activities, so that we can carry on for this particular.
Were you able to connect to any group and understand that, okay, this is my condition and there are patients like me out there? Were you able to connect to any groups like that?
So when I was diagnosed, nothing was available to me except for whatever doctors were saying. And again, on top of that, it was going all bouncers, all these medical terminology, what doctors used to explain me in medical terminology. So it was very difficult for me to interpret it in a simple language.
So would you like to share something about what kind of challenges you had to face and your family had to face because of this?
Family and caregiver's role is equally important, because caregiver is when you have a strong caregiver and a good family, I would say 90% battle is won. Absolutely won. And I would like to thank my wife and my family for being with me with so many years, and that too, they are like more than Everest, Mount Everest, right? And that is what is very, very important. I always tell people that, you should have a very good caregiver. We are talking about dealing with E's. E is education, A is awareness, S is support, and E is evaluation.
Okay, I'm playing the second video.
So my first question would be, it must have been very stressful for you to manage your work with your problem. So I would like you to share something about how were you able to manage between these two things?
This multiple myeloma was it's a form of blood cancer. It was detected in the year 2013. So I'm a survivor. And yes, this disease, the disease what I am carrying is not curable. So the medication what I have been into, and they have put me into a stable stage where the disease is not active as of now. and I'm not on any medication. But the problem with me is that this disease has injured my vertebra. And due to that injury, I'm stabilized with the screws. So doctor made me stand with the support of screws, so I can do everything except running and all that. But yes, I can manage. And my mood swings were a little different and all that. I used to get like quite emotional. Many times I used to get emotional. Emotional breakdown was the most important thing. And I was always feeling that I'm not able to deliver. So I was getting then into depression and all that. I'm not competent. I'm not that. I know so much, but people, they don't take my view. But I was getting stressed. It was mental stress, not a physical one. To bear the cost of cancer medicines, it's so expensive. And now these days, what my myeloma people, my other group members, they are taking the medicines. They are such an expensive. Based on the body weight, the cost is somewhere around 1.25 per injection, and 4 to 6 injection we have to take in a month. And see, for a normal person also, it becomes very difficult to take such kind of medicines and all that. I told the management that I can fight with the cancer, but I cannot fight with the people. I want to leave the company, and from my own wish, as I cannot withstand all these pressures. And I'm finding it difficult because 14 to 16 hours staying out, and that also with my little, I'll not say body is weak, immune system was weak, because I usually used to get so many infections, at times typhoid, at times this hepatitis and all that, so many infection I was carrying. So since after this, my medication, I did all vaccination which kids they undergo. So all vaccinations were done, but still I was very weak in my immunity. I want to give inspiration to others also, that please don't think this cancer word is the problem. You know, the fear, what my fears were: losing a job, having no money, and then how to bear the cost. Whatever I have earned, I will be giving it to the these pharmaceutical people, industry, to buy those medicines. And I want the pharma industry to come up with the low cost medicine, but with an efficacy, proven efficacy. Of course, after trials only medicines are there. But yes, I remember when doctor asked me, Balvinder, because I was working in a company, I was well off, and he said that there is one medicine from, I won't name the company, from a company, and one is an imported one. Which one you will prefer? I asked for the side effects. He said both are, since the innovator is that, and they are equivalent. But anyway, the one which is from that is having lesser side effects. Losing hair and all that, so everything. I said no, I'll go with the one which cost more. But it was at that time I was able to, because of insurances and all that, I was able to afford. And I don't know about the other. I'm on insulin, I'm having a myeloditis, I'm having thyroid, I'm having lot of side effects. I'm taking so many medicines, and above all, they recently detected some deficiency also, G6PD, where I cannot take all the medicines. So I have to be very selective. So that's why they have put me onto insulin, because sugar medicines, I don't have that high sugar, but they cannot give me medicines as such. It's at high risk. So I keep discussing this with my doctor, like what will be the impact, why I'm on these drugs, why I can't switch over to the lower category. So considering the risk, and of course the efficacy, and the availability, and the affordability, these are the problems actually which a common person.
Follow-up question. Back in the day, were you aware of such groups when you figured out that you have this condition, or even before that, when you were going through the diagnosis and you did not actually know what you have?
I'll say this is my doctors told me that there is a group doing something very good about the knowledge, awareness.
You know, I'm taking you back to when your journey started. What made you actually visit a doctor? मतलब कोई ऐसे specific symptom signs that you felt here, there's something wrong with me? Or
suddenly one day, this was in the year 2012, I was having so much of back pain, and then this pain, it was like going very high, and you'll not believe, in one day I took, I think, 5 tablets of Combiflam. After every 4 hours, I was taking Combiflam. Ki pain ja hi nahi raha. When I went to the doctor, he said X-ray, it's only the osteoporosis and all that. I was not satisfied. I said, in a few days, in a week, like the pain was gradually like going to the higher side. But then when they got me into the hospital and they did so many scannings and all that, 2 days it took them to first diagnose that there are stones in the urethra. Unhone surgery kar diya. But after that surgery, I was not able to get up from the bed. And then they said, ki, what's wrong with her? And I still remember wo CT scan mein color contrast karke kuch dekh rahe the. And they put me into the machine and then they said, get up. I was not able to get up. I said, no, I cannot. I started crying. I said, no, I cannot get up. They were also worried कि एकदम क्या हुआ है. They said something else is there. तो मेरे को टेंशन की ये मेरे को अब क्या हो रहा है. And I was feeling something is wrong with me. It's not normal pain. कुछ गड़बड़ है मुझे. And then they find out some growth was there. And then they said, we have to do biopsy. And yes, it was when they said, your this vertebra is fractured. My doctors over here, not now they are my doctor, but my family was aware that something is wrong with her that time. But when doctor said, no, it's solitary plasma, I said, no, sorry, doctor, it's not solitary. It's multiple plasmacytoma. And yeah, ab aapko pata lag gaya. Just tell me, mere paas time kitna hai. Nobody was able to answer that. And finally, through doctors and my family, my husband, everybody's support, I came out.
Is there anything that you would like to share? How can pharma companies or like healthcare givers would have helped you better throughout your journey? Is there something that you would like to ask or share?
First, the medicines, they should come up with the new technologies which could lower down the cost so that everybody can afford it. And they should have the insurance of their employees in such a way that they should, the treatment, it actually sucks all the money what we are having. It's a profit versus life. It's a money versus life.
We had the videos of these 2 cases, and I hope we were able to generate some insights which the panel would be dwelling upon. First question to Dr. Ghanu. Dr. Ghanu, what insights do you see have been generated, or what insight do you take out from these videos, also along with your own experience, since you have been there at Tata Memorial? Dr. Ghanu, please share with us.
Yeah. I am actually not surprised that the diagnosis was delayed, because it is a universal thing about multiple myeloma. Means what I have seen is about 30% or almost 50% of patients may not have symptoms for first 3 months. So it's not surprising. And I neither am surprised because it's because of fracture, means secondary cause, that it was diagnosed. But most surprising thing is that the courage both the patients showed. Actually, it is exemplary, because patients generally get scared. So they are fighters. And that is something they are. In fact, I am again surprised that he went on to form a support group for other patients. So, you know, when they are combined, they can share information, and that's gone global, I believe now. So that is another surprise. And the thought clarity, the clarity which he said that keep a diary, write down which drugs, what toxicity, write down what adverse effects and what you eat and everything. So, you know, this is useful for follow-up with the doctor. And that is why I am really very pleasantly surprised that he also said that learn about your disease. And one more thing I will add is generic versus branded he mentioned, and companies should educate patients on that. So the cost will come down. I think it was a great interview you have taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana sir. It's a team. They have created this. Let us ask the next question, Zina. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll ask the next question to Mr. Amarendra. Both these patients have actually shared regarding the cost of treatment, saying that it's on the higher side, rather it's unaffordable to many. So is there something that a pharma company or pharma companies could do to change this orientation from being, say, only profit-centric to maybe patient-centric also?
Sure. So if you look in out-of-pocket scenario, which is India, price of the drug is the most important tangible decision lever. And the two ways pharma can support, one is which is in the direct influence of the pharma, and something indirect which is not in the direct influence. So the first thing, direct influence, is reduce the cost of the medicine, increase the access. And many companies, pharma companies, they give PAP. But again, it is very discreet. It comes with a fine print. So it is a profit-centered approach. Now, why doesn't pharma, if you're giving free drugs, and that also worth cost lakhs of rupees, you should be yelling on the rooftop and saying that, look, we are the company which gives free drugs. So that is profit-centric. And unfortunately, only two companies or in the recent past, only Roche and Pfizer, have rolled out an app-based enrollment for PAP. So, and plus many other value-added services are also added to that in terms of psychological counseling, diet and nutrition, which is there. But how many patients have actually taking these services? What is the quality of services? It's very difficult to evaluate because we don't know. It's not open for the evaluation. It's only probably will come to know if some patient gives a feedback about that. Second is, most of the oncology now is getting into precision. So you have a genetic companion test which are there. And companies, they give free test, because they want to enroll patients. So it's again a profit-centric thing, which is a very narrow gene panel. If you're selling an EGFR positive drug, so you will only give EGFR positive test free, The patient-centric approach could be, a broader panel. Because a lung cancer patient may not only be, for a particular company, because we know the disease is progressing, genetic changes happen. A patient who is EGFR positive may become negative. A patient who is HER2 negative may become positive. So a broader panel test is something which is a patient-centric approach which is there. And why only during the initiation of the treatment? Such kind of support should also be provided longitudinally when a patient for disease monitoring, relapse and recurrence. Like, can you give up concessional CT scans? Can you come up with some liquid biopsy test which helps in finding out early relapse and recurrence? So that will be a real patient-centric approach. Third, which is there, is that now government mandates phase 4 studies. You have to recruit some 100, 200 patients when you market this product for the safety of it. Again, the profit-centric approach is that you will only choose those particular sites or only those doctors which have an overlapping prescription potential. Why not encourage decentralization of the clinical trials, and open it up. Anybody who you feel patient should voluntarily come and say that, okay, I would like to, enroll. And there are companies now which are facilitating them, they are OncoShots or patient trials which have come up, which help in patient recruitments through decentralization of trials. So that will be real patient-centric, which is. The fourth thing, which is direct influence, is low-dose SKU. Now, we know that pharmacogenomics of the Indian patients is quite different from the West. And most of these clinical trials are done in the West, keeping the Western population in mind. So the design of the dose and the SKUs are designed as per the Western body surface area in mind. A classical example is nivolumab. It comes in 150 milligram, but the doctors in Tata did their own investigational research trial and found out even 20 milligram dose is showing efficacious in Indian population. Now, for dose titrations and managing of side effects, companies should come up with a low dose SKU. But again, that should happen at a substantial price difference. Now, I've seen there are companies which have 80 milligram tablet, 40 milligram tablet. The difference between the two is hardly minuscule. That is to discourage that. So that is again a profit-centric approach. It should be a patient-centric approach where the low-dose SKUs have a substantial price difference, which is it. Nevertheless, if you go through, there are very intangibles again, apart from the direct cost of the drug. If you look into it, and if a discounted economic value is put on it by the pharma, it could actually bring down the total cost of the treatment. And for example, if in case of management of side effects, if we look into it, or total quality adjusted life years, that's a technical term which we use, where both the quality and the quantity of the life is saved. Now, if you walk through all these two videos, if you look at it, there were some common needs which a cancer patient had. And pharma can help in getting a better experience and outcome for all of these particular needs. One need which came up very, was of information. Now, can pharma come up with some local plain language summary, like Mr. Dilip, the first patient said that he was not able to get any what doctor is saying. Can it be converted into a plain language summary which is illustrative with some graphics or animation? It is concise. It's available in different vernacular languages. Comes from a credible source, easily accessible. That is something which a patient requires. It could be as simple as speaking books of children, where you press a button and, it speaks of. But again, the patient-centric approach is not there. It's only profit-centric, that I will give information which is only relevant to my molecule or my therapy area. I will only provide information for radiation, for surgery, for targeted therapies, but not for relapse and recurrence. So that is a patient-centric approach which is there. Now with all this digital opening up, can you leverage patient testimonials or patient videos through simple QR coded cards or something, where a patient just scans it and the doctor who's treating his videos, he can see them at his own convenience, because doctor doesn't have that time. Pharma can record those videos of different common FAQs is there, and then that can be distributed to all his patients which is there.
Mr. Amrinder, you have given a lot of insights into this.
I have a couple of more, just hold on, another thing is information is housing and lodging, for outstation patients, because cancer, the treatment is mostly happening in metros, especially for radiation. Can you come up which are those housing lodges which are available? Can you tie up with OYO hospitals or Uber for a discounted schemes? Then there is a need for physical, because the side effects are so, tough. Patients are not able to, there's rash, neuropathy, ulcers. Can some discounted kits could be given, for the company? For example, these two patients, they had this multiple myelomas. They could have been given some prosthetics, some backrest cushions, at a discounted cost, from a good, orthopedic company, or some remote monitoring. Now, even, there's a hospital, for example, Manipal hospitals distribute Fitbit for all the patients that are discharged, so that they can regularly monitorize whether they're exercising, how active they are. We have Bluetooth enabled, weighing scales. So patient can weigh at their own screen and the data can be prospered. Psychologically, people, who wants to, they're totally, broken. So can you give them some white pages of NGOs? So many, there are hundreds of NGOs which are doing, but who is doing what is the address, who is the contact person, can that be given to them? Caregivers training, Tata has a program called Keynote. Can those snippets or free, booklets of that training modules could be distributed to the caregivers so that they can read how to take care of a cancer patients? Some subscription to motivational podcast, YouTube videos, which is there. Then there is some indirect financial things which you can support. There are no medical companies which provide medical loans. Pharma companies, if they're really patient-centric, they can do some sub-vetting of the interest, especially like companies like Arobio Finance and Let's MD. The interest could be taken by the pharma companies. They could do fundraising for crowdfunding support. There are many vocational courses which could be given for cancer patients. Many cancer patients lose their job because they cannot. So can they be given any vocational courses? Or if there is a death, unfortunately, the next kith and kin, and there are Dr. Reddy's has a very good such a program called Labs, which is Livelihood and Business School for such patients. Social needs, patients like me, whom does he go and speak out? There's nobody else who will be in the similar pain but a patient. And now with digital, we have those Is, for example, lung cancer is Inspire. It's a closed group Facebook where people chat, they communicate. This like multiple myeloma friend charitable trust, which was being initiated. So all those things could be initiated by the pharma to build up that encourage this, positiveness about cancer. No, you could start up with something like Cancer Got Talent, invite cancer survivors. These two people, they could be really good motivators for the sales team, and they could come as a motivational speaker to the field team or to the head office.
Yeah, Mr. Aminda, I will have to close this question for you now because we have other panelists, and I'll take up the next question with you later. You have given so many ideas that it is going very quickly over my head. So please be slow. I cannot get hold of what ideas you gave apart from few of them. So just requesting you to bear with us. Vivek, I will ask this question to you.
Yes.
Any activities would you like to suggest to pharma brand managers to change their approach currently to a patient-centered approach, more patient-centered approach, I would say. Not all are not patient-centered, but what all activities would you suggest?
Thank you, Dr. Swati. And first of all, thanks and great to be here. And empathetically, I was listening to the stories. And it is very difficult to speak after Amrinder sir because already thoughts have been shared, but still I will not, stop trying. So what happened? First of all, I will give a disclaimer that these thoughts are coming from my own, skill of patient centricity, not from a disease or a product centric from my company, but from totally as a capability of patient centricity. Now, I believe that when I see cancer journeys in last 4 years, and I have a lot of opinion on that pharma product managers or even any department in healthcare industry, when they're working for cancer, they should not talk about patient pathway. So what happened, the patient pathway is the structured pathway where the patient enter a journey. There is a detection of the symptom, then there is a referral to the specialist, then there is a diagnosis, then there is a testing, then there is a registration, then there is a subscription or whatever. The entire enrollment happen with the various 9 to 10 touch points up till he reaches his, a home after getting the chemo, radiation or any drug. In that, there is no emotion involved. So when you involve any emotion in that, this patient pathway, which is a non-emotional or a structured concrete jungle, it become an emotional journey. It become patient journey. So first of all, pharma, I think every department should do a emotional journey mapping. They should not talk about the only pathway, which is only milestones, but emotional pathway, which become the patient journey. Number one. Number two, I feel integrative oncology. Every brand manager or any person who is dealing with cancer drugs, they should include integrative oncology into their approach. What is integrative oncology? Integrative oncology is a holistic 360-degree approach from oncology. It starts from even keeping in the mind the palliative care. Because I am certified as a palliative care nursing specialist, so I have read that. And I've seen that if you keep that side effect management in the mind, that rehabilitation, reversal of the symptoms, and forget about the disease, elimination. It will happen or it will not. Maybe cancer journey depends on that. But you keep as a provider of solutions, the integrative oncology in the mind, the side effect, the lifestyle management, as Amrinder also told, the podcast, raising the motivation or the morale of the patient, all these things come under integrative. So these two things are very important, which I recommend for healthcare brand manager. Only 30 seconds more, Dr. Swati. I will also not let the responsibility on the patient should be also there. I am listening so many talks since morning, but we are giving a lot of, responsibility is not felt at the patient. Patient should also have some responsibility, I feel. In the patient videos which I have seen, both of the patients were educated. They were highly literate. They were in an elite class, but they were not aware about what happening in the journey. They become certainly aware and after they hit by the cancer. So I want that every patient or every person who is educated or literate, or even there is a genetic history also of the first patient. He has a hereditary going in the family, but there was no awareness at his level. I also feel if the patient is educated and there is a family history, he or she should be hold responsible and onus to take care of the family tree, the family line which is coming over there, his own self, by rightly educating himself. So not only pharma industry should do, but lot of to be done from the patient side. I am saying that with whole confidence, right? So these are my few thoughts on that.
I partly agree, Vivek, here, because as human beings, going through the life as it is, filled with all the ups and downs, we do not take care of our health, and we only take care of it unless and until we are hit by something which is hampering our daily life.
Yeah.
That to that level we are so ignorant about our health that okay, kabhi kuch ho gaya, to chalo, it's one-off event. We will not read about it or learn about it. No, we will only go around it because it is now hampering our life. So I agree with that point, Vivek. But yes, nonetheless, it doesn't remove the responsibility from the professionals who are working in healthcare industry. They are earning their livelihood there, and they should be held responsible for creating awareness more and more. Zena, next question, if you can ask.
Yeah. So my next question will be to Vivek, sir. Sir, both patients have talked about stress and anxiety, in the course of from when they got diagnosed to treatment, etc. So what are your thoughts on this aspect of oncology?
Before I come to the topic, Zena, first let me congratulate these wonderful gods and persons who have fought cancer successfully. Not just that, they are helping patients like me to fight the disease. I very salute them. Answering your question, not only the cancer patients, when I saw all the patient videos, all the 32 of them from various medical conditions, including psoriasis, including POCD and many others, stress, anxiety and depression, they are the common thread in almost all the chronic disease. So when we are talking about stress, anxiety and depression, I don't think it is restricted or only to cancer. Now, when you're talking about stress, anxiety and depression, let me tell you that these three terms, they are not synonyms. Stress, anxiety and depression, they are not synonyms. Stress, it is a response of our body to threat. And here, in this case, the stressors are the medical conditions. Unfortunately, what happens in these medical conditions? Cortisol is released. And cortisol is the primary stress hormone. And chronic stress can wreak havoc on the minds and the patients of the body. Very, very sad. And in all the videos which you saw since morning, one common factor which is standing out is the support from the family. To reduce the stress, probably there is nothing better than the support that they receive from the caregivers at home. Coming part to anxiety. What is anxiety? It's a feeling of apprehension and fear of what can happen to me. Anxiety, as they say in psychiatry, generally comes before an event, whereas depression is after an event. People feel sad, there are crying spells. We have seen a number of patients, both the ladies of a POCD as well as the lady with depression, they were crying. Many cry openly, some do it in silence. And the worst thing about depression, it leads to suicidal tendency. Depression leads to suicidal tendency, and many people actually they commit suicide. Depression can cause pain, pain can cause depression. I still vividly recall a cycle which was told to me by Dr. B. Mahadev Rao of PM Institute of Mental Health, Ahmedabad. He talks about the SAD cycle, SAD. And when he talks about the SAD cycle, he talks about stress, anxiety, and depression. And in his own words, the SAD cycle starts with stress, If you don't deal with stress, it gets worse and becomes anxiety. And if you don't deal with anxiety, it becomes depression. The sad cycle worsens symptoms of the disease, and it causes mental agony. And this is equally good. The sad cycle is equally good not only for the patients, it's equally good for the caregivers at home. Sad cycle is equally good for the caregivers at home. Sad cycle therapy is a type of palliative therapy and something to break this cycle. The problem has to be addressed for better prognosis. That is my take. Yes, Jana, that is my take. You can continue.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Swati, we can go over to the next question.
Yes. Vivek sir wonderfully explained the cycle, scientific explanation. And I think in this total explanation that you gave, there were many points where a pharma marketeer could look into and work upon for a particular therapy area. You have seen all the 32 videos, and hence I think you were able to collate the emotions.
I was lucky that way. I have always been lucky, right from getting Swati as my mentor.
No, sir, mentee. The next question to Dr. Ganu. So you have worked in the Tata Cancer Hospital for close to 27 years, and you have seen patients, not even, I would say not interviewed, but you have seen them cry, you have seen the things that happen to them, to the caregivers, and everything around them. What changes would you suggest to the young brand managers or marketing managers on the approach towards brand promotion, especially brand promotion?
Yes, I like this question because it has a lot of impact on the pharma industry approach. Actually, when I was working in Cancer Research Institute, adjacent to Tata Hospital, we used to always walk through. We used to see children with acute lymphoblastic leukemia, 3 years, 5 years, 10-year-old. And it was very difficult to pass through and see that. So what you say is very right, that companies can do a lot for them by actually educating them. And as Mr. Vivek Sharma told, that patient has also a responsibility. But what I observed is, whatever we do, the patients walk to the doctor only when they are in dire need. Otherwise, they want to take medicines at home also. So educating patients or educating people, non-patients also is important according to me. Yesterday, I saw a report. India had 19 to 20 lakh patients, cancer patients last year. That is 2022. Now, out of that, 30% are oral cancer patients. So we can reduce that load. United States had only 3% of all cancer patients as oral cancer patients. India has 30%. So tobacco. So educating people, because patient centricity, I mean, is not only the current patients, but would-be patients. And I can influence them, but they don't come to me. So we have to go to them. And there I agree with Vivek that what he said. So what I feel is medical camps are necessary, and brand managers have to promote their company product. Definitely, that is their primary objective, but they can blend it with secondary objective of patient education. So another thing I will say is about multiple myeloma. 67% of the patients have bone pain. Even in case of acute lymphoblastic leukemia, children have bone pain and they have lower hemoglobin count, so they don't play. So these are the markers, they can be observed by family members, but this is not done because they don't know it. So what I think is that companies or brand managers have a short-term goal of promoting the product or immediate goal, and a long-term goal of branding the company. I wish they have ownership of a particular type of cancer where they are marketing their product, if not other cancers. But that means what? Talking to the oncologists of that faculty, arranging medical camps with Indian Cancer Society, like or preventing oncology department, they conduct such camps. So combined with them, you have less efforts, but a little of money to be spent, prepare literature. So if people know that this symptom can be this, then maybe a month of a problem and they can question themselves. Even medical MBBS, what MBBS? We have our structure, your homeopathy, Ayurvedic doctors. They also need to be made aware of, because many patients will go to them. So companies can work on this as a corporate social responsibility plus branding. This is what is my take.
May I add, Swati, a comment to that?
Yes.
So, sir, well, patient centricity is important. It's also important to have empathy. Now, I'll just give you a simple example. For breast cancer awareness, so many companies come up with literature, which they distribute. Now, we know that, it's a conservative society, and, those illustrations at many times may be a little awkward in the family. Now, think about if a brand manager would have thought a little more carefully. A woman is, when she's bathing, can you design a illustrative breast cancer screening on a paper or on a material which is water resistance, which she can carry to when she's bathing, and she can do a self-breast examination. So that much amount of little sensitivity is also important, because what happens is, you are all the time in that mad race because other companies are doing it. Let me also publish, information literature or some kind of a thing. But when you actually speak and, get into a patient's shoes, that whether that patient material, education material which is there, whether that lady will be able to openly, when is she going to use it? And then you decide, on terms of what, the information you want to send it, how illustrative it has to be there, but when she's going to use it. So that would be a real good thing if, brand managers start thinking about that.
That's insightful, Mr. Amrinder. Maybe not the right example or not, but still the way you thought about it, like the patient journey, where the diagnosis will happen, where the treatment should happen. What are the various very minute touch points where a brand manager can touch upon? Yeah, Zena, over to you for the next question.
My next question is to Mr. Amrinder only. So we saw that in case of both patients, the initial symptoms or the initial problems were very different from what would we call as cancer. So I remember one of them had numbness in his legs. Balvinder said she had backache, etc. So what drove them to the doctor was not cancer, but was something else. Is there a role, Reda, that a pharma company could do, especially keeping in mind the digital avenues that have opened now? What could the pharma company do to raise awareness and probably make them think that it could be cancer?
Good. So cancer begins early, but it manifests later, So that's what it is. And if you look at it, 90% of the adult cancers and 100% of the childhood cancers are curable if detected early. So general awareness and early screening and detection is very important. And like Dr. Ganu said, yes, there was a recent publication which was published in JAMA, where they say that India has some of the highest number of cancer cases in the world, but some of the lowest rates of cancer in the world. So, maybe oral cancer is one exception to it because tobacco chewing is important. But if you look at, in India, the crude rate is 106 patients per lakh. But if you compare with Australia, it is 743, or New Zealand, which is 500. Now, but at the same time, the death is less. So, for example, breast cancer in India, it's 1 in 8 might get detected with breast cancer, whereas in US, it is 1 in 3. But still the number of deaths in US is less. One is definitely they have, good infrastructure, but it's also the early screening and diagnosis, which is also very important. Now, coming to early screening and diagnosis, and what Vivek had also, highlighted is that, one of it is genetics, So if you have a cancer, you must motivate and encourage immediate family members to go and get screened. And now we have very non-invasive methods also, like you have liquid biopsy, you have thermal screening, you have handheld mammographies. So that is very important. At least make sure that your immediate family members are screened. I know people will be a little apprehensive and fearful. What if we also get cancer? But then you have to build that confidence. If you get detected early, you will get cured also. Rather than, after 5 years, 10 years again come and they say, oh no, my cousin, Masi had it, or my, uncle had it. So then it is very late, which is there. So that is very important. Then general awareness, when I said is in the social, you have to demystify the myths which are there with cancer. There are a lot of myths which are attached with cancer, which is there. So which digitally you can do it, and many companies, many organizations doing. Like for example, I can say Chai for Cancer is one initiative. By an NGO. They discuss with doctors in a very plain language, again, like the way you have a couch conversation, and they discuss about what cancer is. You can do some community reach. If I remember, when AIDS was spreading, you had all those nukkad plays and skits, which NGO used to do it. Similar initiatives could be done, by an NGOs or through collaboration with pharma, where you can do some plays and spread that awareness. Residential welfare associations are also there now. Very, we have started going into community living. So you have a full community who is residing, 10,000 or 5,000 households are there. So there you can deliver some awareness lectures on Sundays, or you can use digital for do that. Another thing I think where pharma can influence the policymaker is, or the corporate, is to have a mandatory cancer screening for all 45 plus age employees in their annual health checkup. Currently, annual health checkup is very BP, blood test, and so on and so forth. So I think if they can influence, it is good that all employees above 45 age, they should be getting some kind of a cancer screening checkup. And it could be like any of these non-invasive things which are there. Another thing which is there is now where we are getting into some kind of a consortium which are being there, which do community healthcare. And like I can give example of Carcinos or Elsevier, which are community-based organization that goes for mass screening, where Aisha workers, they are enabled with digital, iPads, and they go and, note down the medical history of each and every individual. And it is linked through your Aadhaar, OTP, and, you have that full digital thing. Then with the help of artificial intelligence, which is linked to your Indian guidelines and your global guidelines, the recommendations are then and there given. What changes they should do in their dietary or other things which they should immediately do it. And if need be, they could be then connected through digitally through 𝑒-Sanjeevani to the nearest oncologist. So that is something which is very important digitally, which can happen. And there are companies and the government is pushing it. What pharma can do is just write that wave and take it, because you have a last mile connect. You know who's the doctor and where the patient channel fellow is coming. So you can tie up with those NGOs, with those government things, and take it to the last mile more, you can say strongly, which others may not be able to do that. So these are my takes in terms of, how you should early awareness, positiveness about this thing, when you see and hear such patients that they have survived 2 or 3 lines of treatment, for others also it brings confidence. And in general, people feel, okay, so what, cancer is there. In abroad, people proudly, they wear those t-shirts and, they have those bracelets and they say, okay, I am a cancer survivor, and that disseminates in the society. So same thing, pharma should also try to, encourage that in whichever way they are, doing it.
Great thoughts, Mr. Amrinder. Right from, trying to remove the stigma or the taboo around cancer to trying to make a real difference to the patients' lives and, the lives of their caregivers. I think that's really a great entire journey.
Like I said, is another thing which although the government has also started is digitization of health records. So we don't know how my health was there 6 months back or 1 year back when I had gone for my health checkup. Those are in your patient files and it. So can pharma with help of some third parties could digitalize all those patient records so that it's very easy for you to carry it and to find out that okay when it started and how the disease has progressed. Otherwise, if I can say, I don't have any X-rays currently of latest X-rays. I have to actually find it out where it is. They might have been pushed or maybe might have been discarded because you don't no longer required. It was required, like what Swati said, When I was in pain, I get an X-ray done, and now I'm okay, and now that X-ray is no longer to be seen. But if those records, which could get digitalized, and now the government is also insisting on that, if they can be digitalized, they can stay in a cloud or can be easily accessed. So when the next time you have a similar kind of problem, you can correlate. And then it's easy for the physician or the oncologist to find out, okay, where the problem started. And if you can arrest it early, the better it is.
Got
it. Right, Mr. Ravinder. You are actually giving out ideas, Mr. Ravinder, and the person who are actually interested should be writing these down to be true. You are literally giving the actual touch points here. Thank you so much for that. My next question goes to Vivek. Vivek, let us know about what is happening in the patient support groups, how these functions, and what are these initiatives doing in spreading the awareness about the disease and all.
Thank you, doctor. So for this question, I will say patient advocacy groups are created by good doctors. And when you ask me this, that what type of groups the patient should enroll into and should seek the help into, the right person to tell is that HCP. Why? Because as you heard, the second video where the lady was telling about her patient journey, she also told that the patient group was suggested by the doctor only, right? So I feel there is a complete trust and belief is required in the HCP, number one, whether patient advocacy group, even NGOs are working for this. Even cloud funding is one important area where there is a lot of support is coming for cancer patients, rare diseases. But the right source is that HCP, right? So patients should give the complete holistic trust and faith to his HCP and open up. Another thing, patient's family member. I have an observation to entire panel. I will like to say, cancer patients sometimes lose hope that I need not to be treated, right? It is very costly. So more of the counseling and more of the treatment advice should be given to the family members more than the patient. Because these people actually are having more belief. They want to treat, this person is very precious for them. So I think more time should be given by the HCP to the family members more than the patient. This is number two. It can move them. It can, have the much greater faith in life if the family members are being made the advocate for that. Number two. Number three, Dr. Swati, this is the answer for your question, which you asked, patient groups, that HCP and PAGs are there in each state, government-run PAGs, and even privately run PAGs are there, patient advocacy groups. And I will also like to have just posted one book, which is The First Cell. I have seen this book and my complete paradigm change that how cancer should be seen. So before treatment, let us understand the mindset of, seeing the cancer. This book is about first cell, that if you cannot identify or distinguish the first cell of cancer, you will be always running around this disease. This country or this world will never win over cancer if the first cell will not be identified. So I recommend this book to all brand managers, to all healthcare professionals who deal in oncology, that please read this First Cell, this book, and it will change your complete paradigm. Even you will think from the patient window, from the solution provider window, and HCP window also. So this is my third thing. And last point I want to also tell you on this, that responsibility on patient, which was my first point. Now you imagine, Dr. Swati and entire panelists, how many topics an average person see on digital. Have anybody educated them? Have anybody told that they raise the awareness on the health, yoga, and they are seeing by their own? Then why cancer or why this disease is not being browsed in the browser, in the YouTube, if the platform is available? And I will end my talk by one example. I am a coach, right? I have tried a lot, coach the person like this model, grow model, this model, I am failed. But when you increase the tendency of coachee to be being coached, that you are missing if you are not coached, you will miss something in the life, then he will ask for coaching. So now replace the coachee with the patient and coach as the doctor. You have to build the patient's tendency to live, patient tendency to treat himself, and before he become the patient actually. Even the school curriculum should have cancer, studies. People should understand cancer from 12th class, entire cellular biology, entire DNA replication, and they will become more aware. So I still have my point and stand with that, that people should take more responsibility, more than pharma and more than HCP. They are doing their job at the best. So by this, I will end this. Yeah.
Very, very true, Vivek. And I think the way in schools you have those school buddies, if some new person, a new child comes to the class and the teacher tells, okay, he tags to one school buddy, maybe the cancer survivors could be the buddies for new cancer patients, the ones who have lived for 5 years, they can be the cancer buddies for the newly diagnosed cancer patients. So you rightly said, so there could be one area where more emphasis can be made, and pharma can support it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you, Vivek and Mr. Amninder. Seeing a book on this is really good. That actually excited me, that yes, this is one area where more written things, more animations, more awareness from the young age should be there, that you have to take care of your health, not only about cancer, it's all about everything related to a person's health should be there in the curriculum of schools as one of the mandatory subjects. That is how I understood this through you. Thank you, Vivek. Yeah.
I'll ask the next question. Vivek sir, it's for you. We discussed about stress, anxiety, depression, a little while back, where you gave a very beautiful explanation for the sad phenomenon that you called. But adding pharmacological agents to these, for treating depression and stress would further add to the financial burden for the patients. What do you suggest for this?
Absolutely right, Doc. Absolutely right, Zina. I recall a quote from Sir William Osler. He was a great Canadian physician. And he said, the good physician treats the disease. The great physician, he treats the patient who has the disease. He treats the patient who has the disease. So what does this mean? The great physician understands the patient and the context of the patient's illness. I believe a doctor's primary job is not just to treat the disease, but to care for how patients with these disease conditions feel and how they function. And this is not just for cancer, it is there for psoriasis, it's there for diabetes, it's for cardiovascular disease, name the disease. It's there. Patients must understand that something has improved when they go to a doctor. Patients must understand that something has improved when they go to a doctor because of his treatment. It has either improved his functionality or it has improved the quality of his life. Otherwise, he will always continue to feel stress and anxiety. And having worked so closely with the CNS departments, the CNS products from 1988 onwards till the COVID era, personally, I would not recommend any of the anxiolytics, any of the antidepressants. Let me repeat again, I will not recommend any anxiolytic nor any antidepressant. I would rather encourage people, or rather encourage the patients to come in contact with people like me. And if they have to meet people like me, I think this is where the pharma companies should cooperate. They should cooperate. They should collaborate and have patient-centric groups where people like me can come together, converse, and interact. And when you meet people like me, it may probably trigger off neuroplasticity. What is that neuroplasticity? It's rewiring the brain structure. It can even be neurogenesis or forming of new neurocells. In fact, investigations are on for neuroplasticity-based computerized cognitive remediation. So how do you spark or trigger neuroplasticity amongst these cancer warriors, among the diabetic warriors, and so on? You can encourage them to play mind games like chess or solving crossword puzzles. Read the Times of India for the crossword puzzles, the last page, that's the crossword. Do something which makes your brain happy. Like I, for example, I play with the street dogs. The street dogs, they follow me, and sometimes, the little children, they call me Piper Uncle of Dogs. I play with the street dogs, and this releases my oxytocin, dopamine, and other hormones, which make me feel so happy. Continue to give positive strokes to the patient, and there comes the role of the caregivers at home. Caregivers at home, they are very, very, very important personalities, and therefore I always suggest pharma companies should not only consider doctors and patients and as our customers, but they should also consider the caregivers at home as our customers. Be physically active. When you are physically active, you release a lot of feel-good hormones like oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins, and dopamine. Even today, early morning, 4 to 6 at work, 6 o'clock sharp, I go for my morning workout. Play with animals on the way, and that keeps me really happy. But let me tell you again, I will not recommend antidepressants. I will not recommend any other form of drug therapy for relieving the stress and anxiety. That's my take, Zena. That's my take.
I would like to say, actually, when you mentioned about Times of India, there was a news in Times of India a couple of months back, and Tata Hospital breast cancer patients were taught yoga. A group was taught yoga and another group was not given yoga. And what they showed that at the end of some, I forgot number of years, but statistically significant difference in survival was reported. Means therapy, yes, therapy was top class therapy, but this was additional difference. So as Professor Vivek, I call him Professor Vivek only, as he says, actually what happens is doing exercises and maybe yoga, it gives you a lot of relaxation to the mind and muscles, and probably that works. Yes.
So you rightly said, sir. In fact, ASCO recommendation also, recommends exercise. And that's what Vivek was trying to elucidate in the integrative care, where it is not only diet, your exercise, and your positive mindfulness. All three things add a lot to a cancer survivor.
Now it's around time that we will close the discussions. Otherwise, this is going to go on. This is a marathon session, and really happy with the way all have contributed. Salutes to all the experts who have joined us today and listened and contributed to this patient centricity, I would say, marathon now. Just before closing, I'll invite one or two comments from our speakers or someone who wants to add. Ashok sir, would you like to say something? You have been there watching us. Sanjay sir, yes.
Yeah, Swati, first of all, thanks for organizing this. It has been so interesting and invigorating, and so much of knowledge that I sat all through from 11 to now, going to be around 5:15. So that's a clear indicator that how interested I was, and it's really an event where I've gained a lot of knowledge and understood what patient centricity means to the healthcare industry.
Thank you, Ashok sir. Your support has been immense and your contribution has been immense. Keep guiding us, sir. Dr. Sanjay, a few words from you.
Yeah, Dr. Swati, thank you very much for organizing this program. And I was listening. In fact, I was working and realized listening, and it was quite a learning. I personally feel like I also need to go for certain medical checkups, neglecting. And I'm sure that this kind of sessions will definitely enlighten people, and things will happen in the future. So it's a good initiation, good as far as the first step is concerned. And I think we need to continue this. A brand becomes a brand when there is a continuous promotion on the same indication for a longer period of time to the same doctor. So if we are going to brand pharma states activities, then we need to continue that. Maybe not on too many topics, but we pick up one and then we specialize on that particular topic.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. We will try to streamline more over this thought. Akash, you want to speak something? Satish, if you can allow unmuting.
Yes, I have allowed. Let us take few comments from participants also.
Yes. Yeah.
Akash. Thank you, Swati. Is it audible? Because I was mute for quite long time.
Now you are on mute, Akash. Please unmute.
Yeah. So thank you for making me, mute for such a long time. It was such an interesting. I was bobbling, to ask and to put my ideas as well. If you remember, Swati, a month back, I quoted for this. I am taking a leave. So the question was, of course, it was a Sunday, but then literally it was a leave for me today, right from 11 o'clock till now. I've skipped my lunch as well. So fantastic, and congratulate you, your team, the panelists, everyone for such a wonderful, insightful session, bringing a complete basket. I would say a complete basket of knowledge for the brand managers, for the promoters, for the pharma industry, and for the many new learners who were there. To take home, like I would say, I always believe in the traditional ways, like we had our ancient, Aryans and sadhus, that the traditional way of promoting things. So probably like we have the vaccination card for the newborns. So probably this implements the same in patient-centric program, having those cards, the vaccination cards in maybe diabetic, psoriasis, or PCOD or anemia. So probably that a take-home message from me to the promoters, where I'm myself a brand manager. So that would definitely. So thanks, Swati, and fantastic. The energy of Ashok sir, as usual. Everyone, like what to say. It was a feast today. It was a feast today. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Akash.
We can take one more comment from the audience. If someone wants to, speak, can raise hand. We'll unmute you, and then Acha, Dr. Amit, welcome, sir.
Yes.
Please, sir.
Hello, hi everyone, and thank you ever so much for a wonderful Sunday treat. And I mean, everything that needs to be said has been said. My special compliments to Avaninder. You are an absolutely walking encyclopedia on what needs to be done with oncology patients. And I really hope that your ideas and your things will be tapped by all the people of the different pharma companies who are handling oncology portfolio. Thank you so much for your ideas. So I just like to reiterate something that I mentioned yesterday also, that we need to be very clear about what is required. Like when it comes to good drugs, all companies are obviously making an effort to bring good drugs. So from that point of view, every pharma company is patient-centric. I mean, right from MNCs to Indian companies. But we need to go one notch higher. And that is the additional patient centricity that all of you have talked about. And I think, with due apologies to Albert Einstein, I will just tweak his formula, E is equal to MC square. I've always been talking in my medical practice that medical care, MC, is equal to E square. The first E is for empathy, the second is for empowerment. And those are exactly, I was so happy to see, that is exactly what all of you were talking about. We need to be empathetic towards the patient. How is a thing that different companies will do it differently, but at least there's a willingness. And empowerment is very critical. What Swati alluded yesterday and a lot of you alluded today, we need to talk in the patient's language and give him what he or she wants, not what we want to give them. So we typically want to make an LBL, we want to make a visual aid, we need to make, that same one communication will not be suitable for all when it comes to patient centricity, because it has to be customized. And these oncology videos and the dermatology videos, very, very open on that front, that every customer or patient, whatever we call it, has a different experience and a different need. And if we are not customizing our deliverable according to that need, then it's an incomplete gesture. So empowerment is very critical. We need to give them correct information so that they can take the correct decision about how to continue leading their life with a disease that is not going to go away, but it can be managed. So MC is equal to E square. Please keep that as a new formula. Okay. And one last note on a lighter note. Swati, I loved your thought about the campaign for the spouse being a diabetic. Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
here is a caption for that. A campaign for the sweet spouse. Diabetes makes him or her sweet,
Good
So
one.
campaign for the sweet spouse. So thank you all very much. And
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the encouraging comments. Really
Thank you,
appreciate
Dr.
it.
Amit. Yes, he has been there for the last 3 days. He attends all our sessions, what to say. We have one person who is there, always supporting us from that side. In our team, we have 𝐿𝐵𝐺 sir and many other eminent speakers. Thank you, Dr. Amit. Vikas, that would be the last comment. Mr. Vikas, please pitch in.
Thank you so much, Swati ji, and I am honored to share my views. I was there for the entire session. I would definitely say that today's session was a lot of learning and insight for me as a personal, I myself being a diabetic, I think it was a more of a knowledge, even a teaser for me. And I really appreciate Pharma State Academy and all the co-hosts, respected 𝐿𝐵𝐺 sir, Ashok sir, and Dr. Ulhas for the wonderful program and wonderful insights which have been imparted. And definitely in the future programs, I will definitely would like to associate with the team and share my expertise in the domain. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vikas. Here we come towards the end of the event. We will have a video thanking you all. But before that, Satish, just give me a moment to thank Zena for being there with us, with me co-hosting all the panelists, 𝐿𝐵𝐺 sir from start till today, and for the next year also, 𝐿𝐵𝐺 sir, we have to conceptualize the next event from tomorrow. So, and all the panelists. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Thank you, Ashok sir. Thank you, Chinmay sir. Thank you, Mr. Amrinder. Thank you, Dr. Ulhas. Thanks, 𝐿𝐵𝐺. Thanks to our team, Pharma State. Thank you, Shazia, Gauravi, Shushma, Dr. Satish, and all those who have contributed to this huge event of 3 days. And 3 cheers to the team and all the speakers who were there.
Must compliment Pharma State. I think, Swati, you have set the ball rolling, and probably day is not far where Pharma will sponsor a total patient-oriented conference, the way they do it for their HCPs. Probably in near future we might see that there is an annual conference of a patient consortium sponsored by Pharma, where all patients come and they share how has been their journey, and Pharma can learn from there.
Awesome, sir. We are hoping that comes sooner than later. Yeah.
To see you also.
Can we thank the Satish? Can we have the video? Thank you, sir. We have kept you busy from, I think, 10:30 to 5:30 now. Please take rest and be there with us for the next sessions also.
So thank you, everyone. And we are ending the session now. I'm just posting, as usual, a link.
Before you close the session, Satish, let me apologize for not thanking you. Somehow, always the person behind the screen is totally forgotten. Isn't it, Swati? So let me congratulate Satish right from the beginning. My God, what the kind of backup support we received from him. Tremendous. My hats off to you.
Thank you, sir. All guidance from you only. Yeah. So to end the session, I have posted a link, feedback form, which is really, really important for us because we have built the Pharmastate on the basis of feedbacks only. So please fill. We'll try to make the session even better next time. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day ahead. And signing off now.
Thanks, Satish.
Thank you,
Bye.
Dr. Satish. Thank you, Dr.
Bye.
Swati.
Bye,
Thank you,
sir.
Vivek sir.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye,
Ganu
Vlad sir.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you, Ashok. Thank
Bye.
you.